evening, folks. It is January 28th, 2022. Last live stream of the first month of 2022. Heading into the short one. Heading into the short month.
Yeah.
And Bobby joked about it, earlier, but it's like I actually did right up until we hit live. I did actually have two heaters on in this room.
I knew it.
I had the small one. I was like, yeah. Now I got the main one here, but I turned off the other one.
It's pretty cold out there. That's for sure.
It's chilly. It's chilly today for sure. The problem is that I think it's basically the way they constructed it is that unfortunately the air flows right through, and it is just a constant cold air coming from all the spots. Like you can never actually, and this isn't a closed room. You can never actually heat it.
Oh,
it's actually physical. Yeah, it's literally that goes into the living room right there, and then the kitchen's there. It's like this is an open space, so this air the cold air all around it. Over here, I got a cold front that is always coming in at all times.
I got my hot cup of Joe, and we're good.
Nice.
Well, we are moments away from getting hit with a bomb cyclone here in New England. So
yeah, we'll probably get a slice of that after because usually that's how the systems go. It just depends on what direction it's going right now. So good evening, Baz. Good evening, Josh. Mr. Bootman. Happy Friday. Absolutely. So let me touch on this one real quick. So we did discuss a little bit beforehand. I'm going to predominantly stay away from it. I'll be honest with you, but I will give you a quick short synopsis of the reason why. The biggest reason why is that there isn't, in comparison to the last couple of weeks, and I'll just put it to you guys in contrast to this. The last couple of weeks, we had a fake $3.5 million Pokemon case that involved the only major authenticator in the hobby that we have at this point in time, looking like an idiot, being a glorious meme lord and saying we all got duped, agreed. We also had a multi-million-dollar issue with a PSA group submitter that was used by other group submitters, holding thousands of cards hostage. And then there's other potential shoes to drop there, going bankrupt and PSA having to issue a statement about it. And then we've got a bunch of guys yelling at each other and throwing accusations back and forth. On the relative scale, and to be clear, full disclosure, I like hobby drama as much as anything else. Some of the best watched stuff the last couple of weeks and the last month or so have been hobby drama videos for the most part. But there's like fun drama where you can poke fun at it, and then there's really lame garbage. And I'll be honest, it is beneath us to deal with it. I don't feel like it. If there was something specific, super specific, and I mean niche specific, that you want to talk about or know, you can throw it in there and I'll look at it. And if it's something we can talk about, we will. But otherwise, honestly, I don't care. That's kind of my stance on it. It's not worth my time. So that's kind of the way I'll throw it to you. So not going to touch on that one. Good evening. Absolutely Smoking Cardboard. Yep. Andy. Good evening. Ziggy No. Paul. Good evening. Yeah. Starstock cancel breaks. I did catch a little bit of that very briefly. The latter portion of it is very possible. All we know for sure is that they did cancel some stuff and they also stopped receiving raw cards. So there seems to be a staffing issue of some kind. Why? It's open to speculation right now. We don't know why specifically, but it appears that for whatever reason, and again, they kind of mentioned that it was temporary. So it could be a temporary staffing issue. And I'll give you an example of something else. I always talk about ship my cards and how I use them for different stuff. They actually had a bout of COVID at the office. They were very transparent about it. They said flat out. So I know that they've received some stuff, that the tracking shows has been received. They're still about a week behind on processing, which tells me that a lot of the receiving department right now is out. So if they're quarantining and the receiving department is out, it's not a huge operation. They don't have the machine and the building that can be seen from space. But you scale it down to that. It wouldn't take many people being out and needing to quarantine to immediately slow the gears down to a halt. So I can imagine even at something like a Starstock, if they've got any staffing issue whatsoever, it's going to be like, we can't process this right now, cut it off so that we can deal with what we need to deal with, get everybody back in the building, and then we can go again from here. Again, it's all speculation, but it would make logical sense that would be a reason why they would want to do that. Anybody want to chime anything else in? Does that make sense?
Yeah. Well, I'm all good with it.
Yeah. So hopefully that tells you. Again, we're all kind of speculating right now because we don't have much more information. We just got kind of the tweets and things that they put out, but I did hear about that. So I'll throw that in there.
I want to go back to the halcyon days of pre-2020. I don't know.
Tough times.
Yeah. It was so good living in those days.
I'm good with the present. I like it. I lived with it then and I lived with it now. I don't mind the present. I'm good. one thing I was going to say though, and I did touch on it in the video where I talked about it. The SGC thing is all fine and dandy. I think the eBay thing though is a little bit more interesting. The eBay authentication thing. Let's talk about that for a minute because I gave some initial thoughts just going through the page and looking at it. I've had a little more time to sit on it and stew. I wanted to think about it a little bit more. And obviously, there's a couple of different potential issues. One of them being obviously that we're creating another layer, we're creating another step. And I use the global shipping that we've got that we usually have to deal with on this side if we're not using an intermediary. That's one thing. So obviously they could create delays. You could have a backlog. The good news is you're starting off with a high threshold. $750 is a pretty decent threshold to limit the amount of stuff at first. But they have ambitions of bringing that number down, which could bring more stuff into play. And at first it's going to be kind of, raw cards. Okay, fine, you authenticate. But then at the same time, at what point do you go from, free authentication for now to actually charging a fee for the privilege?
Yes.
And then who pays for the privilege? The seller, the buyer, both.
Oh.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying there's a lot of we started off with a simple concept, but there's a lot of directions this can go from here. And then in addition, what if they still screw up? Does that, they mentioned that it does have some impact on returns, but only to a certain degree. But that's subject to change. You can change it if you want to.
Yeah, it certainly complicates everything that's going on as we're going forward. I know there's a lot of problems and issues that we're having out there. Is this the thing that's going to rectify it? I have no idea.
Yeah. And one other thing, so I want to throw out a couple of different angles and possibilities. One of them is the potential delay. A second thing is obviously they can still screw up. Authentication isn't an exact science, and you're also who is actually doing the authenticating. Yes, CGC and CSG are participating in it, but is it the same guys to do the grading? Is that a separate group within the overarching, business? Are you then slowing them down at the same time that they should be doing the CSG business? Is this a first step to incorporating an actual grading component into this if you wanted to? Do you then bring a vaulting thing down the road at some point to facilitate having it already in a location? I'm throwing stuff down that could be for down the road. This can be one step. And the other thing is if you're one of their competitors, does this give you an advantage in the sense that you're not creating this additional barrier? You're not creating this additional thing. You can be like, hey guys, if you're doing it, I made fun of them endlessly, but if I'm a ComC, I'm cackling because it's like, well, you guys know if you send it to us, we at least had to look at it before you put it in. We scanned it and we put it in the system and it's already with us. So we're comfortable then sending it to you. So you're saving a step. You buy it on ComC and have it shipped out. You don't have to wait for an extra delay, just however long it takes us to ship it to you, which they've gotten better at to their credit. It only took them 2 years, but to their credit, they did eventually improve the situation a little bit. The machine finally turned on.
I think it would have been PSA, but there would be hell to pay if they took on any other thing. And Beckett, well, we don't even know where Beckett is.
Yeah,
They're
and the other
saying words somewhere.
Yeah, and the other part is if you incorporate any of that with already pre-graded stuff, like okay, you're gonna authenticate the slab. So CSG is gonna look at the PSA slab or the BGS slab or the HGA. Fake. No, that's a real HGA. It's fake. The card or the slab. Yes.
Yannick, Eric, how does this affect you guys?
Not much to me anyway. I don't really. What's the threshold right now? What's the level?
The threshold is starting off high. The first threshold is going to be 750, and I think that's not going to harm too many people.
Not affecting me yet. So
Yeah, the
whatever.
250 though, I could see some stuff that would fall under that could create a nuisance. I could still see that. And by the way, if you don't use an intermediary, think about it from this perspective as well. Let's say it's a 250. So we're thinking down the road a little bit. Okay, so I'm a Canadian seller, and I'm just playing this out. So I'm just talking through it. So I'm a Canadian seller, and I'm going to then send it to a Canadian buyer. Do I necessarily have an office in Canada to send it to? Do I have to send it to the States, have them process it over there, and then ship it back to Canada?
Not at our cost. No way.
No, but I'm saying, think about that. That's a scenario that's in play.
That sounds like the global shipping program.
It basically is, yeah. But that's the reason why I use that analogy. Like, it basically is.
Yeah.
I was under the impression that
any
this
card
didn't
at
apply
any
to
price.
Canada.
We've definitely got it on the site. I don't know if it's kicked in for us. It'll probably be similar to the way that the managed payments took until later before they started incorporating it. I usually shop on .com, so I see it now. For now, I think it's okay. But like I said, I'm projecting ahead. Don't think if eBay rolls it out and they have any success whatsoever with this, there is nothing to prevent them from thinking, hey, let's extend it. You guys want authentication too, right? Not at the price you're offering. At what cost? Like what kind of a nuisance are you going to create for me? Because your situation almost never improves the situation. It always makes it more annoying.
Oh, the reign of the third parties.
Yeah. So I can think of 1,000 things that can go wrong, and 1,000 negative things about this situation. What I keep coming back to is why this is happening now. And if I look at it that way, I think this is a very positive thing. And the reason this is happening is because of the bad consumers, the who are lying and destroying cards and saying that they got destroyed in the mail, or you sent me a bad card, or 1,000 other different lies, or refusing to pay for things. I mean, and if it wasn't for those bad actors, who are the buyers, and weren't screwing the sellers over on a daily basis in the eBay community, this wouldn't be necessary. But this is all because of the countless bad actors who are playing these games. And perfect example, for $1,000, you get it sent to your house, but in the meantime, you found out that you could get that same card for $800. Well, now I'm going to lie and come up with all these different things about why I should get my money back and return this $1,000 one. And that's what this is going to stop. Okay. Because eBay is now going to say, nope, that nothing was wrong with that slab. Nothing was wrong with that card. Nothing was wrong with that deal. And you are going to abide by it due to the contract. And they're going to support the sellers, because I think eBay has a reputation of not supporting sellers and supporting buyers more. And without sellers, you don't have eBay. And if you don't support them, they're going to leave the platform.
Now, there's one thing I want to touch on. I know you've got something to say, Bobby. I will get to that in 2 seconds. I want to read a thing. One other thing, though, that kind of bears repeating here. eBay had a mechanism. It wasn't perfect, but they did have a mechanism that helped with this. As a seller, you used to be able to give the buyer a negative.
Yeah, that was
used to be able to say, hey, hold on, this isn't just a one-way street where you decide, hey, I'm going to be vindictive, hit a negative. You could be like, wait a minute, hold on. You did not meet your end of the bargain. You made this more difficult. You did this, you did this, you did this. You know what? You get a negative. So as a buyer, you could be on that side of the transaction as well. So I'm just throwing out something to remember that eBay took that away.
Right.
They said we can't. And then as sellers. And it made our life more difficult. It forced us to jump through more hoops because the buyer could get out of it in 100 different ways that eBay created. So I'm with you in that this could be a way to kind of rebalance the scales, but you're the one who unbalanced them in the first place. You skewed it very much in one direction. It's like, that's a tough way to correct them. So I'll read a couple of these comments here. I like the idea of a validation layer for high value cards. Yeah, at the higher threshold I can sort of get, it's still an inconvenience, like a bad one. And it does give your competitors something to hold over you. So you got to think about this. As a buyer, I know I'm getting an authentic card where the condition matches the listing and the sellers can't dispute its contents. That's the hope, the theory. Smoking cardboard, you're 100% right. I'm just throwing out the hypothetical. I'm thinking future, because if eBay has any success with this, there is no reason to believe they wouldn't roll it out to the other eBays. Like, it would only make sense. You're not just going to put it in the one market and ignore everybody else. So I do agree with you. To touch on Eric's thought, if the card's grade low, then what? Now, the funny thing is, it's not a grading thing. It's an authentication thing.
Right.
So they're not grading it. Doesn't mean they can't pursue that down the road, but they're not grading it today.
And it's not just authentication. I'm sorry, Yannick, what?
I was gonna say, might as well now, if you send a raw card or they're handling your raw card, okay, put it in the case now, grade it.
And that might be an option also at some point. But
why wouldn't you?
Right.
It eliminates everything, right?
But again, this isn't about this card real
with the old sticker.
Like,
Sorry.
It's about what condition is it in? Is the slab scratched? No, it is not. Okay. Because what's happening is I send out the $1,000 card, even in a slab or raw, either way. If things absolutely perfect, it gets to the consumer. They have whatever reason they want to scam, and they'll and they'll scratch it. They'll scratch the slab, they'll scratch the card, and say, "Hey, this is damaged. You sold me a damaged card, and I want my money back." And then they'll destroy you in the comment section, in the feedback section. So,
I think I don't think eBay does this. They're not promising this today, but if I was them and I wanted to pursue this to try to prevent like returns and stuff, I would probably have an image of the item. Again, you're adding another. Everything you're doing is creating another layer. But if somebody damages it and then claims it's been damaged, and you have the visual evidence to show that it left in correct condition, that's yet another reason to be like, nope, no returns on this. You're
We'll
done.
need so many more customer service agents. It'll be incredible.
That's what I mean. Like eBay has engineered a very complicated. That's the reason why I wanted to take a little more time today to talk through it, because on the surface you can see some potential issues, but then as we peel back and think about it a little more, oh wait, what about this? What about this? Oh, this would create here's another potential issue. I'm not telling them don't do it, but I'm saying, did you guys think this through all the way? Because I can think of a lot of ways this can go wrong. A lot of ways.
Absolutely.
We haven't even gotten creative yet.
I just keep coming back to it's the bad actors who are the consumers who and Carlos, you made a great point, and eBay kind of created the monster that they're now trying to fix. But it's the consumers. They're the ones during this card boom who started trying to scam people, and this is the consequences from it. And I don't know how quickly it was thrown together, if it was well thought out, and there's going to be a lot of bugs in the system before it gets smoothed over.
No, and yes.
Yeah, I agree. No, I agree with you.
But Carlos is right. eBay screwed it up where you couldn't leave a negative, but you can leave a positive with a negative thing. But also YouTube did this too. You can't dislike anything anymore, so you can't see bad and good, and it's like,
well, in the YouTube one, I get the argument for it. In the YouTube one, I care less. I care more about the money thing. I care a lot more on eBay being like, as a seller, I don't have many recourses. Like if you legitimately make a hash of this transaction and it was you as the buyer who made this problem, I can't directly be like, look, I should be able to make clear like there's a problem here. There should have been some kind of a strike system, because there are buyers who do all kinds of. There are buyers who openly admit to being like, I'm never going to pay you. Well, that to me is like, there should be a flag that we should be able to put on those buyers and be like, after a while, it's like, you know what? No one's going to deal with you then. Yeah. You're on your own. Like that's BS.
Someone who never sold anything from eBay, and in 3 years now, I never heard anything good about being a seller. Really, you guys.
It's a pain.
It works good here.
Said lie. People say
because I don't deal in cards. Maybe
get my money back.
So scratch up his knickknacks and send him back some negatives.
I put a good description on everything, and I package well, so I have no issues. And I've been doing it for 22 years.
We need to get it more creative.
And I have 6,000 feedback.
Only 6,000? Not
60, one negative, and it happened in my first week. And it was from another guy I bought from. So
there you go.
We jumped through hoops. I get it. Whatever. Because when you're new, you're like, yeah, fuck it. Anyways.
So eBay Authentication is listed for the buyer and seller, both U.S. and unincorporated territories. We'll see how it includes on USA. Yeah. No, I'm not saying they do that today. What I'm saying is I would be very surprised if eBay didn't look at the possibilities of doing down the road. There are additional complications that you'd have to do. For now, I think it's going to stay U.S. only, because right now I think they're going to have their hands full even trying to roll it out in the first place. So, like, good luck to them. This is kind of a weird experiment they've decided to take on. I don't know how that's going to turn out. We'll see.
Even though they've explained it, I don't think 10% of the people really understand.
Yeah.
What's going to happen and what's going to go on.
The good news is, like I said, I don't need people to manufacture hobby drama for me. I've got the companies doing it legitimately, and this could be a Hindenburg disaster that I'm going to get to enjoy $1 Million Man memes going forward, and we have yet to begin.
Yep.
Yet to begin. Okay, so real quick, since 357 had a very specific question. So Sports Card Radio is a website that has been around a long time. A lot of people just came onto them now. I've actually been following that account probably for a year or two. They're basically guys who were in the hobby years ago. They created a bunch of websites. They make their money off the website predominantly.
Yes.
They like being very provocative. If you check their website, they like being very provocative there too. They'll throw out stuff out at people. Nobody really paid attention to them, to be honest. They brag about how many people are checking out the site. It's like, nobody's really reading your site. Like, don't lie to me. But I have no doubt that some people were checking some specific pages on the site. That's probably true because they used to do show listings and different stuff. So they would get some traffic from that. And they made their money, a lot of it, on selling ad space because they'd have AdSense and different things. So you can make money on that. If you draw enough eyeballs to it, you can make money doing that. They had a YouTube channel that they've had for years. Nobody really watched it. All you have to do is go backwards. Go backwards in time and look at some of the older videos, and a couple of them would get maybe like 100 views, 200 views. Like nobody was paying attention to them. And they're sort of peripherally involved in the hobby, but not really. And if you go look at some of the older videos, they spend half the time making fun of the people that are collectors anyway. It's like, oh, you guys are idiots who collect pictures of men. But they've decided to enter into a new genre of like, let me pick somebody who has a lot of subscribers and a lot of followers, exposed, and then make fun of them, and then get the followers to react, and then you get the engagement, you get the additional clicks, and if anybody else steps into the arena, then you go after them, and it's a cycle. The more people respond, the more additional videos you're going to get. So the long story short is they're guys who kind of have decided to monetize trolling. They unfortunately without the style and panache that I prefer in my trolling. So hopefully that answers your question.
It's been going on for a while.
They've been doing it,
in other genres, so it doesn't matter. We're just catching up now.
Yeah, and I don't want to give them too much airtime, to be honest, but they had a bad week and they did some things and said some things that were inappropriate, and they even had to go back and edit one of their videos, and I've lost any interest in them this week.
Yeah.
So, and I think a lot of people have.
Yeah. The way I would put it, and this is probably the best way that I can present it to everybody. It's one thing to talk tough. It's one thing to act tough and then reply back to folks in your comments, whatever. It's very telling what you do. It's not just what you say, it's what you do. You didn't want to stand behind it. You're saying you didn't do anything wrong, but you edited the video. And this is probably a good education piece for folks that watch a lot of YouTube content and don't create any. Inside of the studio, there is a very rudimentary editor. It's very basic, very primitive. But what it allows you to do is it allows you to edit the video. Now, question you may be asking, why wouldn't you just edit the video offline and then fix it and then do it that way? Well, if you do that, it creates a new URL. It's actually a completely different video. You don't get to retain the likes. You don't get to retain the engagement. You don't get the views. But if you do it in the editor, you can take something out that might be quasi inappropriate that you decided that you lost your nerve to keep in there. You can remove it and keep your views and everything. And all of a sudden the comments will be talking about something and you'll be like, that's not in the video. Well, actually it was. Not anymore. So it's kind of a way to try to have your cake and eat it too. You got the engagement and the reaction and, the outrage, and then you ran away at the first sign of trouble and took it away. So,
smart.
If you're going to try to play, it's a bit of a bait and switch, but if you're going to try to do it, that is a way you could. But keep in mind, your actions then tell me something. It tells me what you were actually trying to do. You got the reaction you wanted, and then pull it away just in case anybody tries to follow up with me on it later. Just be aware of that. So let's see here. All right, so I'll read part of Buzzy's comment. They're not loving your background here, Buzzy. You gotta be polite, Buzzy. You gotta be polite. Although I gotta say, if you are in fact putting a post-it note on your screen, I actually want a screenshot of that. I want a picture. If that's true, I want to see it. I'm saying, if you're going to do it, I actually want a picture. I want proof. Picture it didn't happen. All right, so here. I think one of the main problems is so many people selling custom cards. Yeah, no, that is a big eBay issue, for sure. Hello from Title Town. There you go. So hope all are well. Good evening, Boston Kid. Yeah, eBay doesn't care about the sellers. They haven't in a very long time. They like the money, though. They like the money. Hashtag Tesla. That's true. Oh, actually, one more thing, real quick.
Since we're talking drama.
No, it's not drama. I want to give a little education for folks. This is actually useful. The Tesla thing I don't care about. My favorite thing is the Rolex flexing, because as a watch guy, I enjoy this. Okay. So just to be clear, a gold Rolex is not a very good flex. It isn't. Here's what, and let me actually tell you why. There's actually a reason for it. The reason why is because, yes, it is expensive. That's not in doubt. However, the tough watch to get is the stainless steel sports models. The gold one is always in stock. You can literally just walk in. If you have a line of credit or enough money, you can just go in and get it. That's not a flex. The flex is the hard to get one that you actually have to fight people for. You go into the Patek Philippe store and get the one that you have to fill out an application form and you actually get it for retail. That's a flex. Walking into the store and getting the one that literally anybody and their brother can get if they have the cash or the credit to go get, that's not a flex. It's kind of a weak flex, bro.
Like I always say, rarity rules.
Yeah. Well, it's not the sad part is it's not rare. They just made it difficult enough.
Scarcity.
Yeah, that's a scarcity. Yeah, they only make a couple of million a year.
Yeah.
But anyway, but that's why I say I just wanted to educate. You know, the all gold one. It's like it looks impressive. It's not to the watch guys. The watch guys are like, okay, whatever you say.
In which silly gooses tried to flex with the gold Rolex?
Our buddy.
Or Tesla,
Okay.
buddy.
Yeah, Senor Radio. So that's why I wanted to give a little education piece since we brought it up. So we have eBay sellers grading. Here. So we have eBay sellers eBay grading cards. Yeah. Like the guy in corporate form who charges to an iScore special certificate. So you're talking about Mike Baker Authenticated. Good old Mike Baker. Like I said, guys, it's been done in coins for years, and they've actually done very well with it. But because you can have, by the way, PWCC does this too. Everybody keeps forgetting the PWCC thing. They literally have a sticker.
Deal.
Yeah, the I appeal sticker. Like it's literally the same thing. That Jordan that went for much more than the ones that sold right before it and right after it had the PWCC sticker. That's why I actually went for a premium. So it actually does work, just to be clear. Just making sure.
It's grading on top of the grading.
It's not really grading though, because it's basically an eye appeal score. You're not saying the grade is wrong. You're saying that compared to other ones in the similar grade, it's on the upper end, which is actually a thing that can be. You can have a PSA 10 that's perfectly centered and a PSA 10 that barely meets the minimum. Those are two different cards.
Yeah, one's a 9.5 and the other one's 10. Yeah, got it.
They don't have a 9.5, so it doesn't work.
That's why I mean it's not there. It's the 9.
Yeah, I like 357 here. A 2021 Bowman Heritage Baseball. No idea. You're going to have to ask Topps. I know what you're talking about, but there's a lot of delays with a lot of the releases, so you have to check with the company. A lot of them will tell you. Go ahead.
I was gonna say that's the issue. It hasn't come out yet. It's running late.
As far as I know, yeah, I haven't seen anything for. I know that Topps is backed up. I can tell you that Upper Deck, the president was on a podcast some time ago. I think before the new year. He was saying that Upper Deck doesn't think they'll get back to a normal-ish schedule until 2023. Forget about this year. They're fully acknowledging it. Like, we're going to try to do what we can to release as many of these as we can within a reasonable time frame. But we know it's backed up. We know there's some sets we had to cancel because we couldn't do it. So there's no chance. There's no way. So it's like, okay. So you just have to remember that. Do you think the hobby is too thin-skinned overall? Yes. But you know what's funny? The most thin-skinned ones are the real collectors. They're the ones that are super thin-skinned because they let Sasha T bother them. They let Mojo bother them. And if anybody says anything against them, they're like, yeah. But if they had done the same video on a great collector, they'd be like, no, you can't do. Quit your whining. Get a life. Mike Baker was PSA originally. He was one of the early PSA guys. So that's kind of his credential in the hobby.
Wasn't he with GAI?
I believe as well, yeah.
Mike Baker, Steve Rocky, and I forget the third.
Yeah, because those guys were an offshoot of PSA in the early days. So Baker was PSA in the early days. Then I think he was involved with GAI. And then I'm not sure what he was doing in between, but he's been involved in those two for sure.
Yeah, he was kind of quiet for a decade.
Yeah. But like he's not, at least he's been around. But like whether you consider him to be credible, that's on you. I can't answer that for you. But at least he's been around. Like he didn't come out of nowhere. But a lot of people don't know him by name.
After a couple of weeks ago in Dallas, everybody in the hobby knows his name now.
Yeah, that's the thing is, it goes back to the Steve Hart conversation. They're not. Nobody's infallible. Yeah, exactly. Meme Lord. Nobody's infallible. Like, and then the thing is, they never were, and somebody could actually be doing a sincerely their best effort and still get it wrong. Like it's completely conceivable that you could put your best effort forward, do as much research as you can, and still get it wrong. That's allowed.
And get a raise the next year. The weatherman gets it all the time.
Yeah. Yeah. But it's one of those things where like the grading has certain rules that you can put on it, but each company has slightly different variations of the rules. They have slightly different grading scales. So it can be correct based on your grading scale, but on somebody else's grading scale, it wouldn't match because the grading scales are not universal. They can use similar verbiage, but it's not, you actually see whatever their standard is. My standard is as long as if it's a written standard and it meets that written standard and the grade that you see matches what is written down, then I don't care. You can say, oh, it's too lenient. Fair enough. But at least you're following a standard you follow. If you're saying that this is what's written down and you didn't follow that, then we got a problem.
Yeah, there's some verbiage in there that's a little bit. It can go either way.
Yeah, and that's the thing though, with subjectivity.
It's a safeguard, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, but it goes back to the whole subjectivity part where like somebody could look at it by the letter of the rule, it meets this grade, but if you're a stickler for centering and it's just off enough by your eye, you downgrade it because in your opinion the centering makes it unacceptable at that grade and you bump it down. The other guy looks at it and goes, by the letter of the rule, this is bang on. It's exactly. It's supposed to be 60-40. It is 60-40 on the dot. It's good. The other guy says, nope, not good enough.
I know. I seen a Vesna was 6, and I said, a guy was showing it on one of the sites. Anyways, like there's paper loss in the corner, a fairly decent amount. You know, and it's a 6. I'm going, there's paper loss in the corner. Like it's a fairly decent little bit. Like to the extent of a nice sized corner ding. Now, paper loss is paper loss.
Yeah. So if you get paper loss, what's your minimum grade? What's your maximum grade?
It's a 1.
It's a 1. So
It's
any
paper
any
loss.
paper loss at all.
Any paper loss has to be, yeah. That's
Does a
actually
does
the
a
killer.
scratch count? Does a scratch count?
On top of that, or just that?
No, just a scratch. If I say scratch, but maybe it like flicks off a speck or something, but you can see it.
If
Yeah.
you can see a defect, you have to downgrade
No,
it.
I'm asking a question. I'm not putting you on the spot. I'm actually just asking a question because again, there's nuance, right? Paper loss, this kind, like a scratch that can maybe take off a little bit of a slip in there, but you can see it. Does that qualify?
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, it's
I
fine.
don't know. I see myself getting worked up, and I'm about to start talking about, slab PSA Opeachy
Don't say
Gretzky's.
cuts. Okay.
I'm gonna start getting worked up about Opeachy Gretzky's if I don't.
I'll
back
let you.
out of this.
I'm actually okay with you having a rant. Like I said, I'm staying away from the other topic. If you want to rant about Opeachy cuts, I'm actually okay. I'll let it go for a little bit. But let me read a couple of these comments here.
It's not good for my health.
Then it's even doubly entertaining for me. So CAC sticker is a whole different thing in my opinion. I'm interested. Why? Just tell me why. I'm good with whatever you want to come up with that, but I'm curious. Why do you think it is a different thing? I know because I know the CAC sticker. That's what I was referring to earlier. So you tell me why you think it's a different thing. I'm just curious. I heard they delayed it because they made Wander a rookie. Could be. It's hard to say. Either way, you're going to have a delayed reaction. So no matter what, you're going to have a huge delayed reaction. Who grades vintage baseball better, PSA or SGC? I think SGC is more consistent. If you're talking vintage, I think SGC has been consistent. That's where they made their bones. That's been their bread and butter, especially pre-war. Like they've been very good historically on pre-war. I can't speak to their current graders. I don't know. But I know historically they've had a very strong niche in pre-war especially, and then in vintage in general. I feel like by the time you get to the 50s, though, PSA starts taking over market share. But pre-war SGC has been solid for a very long time, historically.
They have that reputation, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe CSG because they got the eBay thing happening, right?
Funny enough, pre-war would be an interesting spot because, like, a Ty Cobb, a beat-up Ty Cobb T206 is well over the $750 threshold at this stage.
With paper loss or without?
Doesn't matter.
Okay.
It could be cut in half in the damn thing. The damn thing would probably still be $750. So that would create an interesting case study. It's like, could you authenticate a T206 Cobb? Hopefully, I hope you can. But that would qualify. That would be one. And by the way, that's something that's plausible ungraded. Ideally, you'd have it graded, but I could very easily see that being something that somebody could try to sell ungraded because I know there's some
In a
dealers
lower
refuse.
grade, you could do
Yeah,
that.
in a lower grade,
Sure.
but it would still cross that threshold. So that's what I mean. It would be an ungraded card that crosses the threshold. So I could definitely see that being a thing. Did anybody else want to offer an opinion? Better PSA or SGC for vintage? Do you prefer? He said vintage baseball, but vintage in general, SGC has usually had a niche in that. So, any other opinions on that?
For vintage?
For vintage,
I'll support anything except for BVG.
fair enough. I get it.
I cannot say enough bad things about Beckett and every single aspect of their company, how they do things, their products, their websites, their magazines. I mean, there's not enough bad things I could possibly say about Beckett.
You could have your own show. It'd be drama.
I just cannot stand them.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you realize that I'm going to read these comments. And then it is time to commence the Beckett slander.
Thank
I
you.
will devote an hour to it.
Just I
Prepare,
can't.
brace yourself, sir.
I mean,
Whatever you like.
Yeah,
Yannick, I am amused. I am officially amused.
we're going to grade vintage cards completely different. Oh boy, here we go.
All right, we're gonna start. We're gonna come back to this. It's like,
Oh, I hate it.
do not tempt me with a good time, sir. I'm here for some Beckett slander,
There's nothing. I just cannot say enough bad things about them.
and we'll test. We'll put that to the test shortly.
Fine with me.
Any word on PSA regular grading service $14.99 or less declared value? It's already under 100. $14.99.
Oh yeah, that's
No,
so
$14.99 is 100 right now.
Yeah.
The 50 is $9.99.
Yeah.
So I would say Boston Kid, no word yet. However, it's tracking in such a way that it would not shock me if they're able to have the $50 one happen. Okay, it's fine. If that turns out okay, then it wouldn't surprise me if then it
That'll
gets
be
bumped down a
stepping.
little bit.
Yeah, it'll take time though.
Yeah, it'll be the steady progression. They'll tweak these levels a little bit as you're going along, and then I could see that being a thing, but no specific word on it yet this time. Do you think a book or books that were compilations of each article is Tough Stuff, Sport Collector, would possibly sell well? I don't think it would sell well. I would love to have it as a reference. I'd love to go and look back at some old Tough Stuffs, SCDs, old Beckett's and stuff, but I don't think it would sell well. It'd be really niche. I think it would be specific collectors that would be interested in that. Very specific.
Oh, Paul. Hey, Paul.
There you go.
I got a chance to meet Paul today. Thank you very much for seeking me out and finding me and saying hello. It was really nice to meet you, and I hope to see you again.
Mm-hmm. Very good. Very good. Thank you, Paul. Okay, so DR here. I wonder if people you ran an experiment with people who don't collect cards and gave them the grading criteria, if they would score more objectively than folks who collect cards and grade. I actually think if they had a legitimate criteria, here's the tricky part. This is an important caveat. I use the coin analogy because they actually have published standards of the different grades because they have so many grades and different things, categories and things. There's still a lot of nuance. Let's be completely clear about that. But they've got different things like photo grade, and they actually show you visual examples and like this is different kind of damage that we're looking at and whatever. And based on this, you would knock it down to here and you'd be looking. There is so little for an industry. People talk about the sports card industry and everything. There is so little nuance and like agreement on like, okay, if I say mint to you, what does that mean? I give an answer. I get an answer for person X. I get an answer from person Y. They've got this.
Lamb.
Yeah. Gem mint, we made it up. It's a thing that only existed when grading came into vogue. Because you go back and look at the old Beckett's and Tough Stuff and whatever. Mint was the thing you'd use for modern cards. And a lot of times it was near mint for the slightly older stuff. But then vintage, you drop it down another notch. So the regular price would be at these different grading levels depending on the era of the card. So you'd have these different variances. So they couldn't even agree to price it at the same level consistently because the modern was deemed to be like, oh, this is the mint price. Okay, so that card with a slightly nicked corner is not mint. How much do we knock off? That's how we used to mess with comps. It's like, yeah, that's the price in the book, but that's got a little bit of damage here. It's got a dented corner or whatever it is. I got to knock it down this amount. But if you took people who are completely objective and were somehow able to give them a well-written set of criteria and they just followed it, they'd probably be more objective than somebody who has definite opinions. That's why I use that centering example. If somebody is militant about centering, they will just instinctively downgrade it if the centering is not to par. And they can't help themselves. They'll do it automatically without even thinking about it. Whereas the card might otherwise be pretty good, but the centering is not to their standards, so therefore it gets knocked down a peg.
Can we step back a bit I just wanted to go back to the Curmudgeon's post there.
This one here about the book or books of compilations of magazines.
Would that sell? Well, I guess you'd have to get authorization from the authors to kind of publish that. But even on top of that, because I'm rewriting everything from my books, and there's articles I've written over the years. I've probably written 50 and published 50 articles between Beckett and Canadian Sports Magazine and Expo magazines, whatever. All of those articles that I've kind of forwarded when doing the new write-ups, I look at the information. It's basically outdated. Every 2 to 3 years, we learn more about a set. We learn more about stuff. So a lot of those might be misleading, because I'm looking back at my other stuff going, oh, I got so much more to add. Oh, I got to change that because I thought it was this and it's this. So I don't think it would do any good. But there is some good articles, yes, like the definition of the T206s and the ghosting.
But do you think that a full compilation, because this is a compilation of all the articles, that's a lot. That's a lot of ground. That's a lot of authors. That's a lot of ground.
Yeah.
That's my hesitancy with it, is that I have no doubt that we could get some really good articles, no doubt. But that's a lot of ground. Like even a couple of years worth of the magazine would still be a lot of articles. Less so as you get into closer and closer to the tail end of a lot of these magazines, but still, that'd be a lot of material to go through. I feel like it would be niche. I feel like there would be an audience who would like it, but they'd be very niche.
There'd be some great articles, because I've read some great past articles that I've learned stuff from. Yeah. But the copyright, and copyright, you can't really steal other people's stuff, and but anyways.
Well, when Cruise Publications comes by and sues it, we'll talk about it then. So real quick here,
no drama.
Yeah. Hey, you are more than welcome to bring Getty Images into it. I don't give a crap about Getty Images one way or the other.
I thought you said spaghetti. Sorry.
Yeah. So anyway, Smoking Cardboard is answering about the CAC thing. So coin's appearance can completely change due to toning, etc., making it look different. Fair enough. The card's true appearance does not change to keep it short. No, that's fair. But here's the key. He's right in the sense that but when the CAC does their thing, what they're trying to assess is they're trying to assess based on the grade that the coin currently is, the holder it's in right now. Do they feel that it is a high-end example for the grade? Do they feel that it is correctly graded, or do they feel that it is overgraded? If it's overgraded, no sticker. If it's adequately graded or a little bit, maybe it could go up a little bit, there's one sticker. If they feel like it's actually really, really good, almost to the point that you could argue it could probably be bumped a grade, that's where they've got another color of the sticker. What they're doing is they're taking the standard and they're saying, based on our opinion, we believe that this is an exceptional example for the grade. Funny thing about that, you go, you send it back in, you crack it out, and you resubmit it. Let's say you get the next grade. If you were to send the same one back in to them again, they might say, this is correctly graded. Oh, but why don't I get a sticker? No, it was exceptional for the previous grade, but for this grade, we feel it is correctly graded. So we're not going to give you any bonus. No sticker for you.
Yeah, coins and cards, there's so many little nuances, the little fish eyes. There's 8 fish eyes here, but there's 15 on this one, but that centering's better, and this one's, that's the juggling match. And I understand, but it really only matters when you get into the top tier grades, really more than anything else.
And one of the things that you can put on here is that there is a real element of eye appeal. Because a lot of times what they're doing is they're looking, when they're saying exceptional, they're not just saying like, yes, it's correctly graded, but they're saying like, based on this issue, this is a top tier, top quality example at this grade level. You can still have that in cards. To your point, though, there's less things you can do. On a coin, you can have scratches, you can have dents, you can have a whole bunch. It's a piece of metal. There's different types of damage that can happen versus a piece of cardboard. Very different. But again, I go back to, that's why I use centering, because it's the easiest one for people to visualize. If I take something that is barely borderline at that grade for the centering category, but everything else matches, that's not going to be special. That's not going to be exceptional. But I take something that's beautifully centered at that grade, perfectly registered where that's not the norm in that grade. That would be a special copy that the vintage connoisseur who understands that actually normally it doesn't look like that, they would pay a premium anyway, whether there's a sticker on it or not. But you're just validating, like you're making it abundantly clear to everybody, like this is an exceptional copy at this grade level compared to the norm. It's above average compared to the norm. So that's, like I said, whether you agree with that or not, whether you believe it or not, different conversation. I'm just giving you a rationale for it. And whether you think Mike Baker's qualified to make that assertion, that's a different argument. That's a different conversation. But I'm saying you could do it, and there are use cases where it could make sense. That's why I say PWCC does its own version of it. And they do get premiums on the higher end ones.
Mike Baker's getting pretty old now, too.
But that's what I mean. Like, this changes over time. Maybe at one point he would have been better suited to do it. Maybe. But now maybe today, not so much. Does somebody have a machine going off in the background?
No.
That's my wife's texting me.
Okay. So anyway, so 357, this is Absent Landlords. Cowbell, it's a brewery in Ontario.
Absent Landlords?
It's called Absent Landlord, yeah. That's the name.
There you go. I got to get some of that.
Yeah. It's pretty solid though.
Nobody's
They did a pretty good job with it. It's from Cowbell Brewing, out of I think Colborne, Ontario. No, sorry,
Oh.
Blythe.
Oh, Blythe.
Yeah, Blythe.
Eric,
What's up, buddy?
why did you pick that notification noise?
Because it's loud and I have a hearing problem.
What?
It's
Has nothing to
loud.
do
It's
because
high
it's your
pitched.
wife?
No, it's for everything.
But you're
It-
on a show.
Yeah, yeah.
Doesn't it just light up when it kind of, you know?
It does that too, I guess.
There you go. So do you think the old SGC slabs hurt the market value of the slab versus the new ones? I do prefer the newer ones. I think the old ones with with the 0 to 100 scale are a little awkward.
Yeah.
You can figure it out. And there was also an interim where they had the 1 to 1 0 to 100 and 1 to
And the
10
grade.
numerical. Yeah.
Yeah.
So because a lot of times you throw off, oh, that's an 86. What does that mean? I believe 86 was like a 7. I believe 86 was like a 7.
Did they put a 7 or did they just put near mint? No.
They had one where they just did the bigger number, and then they did one where they did both numbers,
Oh,
like as an interim before they converted to the 1 to 10. So it may not necessarily. It depends on the card.
I
like
think
if
that
it's,
hurt them early on, though.
yeah, it made it more complicated because they would say, oh, a 0 to 100 scale, but it's like, but you don't have 100 grades. That's not a real thing.
You guys see
It's
the
not a.
deal this week?
But it kind of eliminates that partial better grade kind of.
Well,
You can fit it in there, but
the-
nobody's taking that same path, so they're unique in that.
That's the reason why I said though, PSA can't do a black label 10 because they never set the parameters. BGS was able to because they did 9.5 and then 10. That created a situation, and you could have a perfect 10 because they also had subgrades. SGC, their 10 was a 98. So therefore a 100 existed. Therefore you could actually do the gold label. So they actually created the scenario where they gave themselves room to be able to do that after. They could be like, no, a pristine 100 is now our gold label 10. Okay.
50%.
Yeah.
PSA could go 10 plus.
That's always
Turn it
been
up
Final
to
tap.
11.
Spinal tap it, baby.
Spinal Tap it, make it 11. Yeah. So
Can you
it's a
imagine,
matter of
Eric,
opinion. It's a matter of
would have
opinion,
a
but I think it hurts a
PSA
little bit for
11
some cards.
Gretzky?
PSA 11 Gretzky. Good Lord. We don't even have a 10. And yet 11.
Yeah, I know.
11. Yeah, BGS really dropped the ball. They need to be bought out. At this stage, probably, yeah. Yeah, some coins look like they're one of a kind versus, whereas a card typically can vary slightly. Yeah, no, I agree. I'm not disagreeing with you, but I'm just giving you part of the argument for it. I'm just
Who would court Beckett right now? I don't know.
The value is dropping as we speak. BVG and BCCG, yep. Good evening, Filmington, live from Mid Collective in Vegas. Isn't that in March?
Nice.
I'd love it if it was the case, but I thought didn't they move that to March?
No,
The
it's
Mid Collective.
canceled. I think Phil, from what I remember, had a bachelor party or something. So it was supposed
Okay.
to be in the same time or something like that. He said it on the show.
Oh, interesting. Okay, sure, fair
You know
enough.
what?
So he
I
was
driving.
excited to go, I think.
All right.
Something to do.
Look, I'll take it your word. I don't remember that one, but fair. If that's the case, fair enough. But anyway, good
I
evening,
think
Phil.
I
By the way.
recall.
I have no problem with the old green SGC salads. There you go. Nothing wrong. The cards are still good. The cards are still like
Right.
if you get the old SGC ones, the cards are still good. I just think the 0 to 100 was really confusing for a long time for a lot of folks.
Yeah.
And even me who knew the scale is like, this is still really awkward, guys. This still creates some weird number combinations. It's like, it doesn't naturally make sense to people.
And why are you going to create your own scale, have an 86 up there, and then right underneath it, tell me that that's a 7?
Well, you know, it's funny.
It's like,
the comic books
this is so
graded like
stupid.
that, though. No, the comic books did it. And they have no problem with it. But it's sort of they're the leader in the comic book, so and they all kind of both companies do it. I forget the two different companies.
Well, that's just it. Yeah. Once they establish a convention, well, I've given. Did I ever explain? So this is just real quick. Again, another genre. I get it. Do you know why coins have a 0 to 170 scale instead of like 0 to 100 or 0 to 10 or whatever? Why they have 70?
No.
I'm not an expert at that.
So that was done in the 40s. So they came up with the idea. The original guy who did it, his concept was that a 1 was 1/70th the value of a 70. It was based on price. So he was thinking that a 70 is like a pristine, great coin, and that would be worth 70 times what the 1 was. Therefore, a 1 to 70 scale. and they just kept
Okay.
it. They never went away from it. So, but then over time, then they had years and years and years, and they eventually established standards. At first, very basic. They start off like cards. They had only, yes, we have a 1 to 70 scale, but we're only going to use like 10 of those numbers. But then as they realize more nuances, they're like, okay, let's add some more in there. And then eventually, you could get a book like 100 pages long on how to accurately grade. So they're more sophisticated in the grading. Like they really go into nuance on that. But that's the only reason for the 0 to 70 scale. That's the only reason why.
Yeah, for sure. You know, it's funny. I was driving up to Bolton. That's north of Toronto. It's about an hour north, and took my mother-in-law to buy a Chihuahua. Anyways, I turned the corner and I go, "Hey, there's Mint Grading right there." I didn't even know they were in Bolton. So they have a store right up there.
See, they missed out. They should have used the 0 to 70 scale.
They have that mint leaf on their thing.
Yeah.
And I went,
they look horrible too.
It's not very good. No.
"Do you like anybody, Eric? Come on."
I like you most times.
No, card companies. Me, I'm okay.
All right, stay away from BVG and BCCG. I agree, Rick. I agree.
Card
And good
grading
evening. And good evening, Rick. 357 here. Every card was made when it collected in the 80s, even while using rubber bands. Yeah, a lot, quite a bit. Slabs, but buy the card, not the slab yet. I'm with you.
Nobody does that.
Not at this point.
I did when I first. I got to be honest. First time ever. I've done it once. When I was up there with you guys at the show, I bought a O-Pee-Chee 1971 O-Pee-Chee Bobby Orr in a KSA slab. It's the only KSA slab I have. And I was like, I'm going to ignore the slab. I want the card. The price, it's in good shape. The price is where I can pay for it. I'm going to buy it. So I bought the card, not the slab, on that one occasion.
Well, I was just happy for you that the card was printed on both sides. With KSA, I can't promise that. I was just thrilled it was printed on both sides.
That's why I grabbed it. I was shocked to myself. That's why I grabbed it.
Did you take it out and put it in an upside down one touch?
Ooh,
I should.
That would enhance the value.
I think so.
That would raise the value.
Yeah, we have a guy locally now that it comes to the shows, boxes and boxes and boxes of KSA slabs, and I think one, the prices are too high, and two, I don't want them.
Yeah, KSA. I saw something on 54 Gordie Howe. It's long. I was scrolling and I found that Vesna and the Gordie Howe.
Oh, okay, yeah. I think you sent me a picture of the Gordy. Yeah, I think you sent me a picture of the Gordy.
Yeah, how was that?
Yeah, not great.
It's just like, come on. Like there's
Again, at least it was printed on both sides.
It was.
like, listen, my bar with KSA is low. Is it printed on both sides? Okay.
I think the hardest thing to determine is what you think, or how far you think a corner ding is when it turns into a crease, I guess.
Yeah.
And obviously, there's some varying degrees of excellence in grading of those. So,
nope, I'm with you. So real quick here, I'll read. The David Ortiz, 97 for the Ultra PSA sold for $450. It wouldn't surprise me. He did get to the Hall of Fame. You got to buy. There's your Bobby Orr. There you go, and printed on both sides, no less. Look at you.
So, what grade do you think that is? Raw. Like, what grade is that, actually?
It's a 4. I think, I don't, there's a little corners, little bent down here. And
I remember you showing me. I just can't remember it now. It's been too long.
I think it's possible that it could even get a higher grade.
4.2?
Yeah, maybe.
Let's bring back the 100 scale. Bring back the 100 scale.
It really is.
We're there.
In good shape, so.
See, I think the thing that threw it off, like, no jokes aside, I think the thing that messed up the whole SGC thing was that they went with the 0 to 100 scale, but when you tried to convert it, like I said, it was either 84 or 86 that was a 7. And everyone's sitting there looking like, I'm sorry, what? Excuse me? What?
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't that be a 70? It's like, no, 84 or 86. I can't remember which one. I was like, okay then. And it was endlessly confusing. The last couple of grades would just make no sense whatsoever.
Then
You're trying to do these middle grades, but it made no sense.
Beckett with her BCCG.
Yeah, I mean, Carlos, that was the point I was trying to make a few minutes ago with them. It's like you have your top number, and then they right underneath it they'd show you the equation, the number that it's supposed to be, and it's like why have 2? If you're going to go with 1 to 100, and that's going to be your niche, stick to that. Don't tell me that an 86 is a 7. Why is the 7 on? If you got to put the 7 on there, just go 1 through 10 like everyone else.
Improves your odds. Being right.
It's like, but doesn't it make you feel better to know it's an 86 or
Yeah.
84? Yeah,
so
out of
glad they
100, that's
changed.
great.
I think it
Yeah,
looks
in
so much
school,
better.
that would be great.
I like the big, thick number. I think it looks a lot nicer with the tuxedo.
It's an improvement. It's still
Keep
very
it
basic,
easier.
but it is an improvement.
Wrong font. Wrong font.
Definitely did
Make it
not
simple.
It is.
did not like the old ones. And I
Okay.
stayed away from them because I thought they were ugly. And the
But you
number,
bought KSA.
that's a Bobby Orr card. I had to make,
I have one here.
for
There you go. That's the newer one.
that's the newer one. And I think that is nice looking.
At least it's clear. Like I said, I do appreciate that at least it's
Large.
clear. It is bigger, so it is straight up. That's an 8.5. We don't have to work too hard. We can see what it is. We're done with that.
It's large and in charge there, brother.
I didn't touch on it too much in tonight's live stream, but the other thing as well, I think this one will qualify. I haven't looked it up. I'll probably check it tonight. We'll look at it. They did make the note with SGC's update that now you get images of a lot of the newer ones. So if it was graded in the last 18 months, you can actually see an image of this card and see if it matches what is in their lookup.
Well, they already scan them anyway, so what's the
Yeah.
problem with downloading that?
Well, no, but that's what they did. That one of their updates was like, we've been building up this database. Now, if you were graded in the last 18 months, you can do the lookup and you will see the picture of the card.
PSC
Which
as
great.
well, right?
Sounds good.
I've said
PSA
that
as
for
well, right?
years. Why don't they do that?
That's a big task.
Yeah.
A lot of extra effort for, remember, $8 submissions that, PSA.
And that's what I was always told, that it's an extra step. You got to pay someone to take the scans, download them on the website, and it's time and money, and that's why they don't do it.
I think that would have been a value-added service if PSA originally would have, when they started adding the fee, that they did that service too, to add to it. When they take a fee for the percentage of the card value. I think
agree.
that would have been a great little, justification.
So right here, I can show you. So if I sign in, you can get the high-res image, but that is the card in question.
Okay.
So it's good. So obviously this one, and it tells you when it was graded. This was graded in January 2021.
Yeah, I just think that's fantastic, and I've been asking for that for years.
Yeah. So we
That's
like
awesome.
to tease. I like to tease some of the. I like to tease as you see in a couple of these other ones, but it's a good thing. I think that's a good feature. I like it. I do
So
approve.
Is any grade, or is it grade above or something? Or
All of them now. All of them.
All
now.
of them. Okay, everyone.
Yeah, I think that's fantastic. I really like
it's a good thing.
the direction that SGC is heading in. I like the way they look. I like this. I really like the direction they're going in.
No, like I said, in this situation, we want to be fair. I want to give them credit. This is a good thing. I think this is a good addition. No extra charge. Great. And for the last 18 months that they've been building up the database, wonderful.
Yeah.
And going forward, they're scanning all of them. Good. Wonderful.
Yeah.
And by the way, if you have the card and you want to have a nice high-res image, you can sign in and be able to download the image and have access to it. You can put that on your eBay and it's a better image. Like there's some nice features. And also from security, being able to look it up and making sure it looks right compared to what you've got in front of you.
Yeah.
These are good things. All of
Yeah.
these are good things. So good evening, Korean Cardboard. Let me get caught up on these comments
It's a
here.
heck of a database over the next 10 years, imagine.
It's going to be a lot, yeah. I feel like grading was created for the top 1% of cards and now has gone to the masses of cards to a certain degree. I feel like it's an overwhelming number of slabs. A lot of them, yes. I will say, though, it was always good for like the quote-unquote high-end cards, but also for cards that are commonly counterfeited. Because when you're trying to like move the cards and stuff like that, that was always a concern. It was always a problem is that, okay, so did you trim it? Did you alter it? Is it a reprint? Like, what's
Did your
going on?
mom sign it?
Yeah. Yeah, there's certain issues like that. I like this one. Here I thought they didn't discover numbers past 70 until the 50s. Allegedly. Here's my $1 million idea for free. Since we now have fingerprint technology for cards, a grading company should exist. Use that instead of a 1 to 10 scale. Instead, they rank all cards against the others. A digital slab that grades get updated. Instead of a gem card, you want the card at 90th percentile. That is a lot of additional layers of complexity with the database. Entertaining. I get a kick out of it. It's entertaining. Print state 70. I like where you're going with this.
It'll be $300 a graded card minimum coming up soon.
So I can comment on that. You want to read
Please.
it? Go ahead. So
You said KSA is somewhat illegitimate. They kind of are.
Right.
And Eric said they may have undergraded his card.
okay.
Oh,
so-
maybe.
So my point is twofold. One, anybody who's holding their own slab is prejudiced and always thinks it should be higher. So
Yep.
you can't go by anything I have to say. Second,
Never.
I honestly believe that KSA is so bad the way they grade cards is they have numbers on a wall and they throw darts at them, blindfolded, and whatever that comes up with, that's what they throw on a card.
Well, Nathan's tall, so he'd hit the higher numbers.
I honestly believe that, and I've seen cards that aren't mine.
I only have one thing that would dispel your dartboard theory.
What's that?
Well, on the dartboard we have 20. So why haven't I gotten a KSA 20? Is he that bad at darts?
Well, no, it's an SGC kind of basis. So 20 is actually
brutal.
100, or sorry, a 10.
No, I think he just put like.
What if we get triple doubles? What about 180? I want 180. I want 180. I will have a celebration. That'll be revealed.
That's 3 darts.
So I have held KSA slabs that I've looked at the card and I've went, this grade is too high, but I've also seen this grade's too low. I've seen tons of them, and I've seen them bad both ways.
So I feel that it would not be putting words in your mouth to suggest they're somewhat inconsistent.
Yeah. So that's why. And again, don't listen to what I have to say. I'm prejudiced. It's my card.
Fair enough. So you're easy to throw shade at SGC, but PSA didn't exist then. Yes, they did. PSA was a 91. SGC came not long after. I want to say SGC 99, 98, thereabouts. It was in the late 90s.
Yeah, it was right there.
Yeah. PSA was first out of the blocks for sports cards in 91. That was when they did the Honus Wagner, the completely legitimate, has never been trimmed in any way. I don't care what anybody says. Honus Wagner. So that was 91. But then SGC though has been around for a lot longer than a lot of folks do think. But they've been grading since the late 90s.
So in the game, you use Beckett, right?
Yeah, in the game used was a Beckett case originally, and then they did keep the case going forward after that. I don't know if it was a licensing deal, by the way, because Beckett did have a couple of years where they actually graded them, Beckett slabs completely, but I think they kept, maybe they did say, like, hey, can you sell us more of those cases? We want to keep using them.
These are nice cases. They're better than the Beckett's, actually. I think
okay.
A little different. I like them.
I think they do a good job at holding the card. The only concern I've always had with those is that at some point, if they ever scratch or whatever, you can never replace them. Because if they ever actually successfully crack enough, you either keep it that way and just live with it, or they break eventually and you end up with the card out of the slab anyway.
There is something actually you can take out the scratches. I'm not too sure about cards, but I do it with some other things that I have. I have these keychains, and it'll take the scratches off. It's kind of a
isn't it like a polish remover or something like that?
Yeah, so sometimes like these keychains that are plastic or loose.
Okay.
They'll scratch up a lot, and then you can just I used to actually toothpaste. You could use toothpaste.
I believe so, yeah.
White toothpaste with grit, and it works. But there's my friend has this other chemical stuff. I don't know what it is, but
you can go to an auto body place, auto shop, and get Scratch X.
Yeah.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. It's basically just it basically will fill it in for you and make it a little bit smoother again.
No, I think this really buffs down. Like it takes almost a little layer off. It's almost.
I think you have to. I don't think you can I think you have to push it down a layer, no matter what, in order to get legitimate. Because if it's a real scratch, you can't just
It doesn't disappear.
Yeah, exactly.
You ever go to you see those windshield commercials where they fill it with caulking and then they say, yeah, it's good? Yeah, okay, whatever.
Okay. So good evening, Brian. Absolutely. What was your school grading scale up in Canada? When was an A grade range and what was a failing grade in school? So I think Bobby will have a different answer. I think A- was 80. And then I think for A, you had to go 90 and above.
We didn't really do the letters. It was mostly a percentage.
So just straight percentage?
Yeah, because I got 55 in English and 95 in math. So
yeah.
So I got an A and a C.
And 55's an F.
Fuck you.
That's what it is.
Yeah, well, I failed, and I've written 50 articles and 3 books, and you have not. Bye-bye.
Yeah. I think the scale that they use for mine for letter grades, I think D- was a 50. I think you had to go to 49 to get an F.
Oh, thank God I made it. Oof.
60 here. 60 is D-.
60 is a fail.
Really?
And even with heightened standards, we still ended up where we are with you.
No wonder people seem smarter than they are.
Are we sure we didn't bell curve this thing? It's like, yeah. 55 is a failure.
You're
it's
good.
Like, bump them 25%.
I cheated.
It's like, but you still ended up with 60. It's like, well, we bell curved you 25. Dear Lord.
I protected the smart kids. Make sure nobody was bullying them.
There you go. I like it. It was a random question, but I did appreciate it. It was a non sequitur, but fair enough. I like the question. Thank you, Bob. Hey, Bob, let me know if you want to come on. I'll shoot you a link. No worries. Just let me know. Whatever happened to vintage card prices? I feel like they're still around.
BCP? Yeah.
I think they're still around. Yeah. I think
they actually did a nice job.
I was going to say, didn't they enhance their interface a little bit?
They did a bit, and it's funny. They almost have all the cards in there now.
Ooh, fancy.
It's like,
fancy.
How long did it take? And they were. I remember I joined them actually when they first started, and they had no hockey. Like, it was very little. It's like, oh, whatever. But I was dealing in a little bit of other things too. And finally, they bumped up their service. It was $20, and then they changed to you can be a silver at $20 or $30 for the gold, and you only access this amount. I was just like, okay, guys, see you later. $20 US a month. Yeah, that's when the dollar was at what, 150. Yeah, that was a monthly bill. That was kind of like,
Yep, sounds fair. So 357, Ed Westergaard voted for you, YouTube Hall of Fame. I've found a surprising amount of those things, so I do appreciate that. I'll check out the video later on. I do appreciate my darts. We do like our 180. Yeah, SGC 1998. There you go. Perfect. Thank you, Peter Collect. Yep. Yeah, no worries. I just remember it because I do remember when they first came out. PSA was around. You got anybody who remembers like the late 90s, if you weren't into that scene, like you knew of them, you saw the cases once in a while, but it's not like today. When we had last weekend, we did, and I said that like PSA is graded upwards of like 30 million, almost 40 million cards. You just have to think and they're on a 10 million card a year pace right now. So it's like that number ain't getting smaller. The number's getting a lot bigger. That's why I say, like, when they talk about these other companies taking market, look, man, focus on what you're doing. If you can become a strong, legitimate number 2, that's not a bad place to be. That's still a lot of business.
It's good. Number 1, you're always going to get taken down. Or try to.
The thing is, almost everybody hates you when you're number 1. And so in a way, it's like, look, let them take the bullets, become a strong, solid, legitimate number 2 where everybody looks at you immediately thereafter. Be that strong number 2. And to be honest, I want competition for that. I want CSG to want to be in that spot. BGS, I'm writing them off. They're going to be number 4 at best going forward.
Maybe.
SGC, SGC hopefully will do their thing. I'd like to see SGC continue to do well. I give them flack because for a while they deserved it. They made some missteps. However, they have plodded along very nicely since then. I've been keeping an eye, and they've been doing some smart things. Keep doing what you're doing. Don't go crazy. Just keep plodding along, adding these little things here and there. And when Peter did this latest update, I think he presented it perfectly. He said, for some of you, some of these changes are not that exciting. We're working on it. We're building slowly this thing. This database of 18 months worth of scanned cards, that's cool. That's great. You're building it up. Now you're joining. Right now, BGS is still lagging behind. CSG has that. PSA has that. Now SGC has it. You're leaving BGS in the dust. You're pushing them further and further back.
How many new graders did PSA grab?
Or how many they hire?
Yeah.
No idea. It has to be quite a number because like they're comfortably able to do over 40,000 a day capacity in terms of graded cards. That's a lot of cards, no matter how you slice it.
Yeah, they have 100 graders.
Okay.
Really?
I think that jives with what Brad said. I think he threw that number out as well.
Yeah.
So that's
100 graders, 40,000 a day.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you take that grading in consideration, so you have people who work at SGC who grade Beckett, CSG, then you have PSA. They have 100, which they probably had 30 before 40. I don't know. So who's really grading the best? Like, are you the best? Well,
I think
so
they have
questionable.
certain, like if you set a Babe Ruth card in, I think they have certain people for that,
Well, that's always been the point that I've made is that, look, in anything like that, there is a pecking order. Like if you're sending in one of the high-end stuff, let's put it this way.
It's just to say that they're not, other companies are not as competent as, if not as competent, if not better. So one company it's just one sells for more. I don't think there's really any better graders. You can only get so good anyways.
Yeah.
But then again, I thought you could only get so good on wrapping boxes. But anyways,
allegedly.
Can I
go ahead
on that? So the reason I would disagree with you, Bobby, is you have some companies. I know. I'm sorry.
It's all right. I love it.
All right. So the reason I would disagree is because you have some companies that have been
Fucking
doing
Eric again. Yeah.
Double the price on his access to the website.
Guy.
Bobby, I already told you this, and I'm gonna air it for everybody. Eric, I gave Bobby the best suggestion of all time. I told him that if he runs out of YouTube stuff to watch and he needs amusement, he should give you sneak previews of the website, but only give you like 50 DPI images, like these micros. It's something you can stand there, it's like grab like a binocular, grab like a telescope, and try to stare at it, going, "What is it? I think it's a corner of a Bobby Orr."
Oh, that'd be torturous.
That's the point.
I know.
Finish what you were saying there, Eric.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying that
Disagreeing with me, yes.
when it comes to the major companies, you're 100% correct. In my opinion, with all these other companies that have coming in, I've talked to some of the owners of these new companies that have been showing up, and I've asked, what their expertise is, what experience do they have. And I had one gentleman, and I'm not going to even lead to what company because I don't think that's fair, tell me, well, I've been in the business for 30 years. I go, what business? Collecting. I go, but you never worked for a grading company and you're starting a grading company. You and some friends put your money together and starting a grading company, but you have no experience in grading. Yes, I do. I've been in the hobby 30 years. And I was like, I wouldn't give this guy 3 cents.
Yep.
I mean, I've been in the hobby since 1988 too. I don't have.
You surely can grade well.
I don't.
Right.
Well, I can't grade my own cards because I'll just lie. But I don't have the experience of what it takes to grade and how to, look at every little tiny thing under a microscope. I would like to take some classes. I like to, be a intern.
I don't think there's classes, but yeah, there might be interns.
There's actually a question. So what Eric's saying though leads me down a thought. I actually have a thought, and
I got that too.
Yeah, and I'd like to take a stab at this. Let me read a couple of these comments, and then let me come back to this thought. VCP original was great, but it lists sales price. Maybe see a PSA 3 recent sale and a PSA 4 from 4 years ago, limited that way, which Card Ladder tried to address. And I think as they build their database, I think it'll help. So Personal Finance Dad, Dustin, good evening. I did get your SGC for the win in there as well. Stricky, 100 graders and how many are newbies? Most of them probably. Yeah. And also newbies is going to go, like, I feel like that's going to be a turnover job, especially at the low end. I feel like that's something where you'll have some churn at that lower end as people get, oh, this job kind of sucks, let me get out of here, and then you hire somebody else to replace them. You're going to have a little bit of that. Don't think it's much of a differential in graders. In terms of quality graders, no. BGS, Lord knows. Let's keep it to 3 for now. And BGS needs to earn its way back into this conversation. Newfangled, flat build, the 80s curve style. Eric likes to have his curve on there. Okay, perfect. So we got caught up. The thought that what Eric's comment gave me was, and this has always been a kind of a sticking point with a lot of these grading things, a lot of these conversations. You can have a lot of experience in cards. You can even think you have experience grading cards, but the problem is since there's no unified standard, what are you comparing it to? Because what you're really doing is you're looking at the thing and you're looking for flaws, right? You can, on a lot of cards, let's use vintage because a lot of them have borders, so it makes it a little bit easier. It makes your life a little easier. You can figure out what the centering is. Pull out the ruler and figure it out. Do a little math and you can figure out what centering is. Great. Okay. Are the corners dinged up or damaged? Yes, no. Wonderful. Are the edges looking good? Yes, no. Okay, surface. Let's you got to tilt it a little bit in the light. You'll start to see maybe if there's some scratches, some dents, maybe some surface indentation. However, how much is too much? At what point does something cross over where it's like a very slight thing and becomes a full flat out crease, or the crease breaks the paper? Like, are you getting there's so much little tiny, 1 or 2 micro creases versus one more noticeable crease.
Or paper wrinkle.
Yeah. But I'm offering just a few of a slew of nuances. And it's like, okay, so where do you want to do it? I consider myself to be a fairly decent grader, but that's because I focus on just, if I'm going to send to a third-party grader and they have a published standard, I focus on the published standard and grade my card based on that standard. That's what I'm doing. But you need an anchor point. Otherwise, I'm just counting flaws. And by the way, if you stare at a card long enough, you can find flaws.
Oh.
So it's paper. It's like it's a very very thin thing. There's not a lot there's a ton that can go wrong. There's a lot that can happen on an otherwise very nice card. And the card could be otherwise aesthetically appealing. But by the way, same vein, how much magnification you want to use. If I use enough magnification, we will find flaws on a seemingly perfect card at this length with the naked eye. But I go put it under 100 times magnification, we can find tons of stuff.
That's the old saying, like far from good and good from far, right?
Yeah. So the question is, like, at what level do you want to put it in? So somebody could be good at grading compared to a scale that's written down. You understand what you're anchoring it to. Oh, so you get quite a bit of number of tens. How do you do it? Well, I looked at what their published standard is. I'm playing to your standard. Somebody else has a different standard. I got to completely change what I'm looking for.
Yeah, I'm predisposed to centering. The aesthetic
Sure.
is the most important part.
Sure.
Or my friend he's been collecting for 40 years. He doesn't care. He says, as long as the corners are sharp, I'm happy. I'm going, yeah, but it's kind of way off. So corners are sharp. That's how it came from the factory. I don't care.
Bobby, what if the front is centered well, but the back is like, peachy cotton? The front looks all right, but the back is just totally off to the left.
Yeah, well, that has to be taken down a grade. I don't think it should qualify for a 10. Or, whatever.
I agree.
There should be some consideration for the back.
I agree.
It is just the back, but it is part of the card.
I agree.
So,
And I don't think the back of the cards are looked at the way they should. And I think,
well, you can get a little bit too finite on the back of the card. The front of the card is really the front aesthetic of it. Yeah, so that actually holds a lot of precedence over the back of the card.
but we're not talking about a painting at a museum where there's
no back on the paint. There's nothing on the back of the painting.
So
unless it's a Kandinsky, then you can both sides, right? So, but anyways, go ahead.
So there's a back to these things that counts, and I don't think it gets paid enough attention to.
So you want every card to be a 7?
I have no problem with every card being a 7. And finally, when something is better and it goes to an 8, that's going to be a big deal.
Well, that goes back.
I understand that. Yeah, I get it, but that's a perfect world, and it doesn't work here.
Okay, so that kind of leads. And by the way, guys, thank you for the comments. And if there's anything you want to chime in on any of this, or if there's something else you want to touch on, do so. Throw it in the chat, and we can talk about it. But since we're on the topic, there's some nuances that we can cover and talk about a little bit tonight. Like I said, crazy news-wise, not that crazy, but tonight's a general hobby talk night, so it's an opportunity if you guys want to tackle any other pieces. Let's do that. Since we're on that subject, though, there is the whole argument for whether it's better to have a lighter grading standard or a heavier grading standard, and that kind of plays into what Eric just said. So here's the question. If it's consistent, as long as it's consistent, either way, so I'll give you consistency, equivalent consistency. Do you prefer a lighter grading standard where the numbers are higher and you feel better about it, but it's consistent? You send it in 100 times and you get pretty much the same grade 97 times out of 100. So you're pretty consistent. Versus the other one where they nitpick everything. It's really hard to get anything higher than about an 8. But again, 97 times out of 100, you send it in, it'll get the same grade. Because the market is still looking at these different graders, and let's assume 2 graders. I'm not picking any names. Let's just say 2 graders. They're equivalent in consistency, 97% in my example. One grades, this will call it an 8, this one will call it a 9. But 97% of the time, it'll still be an 8 and it'll still be a 9. Which one would you prefer?
I think the market will figure that out in value over time. I know I heard that CSG is hard on their grades. Is that
has been the experience of folks at this point?
And I don't mind that, but however, it's kind of scary if you're really looking for the 10s that everybody wants. Everyone gets back these 9s from brand new cards, and you sit there, hey, that should have been a 10. That should have been a 10. It's like everything's a 10, or whatever. And I know you don't like the rough cuts of O-Pee-Chee, Eric.
Allegedly.
No. It isn't about liking.
That's O-Pee-Chee.
Okay, it's not about liking. I completely accept it, but
you?
Yeah, I accept that they exist and they are part of the card.
That's about it. Yeah.
But you can't, and here we go with the Gretzky. I knew it was just a matter of time. You can't tell me something that was cut with a chainsaw is a 10. I don't care that they're all like that. The grading system has to stay the same. If the highest graded O-Pee-Chee card is a 5, okay, and that's the highest graded O-Pee-Chee card in the world, it's still worth $1 million.
I think we had this talk before. Right? It doesn't.
I
Really...
have that talk with everybody because it burns my
Shocking.
ass.
Even somebody is there like, sir, I just wanted to know how you wanted your coffee. It's like, you don't understand. This rough cut. It's like, it blows my mind.
Eric, I hate O-Peachy cuts.
Yep.
I don't mind them. Just don't tell me that it's a 10. It's
Here's
not.
my O-Peachy mug, you know. This is from the factory, 91.
That's awesome.
So it should have had a rough cut on it. As AI is used in scanning, white purple light's used. Tams will be almost no more even for Chrome cards. Grading needs to be done physically or they'll lose a lot of their customers. We'll have to see. It goes back to kind of the point here. A lot of folks talk about the AI and all that business. But again, if it did find all the flaws and knocked you down, even if it was consistent, then again, you're rendering the old grades, mute.
Yeah.
And some people would be like, no, I don't accept that, because it's like, now you've basically changed the standard by changing how we came up with the number. So like, you're going to have this weird discrepancy. What do you prefer?
There'll always be discrepancies out there between companies.
Sure.
And it'll never be a happy medium. There's not a standard grade. There's nothing standard in the industry.
Yeah. So here it's just Dustin's question: 100% machine grading, 0 human engagement. I always look at that with a Spockian eyebrow on that one. But let me throw something out here. If it's, let's say for the sake of argument, it is 100% machine grading. Let's say it's perfectly consistent. You do realize that somebody had to program that machine, right? You do realize that somebody can change the algorithm.
Don't let it be Eric. He'll be in there going,
but I'm being serious. You can start off with a standard. It's a machine. A machine will do what it's programmed to do.
yes.
If somebody decides at some point to change the algorithm, it's still the same machine. It's still running the same scans. The results can change. All you've done is add a different way that we can manipulate this.
Yeah, there's no such thing as AI. AI doesn't exist. Where the computer learns to think for itself and has its own brain and personality.
Well, HGA made that quite clear.
Yeah.
They had a lot of fancy words, though. They had the best words.
They did. Yeah.
It exists.
And now they're coming back and they're not saying words.
Yep. I just wish Eric could be comfortable enough to tell us how it feels. We're working on it.
I got to come out of my shell more.
Yep. Masterpiece in the commercial. That's for the AGS. Yep. A lot of folks who call for 100% AI grading. Yeah, they don't know what they're in for. Just saying. They don't know what they're in for.
That's scary.
Eric has had too many rough cut paper cuts in kindergarten. This might be true.
It hurts.
See, Dustin, unlike you, I can get to my comments. I'm working on it, man. We're getting there.
Yeah.
He takes a little too long in some of the comments, and then like 50 comments go underneath. It's like you got to occasionally go back to the comments and get back in there. All right, so we're caught up on the comments. Beautiful.
All right,
Eric, here's your shot. I want to break this up into a couple of pieces because it's entertaining me. Begin your opening salvo of why you hate Beckett. Begin with, let's start with grading first, actually, and then we'll branch off to the website and their logo and Jeremy from Beckett's face of confusion. Whatever you want to go from there. Let's start with one.
Again, we just talked about how some people feel that there should be a standard grading, that a 7 is a 7 is a 7, doesn't matter the card, doesn't matter the cut, it's a 7 is a 7 is a 7, and there should be no difference. Well, this is a company who put out 3 different slabs at 3 different price points, where you had your B, C, 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 C.
There's 2 C's, Eric. B, C, C, G. There's 2.
And basically, it's like, listen.
It's okay. They think 50 is a 90%. Anyways,
per Bob Lewis, hit the like button for Eric Stutter. Helps support him in his moment of need.
That's right.
Yeah.
So you have the BCCC cards. They're just like, give us $10. We'll take whatever you want. Throw it in this slab and throw it any number that we decide on it and hand it back to you. They're complete garbage. Nobody wants them. Nobody buys them. You might as well call it KSA.
The funny part about that, Eric, is that KSA makes very good money. Amazingly so. Actually, a hell of a lot of money.
I believe that. Like
I know.
they've definitely put cards in the slab. Look, I was this is true story. Earlier today, I was looking at a card on eBay. I had seen it go up for auction a bunch of times. Not sell, not sell, not sell. It was a Jamie Benn card that I was like, oh, okay, you know what the hell? I'll wait until the price keeps coming down. The price came down a couple of times. Great. And I kept watching it. And then it finally was back on eBay and the guy tried to bump up the price again. And I was like, you couldn't get any bids at the lower price. What on earth possesses you to think you're going to get a buy it now at the higher price? What is wrong with you? So I just pinged him and I go, look, man, I'll give you $80. Like he was trying to get like 150, then he was trying to get 140, 130, 120, and now he's trying to get 125 again with no offer. And I was like, dude, just take 80 and move on with your day. It was in a KSA 9.5. And I'm sitting there like, and I'm sitting there,
yeah.
and I'm sitting there like, consider yourself lucky I don't offer you 55. Like I'm downgrading it. I don't need it in the, honestly, if I do win the card and I get it for a price I'm comfortable with, I'm cracking that shit out. I'm not even leaving it in the damn holder. I'm getting it out of the stupid thing because I don't need it in that holder. Like it's worthless to me. No disrespect, but it's worthless to me.
Oh, that's eBay because I offered on something. Well, the guy had it for $69. I offered like 35. You know, we're gonna play the game a little bit. He offers $67.50, and I went, oh, okay. Why don't you just delete my offer, man? At that point, you're gonna come down $2. It's like, okay.
Well, that's why I get a little bit entertained when somebody's like, oh, accepting offers. And then you keep going. It's like, okay, I'm already at like 95% of the starting price. So it's like, are you really accepting offers? Yeah. Like, are you really accepting offers? Like, are you serious?
I love it when they send you offers and
that's automated.
Yeah.
You click that to send people a
percentage. Right. But it's like 50 cents cheaper.
Yeah.
And it's like, why are you bothering me?
Well, that's 50% off at your dollar buy. So not bad.
Well, that's why I have fun with those. When I get those, it's like they send the little offer that basically moves the price down barely, and then I go in and I just go, all right, I'm going to offer you 50%. Here you go.
Yeah, how do you like it?
But there is that mentality where you put something at like $350 and someone will offer you half price. But really, it's on a weird kind of item, and really all you wanted was 150.
There is that for sure. Well, I think I saw on Instagram
something that's rare that you don't see very often. That's kind of thing.
Yeah, but there's some folks also that just are flat out tire kickers. It's very entertaining. It's very amusing.
Yeah, of course.
I think Lico3, so Nolan Lico3, posted on Instagram, and he received a message from somebody. He didn't have a best offer on this card. It was an auction. It was just a flat out auction. It was a Drew Brees card. It was Drew Brees rookie refractor. They still hold pretty good value. The comps are in the $1,000+ $1,200, $1,500. That's what they usually go for currently. Whatever. He put it at $995. As a starting bid. He wanted to start high because he goes, if you guys want to win it, I needed this price. The guy goes and messages him. Would you do 200? And he's like, it's an auction with a starting bid, and I'm starting it at nearly $1,000. He's like, would you do 200? No. I was like, I think you sir. But the thing is, I went to go look it up what the recent sales were. I was like, the lowest one was like 1,000, 1,100, 1,200. And it's like, and you offer 200. It's like, even if he had offers, it's like, are you going to be taken seriously?
Some people just do it because they're stupid.
Are you expecting an answer?
Yeah. They're hoping. That's why he probably should have put a best offer thing on there, because then it could have done the auto reject. Like, you may as well just to save yourself.
Yeah, I actually put that. My friend doesn't.
Yeah.
He sells a lot of stuff, and he goes, I just want to deal with people. I said, and you complain about dealing with people. Put your minimum in there.
Yeah.
Well, maybe then I can play a little bit more with them. Maybe they'll juggle. I'm going, eliminate this shit, because every time he calls, oh man, I have got nothing done because I'm dealing with people in emails. I'm going, put fucking minimum on there. Because he's going to give me 5 or 6 examples of that, and it's like
there's different ways of approaching it, but I think a lot of people sometimes don't understand that there's usually a rhyme or reason. Again, a veteran seller is somebody who's sold a lot of stuff versus somebody who's never sold anything.
Oh yeah.
If somebody who's sold stuff for a while makes a decision, there's usually a rationale behind it. I've shown in the past my 52 Bowman Mantle card. I was going to originally do the set. That's why I got the card, but I bought it years ago when the price is much lower than today. It is appreciated quite a bit. So I decided a while ago that I wasn't going to do the set anymore. I was like, okay, well, this kind of defeats the point. I like the card, but if somebody wants to blow me away with an offer, I'll live. I accept your terms.
Did that have the peephole in it?
What's that?
Did it have the peephole in it?
No, I don't think that was just the one where his man, like with his arms crossed, facing forward. I'll find the picture, but
I said peephole because you kind of looked a pinhole in it.
No, that one's fine. No,
I call
you're
it
thinking,
peephole,
you're thinking
right?
56. You're thinking the 56.
Oh, the 50. Okay,
Yeah.
sorry.
So this is the 50. 52 is fine. It's
You
just
have so many mantles. It's hard.
I used to have more.
Oh.
Yeah. But I said, okay, I'll put it up, but it's a situation where I don't need to sell it. So I don't need to basically price it to go. It's not one of those situations. So what I do is I put it in there. I looked at what some of the comps were going recently, and I decided to go a little bit higher. Because if the price eventually comes up, you will come up to me, not the other way around.
Uh-huh.
So I think I put it for $2,600 US, which is aggressive. It's actually high. Although the last couple have sold for a little over 2,000. So it's not crazy. But I've got a best offer. So you can go lower than that and it'll still pass it. But what happens is you'll see some folks where they'll put in like $500 and it's like, dude, it cost $500 probably 12 years ago when I bought it. You're not getting it for $500. And then they're like, and it rejects them. And then they message me. It's like, so what would you seriously take? It's like, you're at $500. It's listing at 26. I've got it at 2,600. That's a very large gap. I'll meet you part way, but you're not even close. We're not going to have a conversation.
Here's a hint. When somebody emails you and say, what's your absolute rock bottom lowest price you'd possibly take on this card, you don't answer back.
No, that's the thing. I don't. But because at that point it's a waste of my time.
Oh, yes.
But I just laugh my head off. I'm like, do you honestly think I can look at what your old offers were? So I could go in and scan it. I go, you started at $500. You're not even close. The last one sold for $2,000.
Wow.
Same grade, same card. And I argue my card has slightly better eye appeal than the ones that are sold for $2,000. So it's like, where do you think you're getting $500? I can send you the $1 million man meme if you want. Like that's about the most you get out of me. And again, I don't need to sell it. If it doesn't sell, I don't care. And the way eBay does its stuff now, you basically have a free listing and it just renews every 30 days. So I don't have to do anything. It just stays on until I either pull it down or somebody gives me an offer that I'm happy with. So I don't really have to do anything.
You might have to send that in. It's over $750 now. Ooh.
Well, it's already graded. So currently you don't have to do it on graded ones.
Okay.
It's already PSA graded. So it's already cool.
Okay.
For now, until they decide to grade the graded card.
Yeah,
but
maybe.
for now, it's fine. For now, it's fine.
But just on a side note, they should be sending the graded cards in because this is when they're having problems with people that consumers are damaging the slab themselves and then asking for refunds. If it goes through eBay and they examine it and say, now, before we ship this out, we acknowledge this thing's in perfect condition, that can't happen anymore. So I think even slabbed cards out over a certain price should be going to the third party to protect the sellers.
Oh, Eric, somewhere off. This is somebody on eBay is like, yes, Eric, yes, soon.
But you have your scan from the eBay auction itself as evidence.
People damage the slab intentionally, Bobby. Sometimes just to get a refund, they'll intentionally damage the slab and then claim it was damaged previously, and be like, "But the picture doesn't show any damage." It's like, I guess it got damaged in the mail.
So if it goes to eBay and it's a $3,000 card, blah blah blah, and they're like, "This is fine. This thing's in mint condition, no problem." Out it goes.
That's what I mean. I see a lot of problems. I see huge problems.
I do too.
That's why I wanted to touch on it. I wanted to make sure we talked about it a little bit because I did my initial video, some initial thoughts going through the idea. Sitting back and thinking about it some more, it's like, I could see a lot of ways this could go wrong.
Super labor intensive. That's what I always said about Chris and Christina from Carolina. I said, man, the job you took on was so labor intensive. There's no way of getting away with it because everything has to be monitored. So this is what eBay is sort of taking over in a grand scale. I'm glad they got bought out because then they got 5 people they hired on. So that's great. It's like
as a starting point, they've hired at least 5.
Because otherwise you're running like fucking.
Yeah.
18 hours a day.
It's going to be good in the long run though, because it also means they're going to be able to spread it out. Have them. I think my understanding from a couple of the conversations they had on their show is that they're going to have some of them specialize in certain categories, so they'll have at least a better understanding of the cards. Oh, you'll be the football guy. You'll be the basketball guy. You'll be the hockey guy. Yeah. Well, the idea is to give somebody that can focus on a certain category. So at least they're not just blindly trying to figure out these cards. They go, take some time, figure this out, do these specifically for a while, learn the nuances, and then you'll be able to input these cards better. You'll be able to better understand what's happening.
Well, that's why VCP, why are they still around then?
Nobody's fully perfected it. It's one of those things where like...
Well, they have. Card Ladder kind of has, because you have that personal determination of what, but you go VCP, that's sold. Was that a buy it now? You don't even,
Well, VCP, everybody's still under the impression it's only vintage cards, right? So, but apparently...
Well, it is called Vintage Card Pricer.
Yeah, I know, but apparently...
It's a branding issue. It's a branding issue.
It's screwed up.
They're trying to actually update in their dates, I think, like trying to catch up on all that money left on the table, right? Like,
I think the biggest thing that's going to help to Bobby's point is that Card Ladder, by hiring those additional people, it allows them to beef up the database. That database was still lagging far behind because you can only do so much.
And hockey, you were saying, especially.
Have you tried to play with it on Card Ladder lately? Go on the cells and trying to look up any cards you're looking for. Years, every day there's more and more and more now, covering like all kinds of years.
The system itself, I think, is good, but having that database beefed up is going to make it more powerful as you go forward. So like having those additional people to put the stuff in, that's just going to make life better, because then it'll be more worthwhile. And I think PSA is incentivized to have it as a value add. The good news then is because PSA has the resources, they can kind of keep the price point the same, which makes it very competitive. It makes it extremely competitive in the space. $15 a month for most people is like, if you need it. Again, I emphasize the same way I talk about this. You don't need the thing. There are plenty of free options. If it's useful to you, then $15 a month isn't too bad compared to some of other competitors.
Right. I agree.
It's only fair. In the, let's say, the trinket area, whatever you want to call it, some guy lists something, it's a $200 item, he lists it for $500. Another guy gets it, he looks online, he goes, oh, $500, I'm going to put mine at $495. I'm going to put mine on at $500. It's all $500 on a $200 item, so there's no gearing the price. So you got to sit there and look at those, and then you meet a guy and you go, I saw it on eBay, it's $500, and you can't even buy off somebody because if they think it's $500 when it's a $200 item. So that's the important part of Card Ladder. It eliminates all that crap in between, which is kind of nice. No.
Right.
What do you guys are your favorite platform, let's say, to purchase? Like, I mean, I know eBay. It's almost like you got no choice, right? You got to come in and out.
Well, that's the key with this discussion is it might not be going forward.
I know that's what I'm saying. Yeah. But like, to me, as an example. eBay, it's always kind of like you're gauging, you're looking. If there's something really you have no choice, I'll still use eBay. But being in Canada, shipping and everything, I don't have to explain that to a lot of people. But I'm more and more now, almost like my slab. I'm going more and more PWCC.
You're reading ahead to Bob Lewis's comment.
Yeah, exactly. Even ComC. So I'm sorry, but at some point, like, I know you got a lot of eyes on, but maybe there's a better players coming up.
So I think that's a really good topic, Yannick. So let's kind of roll into that one now. That's why I say tonight is going to be, we'll go from topic to topic, and as there's a good transition point, we'll switch over.
Let's say
I do like the discussion.
Your top three. What's your top three options if you want to buy cards? How about that?
Sure. Let me read a couple of these, and then
I was nowhere done with my rant on Beckett.
I said it's multi-part, Eric.
Yeah, whatever. I want to rant.
Not necessarily the slab or like.
We're gonna get to that because I want you to rant.
How you purchase your cards? How do you get?
Can you bring the microphone a little bit closer, Yannick? Just a little bit closer.
I'll turn the volume up. How about that?
You're good.
Oh, even better, yeah.
Much better. You're good. Let me read a couple of these comments real quick here, and then we'll catch up. Besides the obvious holder like One Touch and magnetic holders, are there any companies that sell just a slab to seal? Yes, I've seen kits and stuff on eBay. Yeah. Now, of course, that leads some people to create their own third-party graders, so be careful of that. But yes, there's that. I've definitely seen that. I've seen it on eBay as well. By the way, there are people that sell like stuff.
They sell a lot of them.
Oh yes.
I think they're great because they're not sonically sealed. I mean, and they're just popping. I mean, I think they're great to protect your cards. Or I've seen a bunch of people in the business use them with their business cards as advertising and stuff. I think they're cool. As long as they're not being used for fraudulent reasons, which I don't think they can be, to be honest with you. I mean, and you
some people try, believe me, some people try.
You have to have no idea what a slab is like to see that as real, I guess.
Yep. No, I get you. Is eBay authenticating slabs with cards? So for now, it's raw cards over $750. That is the starting point. Right now, U.S. only. It's U.S. site only. We put out some. I put out some theoretical questions, but at the moment, it's U.S. only, 750 plus. That's what it is, and raw cards. Bob was saying the My Slabs comment. I did put up the link in case Bob or any of the regulars want to pop on, so I have pinned it there just in case, just to reference it.
What time's it getting to be, Carlos? It should be about that time where we start hearing excuses of why some people can't pop in.
It is getting to be name time. That is true. Yeah. So we'll have to see if Name's around. He's going to have to give us his daily excuse, his weekly excuse.
Yeah, I've been waiting.
So Boston Kid here says, yep. And Boston Kid says, I do know this stat, but he is accurate. So if you took away all of Hank Aaron's home runs, he'd have over 3,000 hits. Yeah, because I think he's 37-71 hits and 755 home runs. So he'd be about 30-20, give or take. So that is accurate. So we took care of that. Hopefully, Korean Cardboard. Yannick sounded a little bit louder, so I think it should be okay. So Josh here searches eBay, ComC, and has been looking PWCC weekly auction. So we do have a lot of, right now, eBay is still a player for a lot of stuff. ComC, though, does have a fair bit, and also they have integration with eBay. So, like, there is a little bit of crossover. If I see something on eBay that is on the ComC store and I'm willing to wait the extra layer, then sometimes it's better for me to go on to ComC, log on, and just buy it. Especially if it's a buy it now, because I actually get it cheaper logging into ComC. I can actually get the thing cheaper. I have to wait to ship it, but still, I do get that discount, which is nice. The PWCC one, I don't check it all the time. But I've seen the odd cards here and there. I've purchased some stuff. The experience has been okay. The weekly auction, I haven't seen too much that interests me yet, but I'll keep looking just to see what happens. The monthly one as well. So we'll see about that. I'd like to try My Slabs, but my understanding, and I have to see if there's a clear way around that, is that you need to have a PayPal account, and the PayPal account needs to be set up with a U.S. address. And that's one thing that I kind of struggle with, getting the PayPal account to acknowledge that I have that U.S. address that I can use. But I can't seem to get it to connect because I've been using that one for Canada for so long. I'm wondering if it keeps getting stuck on the .ca and doesn't let me switch it. So I was trying to connect it. I haven't been able to successfully do it. I haven't given it a full effort yet.
I had actually to contact what's the guy's name? I think Matt Green at My Slab, because I had the same issue as you with the address in my PayPal account.
Okay, so you had to contact them directly to set it up.
Yeah, I kind of just double check on something I remember, but that was over a year ago. But it's been working fine ever since, because unfortunately on My Slab, a lot of people will get scared if they know you're in Canada, right? They don't want to necessarily ship it with the custom and all that stuff, which is I completely understand. So I stopped bothering. I just send it to ship my cards, my U.S. address. So. Nice.
Okay, that's fair. So maybe if I'm feeling too lazy, maybe I'll have to speak to my people in Quebec and get them to buy shit on My Slabs. we may have to come up with some arrangements. I will send over both Poutine and English muffin slander. We can definitely do that. We can do that. that one you only get if you know. If you know, you know. All right. So Jay here. Good evening. So for Eric, Big Pappy, yes. Eric isn't the baseball guy, but yes, that is Boston. That is Boston related.
It is, and he's done a lot for charity. He's done a lot for the city. I think he's probably a really nice guy. I was horrified when he got shot a couple of years ago. Okay. I am a firm believer. It's the way I was brought up. I have no wiggle room on this. If you cheat, you don't deserve to be rewarded for it. Whether you're in baseball, whether you're a normal person in life, Lance Armstrong in cycling, whatever it is, if you cheat, I don't care if everyone else is cheating. If you cheat, you don't deserve to be rewarded. And he cheated, and he doesn't deserve to be in the Hall of Fame.
It's a strong stance. I can't disagree because he's a Boston Red Sox. But at the same time, in a realm where he was allowed in, then the Bonds and Clemens thing becomes like, you do realize You
Sorry,
can't.
who cheated?
We have to apply the same standard here, my
Right.
friends.
Yeah, and
Like, we
you
got to
have
be fair about
Schilling,
this.
and then you have Schilling, who there's no proof that he ever cheated. Okay.
Yeah,
Schilling has nothing to do with the cheating. Zero.
But
yeah. Schilling's problem is less
Right,
cheating. It's
he's
more
a
like him being a
jerk.
douchebag.
And
Okay,
whoever
so-
hey, sorry. Who did you say cheated before that? Ortiz or you? Who you
Yeah.
were talking about?
Yeah, Ortiz.
Yeah, Ortiz.
He's never busted for anything.
Yeah,
he came up positive in one of the tests.
he was a steroid user.
Yeah, allegedly, and like basically it was supposed to be a no-name test, and that's just one dude saying to another dude. There's never been like you've been finding out ever.
He got screwed. I agree that it
It's
wasn't
just we
supposed
say,
to be
buddy.
published, but it's still a
Like
fact.
Barry Bonds has never been busted either for anything.
Now, that's what I was gonna say. Not even the random testing.
Yeah, but his head grew like
No,
this.
I agree.
I'm not saying against it, but I'm just saying if you're saying he cheated, I'm sorry, dude. He never got busted for it.
Right.
Like,
I don't know.
actually, that was another topic I wanted to talk
So,
about. Let's say
I
we do the opposite. Let's say we do the same thing with hockey-wise.
Okay.
Who do you get in and out now? Do you vote for actually what's happening on the ice or what's happening outside the ice? Like you're like the moral police now all of a sudden, or what?
I am.
I'm not saying
and that's-
you, but I'm
I
saying
am.
everyone
No,
in
but
general.
I'll take that mantle. I am.
He's our moral
sorry.
police.
The
Hold on.
moral police.
Stop everything. Everything that has happened. Just stop. I need to get my head around the idea that Eric is now our morality police.
That is correct. From now on, that is the title.
I'm deeply, deeply, deeply concerned with this. I'm deeply concerned with this.
Mm-hmm.
I had to mute you, Bobby, because everything you were doing on the desk was super loud.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
O.J. Simpson, he's a Hall of Famer.
He is.
He's a murdering piece of human excrement. He
Not
is one of
guilty.
the greatest running back. No.
True enough.
He went to jail. He just got out like a year or so ago, 2 years ago.
Not for murder.
Not for murder. But he
For a
held
much
the-
dumber reason, but very much funnier reason.
Still not.
Yeah,
it was sports
He
related.
wasn't accused of murder, like civil lawsuit, but that's
No,
it.
it was holding people hostage by gunpoint.
But before we continue, Eric, I
That's
want
a
you to
whole
continue
other
your
subject.
I want you to continue your moral rant. I do.
Okay.
Because I'm being entertained by it. But before I do want to point out something. O.J. Simpson gets bonus points from me in the trolling side of things because, as you know, I am a trolling connoisseur.
Mm-hmm.
And it is a next level. It is like a next level trolling to have allegedly committed a murder and then have a book written that said, if I did it. That's like next level. I was like, it seems like a really dumb thing to do. But on the other hand, from a trolling perspective, wow, a masterstroke.
He can come out and admit that he did it today, and there's nothing that can be done about it.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
He could come out and say, I absolutely did it. This is how I did it. This is why I did it. I loved every second of it. There's nothing that can be done about it.
Double jeopardy is a wonderful thing, my friend. Double jeopardy is a wonderful thing.
If you get off on murder, it is, sure.
Yeah. But then the best part is you got off on it and you get arrested for the dumbest thing.
Oh, yeah. I want my Heisman trophy back. Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. My biggest problem with David Ortiz was that he went from being like average-ish to almost out of the league, goes to Boston, and it's like, I am now a home run hitting god. Interesting.
He's the
Very
second DH guy to go in after Edgar. You know, like as a DH position.
I don't know.
But he's considered the second greatest Red Sox of all time after Teddy Ballgame.
Well, I don't know. You have to have other conversations about
Who else
and
maybe?
things
I
like
think
that.
the playoff
but
performance.
You know, other
I think the playoff performance puts him high up there.
Oh,
That
yeah,
was the big thing because
That is the
because
big thing.
after Ruth, Ted Williams never won a World Series. Yastrzemski didn't win a World Series, but Yastrzemski had a long, great career.
Yeah.
Was able to compile huge stats over a long career. Triple Crown winner, like there's a lot there.
Yeah.
Yeah, but in terms of hardware, David Ortiz was able to rack up that postseason hardware and finish strong. Like he had a great final season. It's not like he whimpered away in his final season. He actually had a very strong final season and then walked away.
At 40, his bat speed was the same.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Which is suspicious. Which is highly
cheating.
suspicious.
He wasn't cheating.
Yeah, it was clean living.
Yep.
Clean living on a TB12 method.
Yeah, it's the TB12 method, exactly.
It comes
Longevity.
down,
Longevity, my friends.
Yeah,
it really comes down to who got caught, I guess.
Yeah, and that was the thing. It was the whole point is that he has that one suspicion. Everybody knows Bonds did something. Everybody knows, but at the same time, it's like, well, technically, he wasn't caught for anything, but we all know he did something. It's like, dude, your head doesn't physically get larger that way. That isn't normal.
no.
It's like it was not subtle. There was what he lacked in subtlety, he made up for in lack of subtlety.
Yeah, I mean, the last card, I was just about to say this, that baseball card curmudgeon said, the guy was playing for the Twins. He sucked. He got released. And next thing you know, he becomes a Hall of Famer. Huh. How does that happen? Oh, yeah, drugs.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. I'm sorry. Allegedly, yeah.
Like
The
I said,
Twins-
clean living, mineral water, yoga.
The Twins were in a dome. Do you understand how easy it is to play in a dome?
Drugs are good. Do you know how much Pfizer makes?
Yeah.
The drug stock is good.
Yeah.
Then you can get in on what Pfizer makes.
We all need painkillers at times.
There you go.
There's
Love
no
it.
wind in a dome, boys.
There's fans.
What do you know, Eric?
I
Well,
know lots of things.
Paul appreciates proper trolling. Thank you, Paul. We can always rely on you. We'll come back to more of Eric's rants tonight. I think tonight is going to be an Eric rant night. I'm feeling it. I'm liking
Me
it.
too.
I'm liking it. All right. Before we get to the rest of Eric's ranting, though, let's briefly touch on the comment that Yannick made. The idea. I gave my platforms. Do you use any platforms other than eBay currently, Eric? So I'm going to come back and get a refill. But do you use anything else? Is eBay the main one? Is there anything else you use?
eBay's the main one. I've gotten into PWCC in the last year, and I also go through 4 Sharp Corners, which is a company here in Massachusetts, near right where
I use them too.
everybody knows who they are. Yeah.
Yeah, but they're right here in Massachusetts. So, like to support a local business kind of a thing. But I've also been going through online stores, websites, card dealers who have their own websites that I've met through Clubhouse and other platforms, and have been buying like raw cards from them up in Canada and across the United States, and just going on their website and just picking cards, putting them in the cart, and getting them sent to me. So that's been kind of fun too. They're not always in mint condition, but it's like the huge dollar box. You go on these websites, and it's just the biggest dollar box in the world, and you just go through what you're interested in and put it in the cart, and you pay you $25, and then you wait a couple of weeks, and then you get a huge box, and you got 50 cards or something in your possession you get to play with. And yeah, some of them are dinged up, but if you're a set builder like me and you just want to build the set, and a ding or two isn't a big deal, then it's a lot of fun. So that's what I've been doing. I don't have to go to. Yeah, I know you don't. So I don't have to go and get slab cards. So my slabs is great. PWCC is great. When's
the last time you purchased anything off PWCC? Have you tried anything yet this year with the new weekly auction, or you bought previously last year?
At the end of last year, so just a couple of months ago, I got a couple of things.
I just bought this past Sunday now with their first time with their 20% buyer premium. I did minus 20%, and I even lowered my bid under, and I won it for that low. So I was pretty happy. You want to charge me 20%? Okay, I'll just try 20% under. See how that goes. If I lose it, okay, too bad. So sad. Whatever.
Yeah, I think I bid on 10 things, and I don't think I went over $25 on any of the bids.
This is the PWCC.
Yeah, and they all went higher, and that was fine. I was like, take it. I don't care.
I showed it to Carlo. I got a beautiful example of a buy the card, not the slab. I got a 63 stand usual, his last card, in a
nice
3 or 2. I can't remember, but it looks like a 4 or 5 all day. So
Yeah.
It's like perfect. 20.
I think it's one of those things where I think a smart play
I think
is
I got
to
it
do
for
the
$39.
math. Yeah, it was $39. That's right. I think you can do in the same way that the first PWCC auction allowed, if you were early, you did allow an opportunity to pick up some cheap bargains because people weren't sure what to make of it. They weren't sure about the format or whatever. The 20% is going to scare some people off. But that means there's an opportunity. By the way, you could put 50% buyer's premium on it. If it's $100 card and I pay $30 and you put a 50% buyer's premium, well, that's $45. That means I got it for a good deal. Like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't make a difference. You do the math and you factor it in, you reverse engineer it. If you were willing to pay 80, reverse engineer it then. Take off 20%. What would you have been comfortable? Add the 20% back on. If you're still under what you were comfortable, you're probably okay. So you can still make it work for you.
So I use different sources myself.
Go ahead.
Yeah. I use different sources for what I buy. So
Facebook Marketplace, I know, is one that you've done well on, at least one.
Yeah, you've talked about that.
Oh, there's HiBid too, which is all the auction houses across Canada and the United States. So we're looking for the unsuspecting. Actually, HiBid had there was a place in Ontario. I forget where it was, Brampton or Burlington, wherever it was. They had a Mickey Mantle on. It was at $13K. They had all the best cards, Gretzky rookies, everything. And I'm just sitting there going, man, you'd have to drive out and see them because you can't really trust them.
But did they have any PSA 11s? PSA 11 Gretzky's.
Nothing was graded. So obviously some guy passed away and he had ungraded stuff in his collection. And a lot of that stuff is actually coming to market, quite a bit of it. So you can actually go in and kind of take a spec, or if you live close, you can go visit the stuff. You can go see it if you want. But I think, I'm looking more for the deal rather than the other stuff that's kind of always out there, because you can buy it at any time. Why do you care? I'm looking for rarity. I'm looking for a good deal too. And I'm looking for the unsuspecting things that people don't know the value. Like, it is hard to know the values of all things in the hockey world. Even I don't know most of, well, I know most of them, but I mean, I don't know all of them. And, sometimes, like I said, if a guy has something on his table that's $10 and it's a $50 item, I'm going to give him the $10. I'm not going to tell him unless he has my book. If he's got my book, then he should have looked in it and should have upped it. So we're always looking for a good deal. So I'm opportunist. So HiBid is a great place for that if you're really looking for something. Just my opinion. I don't want anybody to go there. Don't go there. Well, it's all these little auction houses, all in the middle of nowhere, and they run auction. Now they can come together, put their stuff on HiBid. HiBid's like an eBay format. It's sort of like an individual who sells on eBay. This is an auction house who never really did online live auctions. Now they go through HiBid and they can have their stuff online, or you can buy or get there at the place itself. So
I'll have to check it out. I just wrote it down, so I haven't looked at it before.
Yeah, I just shot myself in the foot. No. So yeah, there is some deals there, and there is graded cards too. There's actually millions of items. It's all very, very good alternative to eBay. There is a buyer's premium, but the buyer premium is up to the company themselves. Some are 10%, some are 15, some go up to 20, but not many. Most of them are about 10%. They just want to sell the stuff.
Yep. No,
Bobby, I have something I've been wanting to show you for this entire time. Now seems like a good enough time. So I was gifted this today. I'm extremely excited about it. I don't know if you've ever seen one.
Probably not. Oh, good, nice Gordie Howe. Yeah, I think that's from one of the earlier ones.
Out of East Brookfield, Massachusetts.
Of course.
And if you look close enough, you can see that his autograph is in the plastic, right? At the top here. It's
embossed, yeah.
Yeah. I just can't get it to show.
No problem. No, I've seen it before. I've seen them before. Hundreds of times. Don't worry.
Really cool.
Well, I had never seen one, and this is very close to mint condition, and I'm very excited about having it.
It's an 86.
Ooh, he invoked the 86. We knew it was going to happen.
It's a KSA.
No, that's a nice thing. Anything in the original package, like the sharpener goes for $2, but you put it in the package, it's a $40 item.
It sold on eBay for $75 last according to comps.
Really?
Someone paid.
Now, is this a buy it now best offer, or was this on auction?
I do not recall.
Okay. No, I just ask because you always want to make that distinction. Auctions, I'm always more comfortable with the comp just because it's a little bit more straightforward. But buy it now can still be a thing. It just depends.
Yeah.
Now, I do have a question, and I want to pose this to the chat as well. So 2 things I want to say. Number 1, I brought up the comment from earlier, but I can see there's a couple of you watching. Those of you, if you're enjoying just hanging out, chatting about whatever, hit the like button. It helps the videos and things. So just reminding you once in a while. Second thing, just a question for the chat as well. We talked about a couple of different places that you can look for stuff and whatever. Do you feel like we're at the point where now, again, we talked about the eBay thing earlier. If they manage to alienate some folks, is this a situation? We're already kind of fragmented a little bit because now, if we're talking about the card situation, eBay was traditionally a pretty good venue to get a lot of stuff. But if they start shooting themselves in the foot and make it less appealing, it's already not seller friendly to begin with. We've got vaulting services. We've got PWCC, which incorporates a vaulting element. We've got ComC, which effectively is a vault with the buying and selling. You can keep it on platform until you're ready to ship it out. That has some value to it in terms of making certain things easier. And you don't have the returns. You don't have to deal as much. But if you start, some people send some cards to ComC. Some people send some PWCC. Some people send some to Golden. Some stuff ends up on high bid. And you've got all these marketplaces. At a certain point, it's almost like a full-time job just finding stuff.
Yeah.
And if you keep splitting it up into all these different places, it makes it a little bit more difficult, even for stuff that shouldn't be that difficult potentially to locate.
See, it makes it better for me on that end.
No, I get it. But I'm just saying for people who are building sets, I'm just talking about people who are working on certain things. Regular common stuff should still be pretty available. But if eBay shoots itself in the foot enough and they drive just enough traffic, you're forcing it to break up into these different spots, and it becomes a little tricky, a little problematic. Not that you can't find it. It's just the volume drops off enough where it's like eBay is getting the dregs. They're getting the stuff that didn't end up on another platform. Then it's a lot less appealing. It's a lot less appealing at that point.
True. Eric, I did find it. It was $74.95. It was a buy it now, though.
Okay.
You can't trust to buy it now.
Yeah, that's why I asked the question.
That's a 40 to not even 50, but I mean, it's a $40 item realistically. But, you know, you can put it on. I think there's another one listed with the Bobby Hull one, the Bobby Hull sharpener, 119 they want. So I guess whatever market price is market price.
How many of these sharpeners are out there with different players? Because this is the first time I've ever seen this, and I got very excited.
I have a file for that.
Yeah, it's not in your books though, right? Because I never saw them in your books.
It's really hard to do that. Eventually I'd like to get down to that's my plans. Maybe 6-8 months, a year into the website, just have all the players' items listed, like the Bobby Hall sharpener, the Gordie Howe sharpener. There's another sharpener from Gordie Howe as well too. It's really just like I said, it's a $2 sharpener, even with Gordie Howe's name, and nobody.
I have a question, Bobby.
It's all about the box, all about package. Sorry. Yes.
Did Canadian Tire in Canada did hockey equipment lines and all that stuff maybe throughout the years?
Yeah, they did lots of that.
Okay.
But they sold the generic stuff. There was nothing, very little exclusive Canadian Tire stuff. They did have their own brands, but nothing that's really stands out. If you actually had to shop at Canadian Tire for your equipment, you were on the low tier because, we were in the dressing room and it's like Canadian Tire over there. Everyone's got Cooper. They got the Canadian Tire brands. Like, okay.
It's funny. Because when I used to work at Canadian Tire and I did my interviews, this is still pre-COVID. So I went to go interview at the head office, and at the head office in the lower floor they had like a little mini Canadian Tire museum, and that's where I sat there just kind of waiting. And they had a bunch of the displays and stuff. They actually had a nice group of stuff. It was very interesting. But I was just kind of looking around. I was like, and I was literally just sitting waiting for my interview to go meet with the VP to go chat with him about the position. But I was just like, okay, interesting. And they had a whole display thing because it's the head office. They could stick a bunch of stuff in there. But yeah,
nice when they do that.
Yeah, it looks good. Like it gave it some ambiance while you're sitting there in the waiting room. You're looking at stuff. It's like, okay, there's a lot of neat stuff. So yeah, that'd be a situation, Eric. That'd be like one of the inadvertent things because it's Canada, it's Canadian Tire. They got hockey stuff around, but it's one of those things like they'll throw it in these displays and it'll be just a weird thing. It's like you don't expect to see it because you don't think about it. It's just there.
You have hockey cards at a donut shop.
Yeah.
I just, I was born on the wrong side of the border.
Coffee shop, but we'll give it donuts too.
I like the donuts. David G. Good evening. Question for the group. With Henrik and Lundqvist's jersey number being retired tonight, should we expect a jump in value in his cards, or is that reserved when he gains Hall of Fame status? I don't think you should expect a jump early. Hockey's weird that way, but it's also like people don't get too excited. And one important thing is also they bake in stuff like that early. If you've noticed, I haven't looked at any Lundqvist stuff in a while, but if you've noticed any increases in the last little while, people might have already baked that in. Because once the guy retires, it's a matter of time before his number's retired. The only guy, hockey doesn't always work that way. The only guy I can think of that saw an appreciable gain, but is also good timing with the rest of the stuff happening, was Jeter. Jeter's stuff went up quite a bit. Not at first, not after he immediately retired. Not even after it was when he was on the cusp of the Hall of Fame and people kind of remembered, oh yeah, he's going to Hall of Fame. Yeah, is the Yankee and all that. And then his rookie started to take a bit of an increase. But it actually took a while. It was a bit of a delayed reaction. So if you figure Lundqvist is a shoe-in for the Hall of Fame, I think he's got a pretty good shot. I'd be reasonably comfortable with that. But it's not for a while. It's not going to kick in for a couple of years. So even the number retirement isn't going to do much for most people in buying the cards.
I went through my sharpener file.
Okay.
There's 3 Gordie Howe different packaged sharpeners, just like that one. Same sharpener, just a different package. Kind of interesting.
You should send him a 50 DPI scan of each of them.
Oh, you're so mean.
Yes. Correct?
Yeah.
Yes. Factual statement, sir. Factual statement. Yes.
I have the ad for it too. So what date is the ad? I'll look that up for you.
There you go. So Jay here says, regarding eBay alternatives, I've purchased a higher quality vintage non-sports of the last 3 months PWCC fixed price and my slabs. Okay, very good. To fill in portions of the graded sets pre-80s via offers. No, that's good. If you can make offers, I think that's good.
I'll comment on the
Lundqvist?
Yeah. I obviously the guy's a Hall of Famer, absolutely incredible talent. Probably should still be playing if he didn't have the heart issues. It's too bad that he had to retire. He never won a Stanley Cup. He's won only 1 Vezina. Mm-hmm. Unless you are a huge goalie collector, mm-hmm. or Rangers or Lundqvist specific collector, I don't think you're going to see a bump in his stuff.
I think the Rangers thing actually hurts him a little bit too.
Well, it's original 6 at least.
No, I know for sure. I agree with that. But like out of the original 6, Rangers is like
lowest tier.
Yeah, like it really is, because you think, okay, original 6, Maple Leafs, Canadians. We can talk Bruins. We can talk Chicago Blackhawks. We can talk but we have to
name all the famous going. Rangers in
that's my
70.
Point. But that's my point. Like the Rangers' legacy history is not amazing. It's not great. The most famous Rangers of the more modern era were like Brian Leach,
Messier.
And Messier wasn't originally a Ranger, so it's like
not an original.
Retired as a Ranger.
But if you think though, like Messier built his own legacy with the Rangers, winning the Stanley Cup with them. Like he was able. So the fact that he happened to be a Ranger.
Sean Avery.
Yeah. We're really scraping. We are scraping so far to the bottom of the barrel.
Yeah, famous for the fight with Darcy Tucker or something.
You know what I mean?
Dancing in front of the goalie.
Wasn't it that Avery and Tucker or something?
Yeah,
it's not great. I think the overarching point here is not great. Not great. It's not like the worst, but not.
He was
great.
a rat. Whatever. He was a good player.
Kenny Linsman.
If he was on your team, you liked him. If he wasn't, you didn't like him. He was a rat.
Like Kenny Linsman type, yeah.
I love Kenny Linsman.
Yeah, you like rats then.
There you go. Got Marchand too. If both of those
like
players,
it up, brother.
If both of those players were on other teams, I wouldn't like them.
The Gordie Howe ad is 1971, so I'm thinking it's probably late 60s to probably 71 too. He kind of retired in 70.
71 was his first retirement.
He worked in the Detroit head office anyways for 2 years.
There you go.
So he was still typically a Detroit player.
Peter makes a good point here with this one. Joseph is an interesting case because he's right up there in the top 10 wins, and he had some great years. He had some great postseasons, some great series. He stole a series. Paul talked about that series where the Edmonton Oilers stole one against the Stars when they were on their ascent. The Stars were a really good team, but the Oilers were he was able to steal a series for them. The Stars were able to beat them the rest of the times, but for that one series, Joseph was the difference. Like he was able to really do it for them because at his apex, he was about as good as it got. Like he was great. But he's
Except
not
when
thought
he
of
came
that
to
way.
the Leafs.
Yeah, but it's like he's not thought of that way. It's one of those things like, nope, he was one of the best for a long time.
I watched him. He was amazing.
Yeah.
He was Brodeur status for me at that point. He was like, and then
talent undeniable. Talent undeniable.
Oh, he had a 6-year period where he was incredible, and then like lots of people, his ability started to deteriorate as he got older, and but that happened with everybody. I mean, was Martin Brodeur any good in St. Louis? I mean, come on.
No, for sure. I think it's one of those. It's an interesting thing though because he had accumulated a great his statistics were actually really good.
Yeah.
And he had those playoff moments, but never like all the way. If he even had one Stanley Cup, it would have changed like the perception of a lot of it. Just one. Mm-hmm. Somewhere along the way, if he had been able to get one, it would have been an interesting...
He left Toronto to go to Detroit for one. Remember at that time?
Yeah, and Detroit was good. And Detroit,
and they were great.
Yeah, they had that run, and then I think I don't remember what the sequencing was, but then Hasek came in and was able to win a cup with them, and they had a lot of great teams and great players, and it was crazy.
They actually those years that he went there, Detroit really didn't have any top tier players. It was just they played like an amazing team. It was actually fun to watch Detroit. They didn't have anybody who really stood out. It's just the team play was phenomenal. It happens like the Russians. They have those teams that just know what everybody's going. It was like amazing watching all these like mid to upper tier guys playing together like a team. Not for a paycheck. It was really good hockey at that time.
Yep, you can definitely win. So I'll play into this one. I'll have a little fun. I still want pictures or it didn't happen. You got to keep the post-it note on. Keep it on. So John here. Hey guys, been having communication with Pristine Auction. 12 high-value pieces to auction off. Okay. Don't want to use gold and thoughts on Pristine. I've know of them. I haven't used them or anything. Do you have any opinion on Pristine Auctions, Bobby?
I can't comment.
I know of them, but I just haven't dealt with them at all. Any familiar with Pristine Auctions?
Pristine?
Yeah, Pristine. I know of them, but I don't know too much about them.
But I never used them.
Like, I feel like I've read a lot of ads about them. I've heard about them over time. I've seen them auction off some stuff, but like nothing stands out in particular.
Yeah, I don't think they have a great reputation. I'm not too sure.
So I'll say, so to answer John's question, I'll say I haven't used them. I am familiar with them, heard of them. I haven't heard anything bad, if for what that says. I would say high value. I know you don't want to use golden, but if it's like really high value, like he's good at marketing that stuff. Even PWCC's Premier Auction, they're pretty good. If it's high end, you're saying high value. Even PWCC's Premier Auction, they're pretty good at advertising that stuff. The one where you can sometimes get a deal is like their monthly or weekly auctions, but if it's a premier level, you'll get some promotion. I'm not saying you can't do it with Pristine. I just don't have the familiarity, but I have heard of them. I just don't know too much about what they've done.
Yeah, and Buzzy, if you knew what was really behind there, you would buzz off right now.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Well, thank you.
Yep. So here, Denny Palmer, there you go.
I don't.
Oh my God, he's raising the roof, dear God.
No, Gannick, you're supposed to go like that.
Yep.
Anyway, whatever.
They could win a Vezina. They could win a Vezina. I don't think so.
Was that a joke about Potvin playing for the Rangers? Was that a joke?
Yeah,
I don't understand.
Okay.
It was a New York team, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. They could win a Vezina. Yeah, I don't think he did. I don't believe so. He definitely.
Boy, he must have been close. Cause...
He had to have been a finalist a couple different times, probably, because he was really good.
Oh, he was amazing. Yeah.
Eddie Belfour on the Blackhawks. Yep, that was a good run for him, especially early on.
And
Mike
he
Richter
came to the Leafs when he was on his last legs. So we get the guys always on their last.
You always get them on the wrong side of it.
Well, they always said this is actually a known thing that everybody wanted to play for every other team, but they want to retire with Toronto because Toronto always gives way too much to the legacy carries on a lot better
that is
with
true.
Toronto.
I agree
and
with
it's
that.
very true. Yeah,
I agree with that. Yep. So a second here. Okay. I do appreciate that Paul took the time to spell the whole thing out and include drops to one knee. So I love that. I love this comment. Like
Dedication.
Conceptually, I like the effort. I appreciate on several levels. I do like that. And he included gasp in there. That was pretty good. I like that.
he left to go win a cup with the Leafs. No, he left the Leafs to go win a cup with Detroit. And I remember that, and I was sad, and that's the only reason why he left, because he figured, okay, I'll take that. I want to go there because Detroit was just killing it.
Did he get traded to Toronto from St. Louis? How did he get to Toronto? I don't remember.
Probably airplane, but
well, St. Louis. Don't forget Edmonton. There was the Edmonton in between as well.
Oh, good Jesus! I forgot.
Yeah, he jumped around a little bit there, but
yeah,
I was happy when we got him. That's
probably why he's not in the Hall of Fame. That hurts your career if you're jumping around like that.
Yeah. Yeah, because then after he definitely jumped around a little bit more, especially after that, he was definitely moving around to some teams.
I think he's probably in the top 10 goalies I've ever seen of all time. I'd have to really put him in there. He was so
skill was
good.
High. Skill was real high.
Like maybe not with the Leafs, but with the other teams, he was like, wow. And like I don't care what team he had around him, he was making some phenomenal. He was just the top in the league at that time.
Have we thought about the possibility? Because I feel like Potvin was like this in a certain way. I feel like there's certain goaltenders who are better when the team sucks. Or when the team like makes it hard for them, like in a certain way, they're almost like, okay, I'll elevate myself. I'll find a way to like.
What do I got to lose, right?
Yeah, like I'll give it a go. And then when the team's actually good, it's almost like they're too comfortable, and it actually makes it harder for them, and they're not quite as effective.
Yeah,
because in Edmonton, Joseph was the reason that they held on to some of those series where it's like you're gonna get pelted with 1,000 shots. It's okay, I'll handle it.
I'm good. Yeah, he did a good job though.
I'm wondering if maybe that was part of the problem. And then when he gets to a slightly better team, it's actually harder for him for whatever reason. Maybe he can't get himself up for the games, or I'm not sure.
Maybe.
Just throwing something out there.
When he came to Toronto, he lost perception of his net. Like I can tell when a goalie's getting too old is they lose perception of net. And he kept checking with his elbows all the time. And he never did that prior to that. But when he came to the Leafs, maybe about a year in, he did that. And I went, what's going on? And then he would get out of position a lot. It was like, I don't know, he lost his equilibrium of where he was going. It just seemed like he wasn't the same guy. He was still good, very good, but not the greatness he came from. So
fair enough. I think Joseph will eventually get in. I think it's one of those things where they'll eventually just look at the totality of it and go, he put up really good stats and had some good runs with some teams. It just never materialized, but he still performed extremely well for quite a while.
And it's politics too, so you have to understand that.
Yes,
he was well respected, so that might get him something.
Interesting story. Mike Keenan tried to recruit Dennis Potvin to come out of retirement, play for the 93-94 Rangers. There you go.
Denny.
I never heard that before. I mean, he was out of the league for how many years by then? I think 85 might have been his last year, 86.
People would be surprised. Sometimes there are some guys where like there are teams that'll be like, can we coax you out of retirement to give it one more go?
After a year or two, maybe. But, I mean, oh, my God, that just would have been so long.
Polar Gordy out.
I'm with you. I get it.
I never heard that.
So Jay here making the suggestion memory lane. I think that's fair. Baz here saying pristine auction seems a little sketchy to me. Push tons of items daily. Yeah, that's one of the things that I heard. Like I said, I don't pay attention to them too much. I've heard of them. Rick here offering a suggestion as well. REA and Heritage. No problem with them. Isn't Hulk Hogan on the black tarp? Bobby is trying to keep him hidden back there in the hopes that he will never haunt the rest of the home again.
He's in the closet.
Yeah. Brother. It gets really annoying. Like you're trying to sleep and you're like, please shut up.
I know.
Yep. Items should be at least 20,000 for PWCC Premier Auction. Okay. I knew the threshold was something like that. So I guess it depends on what kind of high end John is referring to. So
I think Golden has a high end auction. I think it's 10,000 or 8,000.
I think they made it. Yeah. I think it's about 10.
Yeah. I won't be putting anything into either one of those.
Actually, my card did make it in there. The basketball Chamberlain.
Yeah, the Will Chamberlain. Yeah.
Oh, all right.
It didn't.
Was that for the premiere though?
Yeah, it was.
Okay, so was it supposed to be a 10,000 minimum though, or?
No, it wasn't. It didn't start at the. It doesn't start that minimum. It's things that are generally worth 10,000 and up.
Okay.
And I said I have no idea. He goes, why don't we give it a try? Because he was really confident. So
yeah. Well, the thing I think would help is it was Will Chamberlain. I think in all honesty, like it always had a chance, and you can promote that, and there's different ways you can do it. So at least it has a shot.
It might get to that one time. If it still says a 1-of-1, it might.
I think that's fair.
Get around.
There'll be a collector out there who will be like, I've got everything except for this thing. Oh, interesting.
I remember buyers who used to buy it, and if there was a one of a kind, boy, they were on it, and they had more money than everyone.
I checked on pristine auctions once by Google search. Card prices are low, so I was considering a bid, but they have all reserve pricing. Just kept getting relisted. Turns people off. Okay, thank you, Peter.
Yeah, I had the bad aura about pristine as soon as you said it, and I just didn't, because the ones that you know, the other ones are kind of like, I don't know.
Yeah, I think the problem I ran into is, like I said, heard of it, but I just hadn't thought about it too much.
there was a time that all these little small auctions were coming in. Do you remember? It was maybe about 10 years ago.
Yep.
And everybody was kind of, I'm going to start an auction. I'm going to start an auction. It's like, okay. Because they figured that's where the money was. It is, but it's a lot of, a lot of time and effort. And that's a lot of whatever. Because Mastro left, and then it was vying. People were vying for who's being in the top, and it opened up the bottom.
Left.
Yeah.
Left. It's like, to the cell with you.
Dragged away and handcuffed. He left.
But he's a hobby goat, guys. Hobby goat.
Well, you know something? I don't know. I got to watch how I say it and what I say it.
Okay.
I used to, the person that he is now doing business with, I used to purchase things from, and had had no opinion one way or the other, really. As soon as I realized that they were doing business together, and they said if you hear like real quickly in their little interview they did last year that he's selling his, they're doing business together.
Yeah. Master's selling stuff through Probstein.
Yeah. I have not purchased one thing from him since, and I had purchased.
They don't have $10 minimum
off of eBay. No, he has really decent stuff at decent prices on eBay, and
with the sharpest edges.
But why would you care? Why would you care? And how would you even know? So it doesn't matter.
So I just don't want. It's more principle.
I get it. No, that's completely fair.
I will not do business with him again.
That's like throwing out the baby with the bathwater, so to speak, because you're not going on Probstein, so you're denying yourself getting maybe a good card or good deal.
Well, I think the problem with Probstein is that he still has the shilling thing hanging over him, because some of those cards don't go for like a good price.
You don't shill $10 cards. Come on.
I've seen them try. Oh. I've seen low feedback bidders push that card. It's like, that's not a card. That's not a card that goes for that price.
I'm going to 11.
It's like, I don't know about that one. Guys. So yeah, left the Oilers to go to free agent. Yeah, I think it was free agency. I think that's right. Yep.
That's how the Leafs pick him up, right?
Yeah, that's right.
St. Louis.
No, St. Louis was first, then Edmonton in between.
Yeah.
Edmonton in between.
Yeah, he made the first full circle there.
Yeah, and if listing on Pristine, may have to consider put a reserve. Okay. Yep. So one last question. I have the 2 first go with Bobby Orr comic books. Okay, both are gem mint condition. Want to get them graded with CGC, but none have been graded. Thoughts on value of graded? Well, right now, anything graded, something like that, if it really is nice, it's going to basically be a pop 1 or pop 2 or whatever. So that is something. And I think a lot of folks like the idea of having, because CGC I think does Sports Illustrated issues and stuff. So they'll do some magazines. So why not? If you got a comic book, and they're comic books anyway, why not?
Are we talking like a real comic book or those little books?
It says here, first go with Bobby Orr comic books. I'm not familiar with it, but I have no doubt he has a comic book somewhere.
Is that the Bobby Orr, or is that the Bobby Cooper?
Well, you can clarify, John. If you can clarify which one you're referring to. I read
Bobby Cooper is Cooper Weeks. It was a comic book put out in 1970. 70 something. No, Cooper Weeks. It would be prior to, because it went Cooper in 1970, so it'd be prior 69. But I think it was number 4. It was kind of, is that the only, or did Good Marvel question. Do, or somebody do some other comic book of late, or in the last 10 years or something? I don't really know.
I've never seen a Bobby Orr comic book.
It's called Bobby Cooper. A lot of people call it Bobby Orr, and they have over the years.
Okay, well, I'm wondering if this is what he's referring to. Hang on, I did find something on a good old eBay. May as well use it while it's still there.
Yeah.
Okay, so this says first goal with Bobby Orr, which matches what he wrote.
Oh, that's different. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
So from Nabisco brands, from
Nabisco.
Yeah. Okay, so you got Bobby Orr there with the kids and stuff. Okay, I'm assuming this is what you're referring to, John. You can clarify for us if this is what you're referring to.
More than
Eric, you never seen this before?
I don't think I have.
Yeah, it's through Nabisco.
Write it down.
Here we go. Nabisco comic book from '82. There you go. Okay, so probably this thing.
Yeah.
So this is a JSA one.
That is
2 of
really
those.
Cool.
Yep. There you go. We're learning new things today, folks. We're learning
That
new
one's
things.
Bobby's got a case behind those curtains.
Yeah.
No, the thing that you guys don't know is he's got a case of curtains.
There might be.
It's a dark, dark secret.
There's some good old stuff behind there, boys.
Mile High may have more hockey than any other American auction house. I do know Mile High's got some stuff.
Yeah, those guys are classic Canada. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of different auction houses. I think if you're willing to expand, if you're looking for certain things and you're willing to expand your search, I find it that's the reason I posed the question earlier. I just said, I'm not saying no, but I'm just saying it will get interesting going forward if we reach a point, like I said, eBay had so much of the market for such a long time with a lot of stuff. And then, Golden was able to take some of their high end. ComC was able to take some of their regular-ish stuff that's honestly too cheap sometimes to put on eBay and make it worth your while. It's not worth it.
Now they have the tax thing too. That's
they've got that. So it's like you keep stacking these things. It's already seller unfriendly, and you're getting all these alternative options at a certain point. Now the upside is the competition can be good for the consumer. It can eventually start pushing these companies to be more competitive. That's good.
Well, I think collectively there is that competition.
There is. We definitely at that point.
Etsy, you keep naming them. They're just keep taking little pieces away from eBay.
Yeah.
And I think eBay's seeing it. However, their fees aren't dropping. They're not.
That's the point. Yes.
They're not being friendly to the customer, but they're a publicly traded company. So if they drop their fees, people will just be screaming. So it's a no-win situation for the seller, buyer. They don't lose anything.
Yeah. I think what's going to make it complex, though, and that's the reason I posed the question earlier, is that even for the collector, time still has some value. We've only got so many hours in the day. There are some folks that will obsessively search. Look, you give them 50 auction sites, they'll search them all. You give them 100 auction sites, they'll search them all. But for some of us, after a while, it's like, okay, look, this is not worth the amount of extra time I got to do to search all this. Whereas I used to put my save searches in that, and then maybe I check PWCC, maybe I check ComC. Now you're asking me to check 12 sites. Not that I have to, but it does make it more complicated as the universe gets bigger and bigger.
A good Google search will get you most of those through.
I think for most, I think it can, yeah.
If it's sort of particular, so.
Yeah, what are the go-to sites for now outside of eBay ComC? So we did touch on this a little bit. Sports Lot is another one that is there. I'm still predominantly eBay ComC guy. I will touch on PWCC for certain types of things. I'll search it at least to look at it. If I don't like what I see, then I ignore it, but I'll at least look at it.
I did notice that when I went through ComC, I was noticing how high their price of their cards are. There's a lot of cards that are. I'm talking about maybe different ones that you guys aren't so interested in, and I'm sitting there going, "Why is that a $20 card?" Like they have the only one. Like there's some pretty rare cards that were issued by IBM, and they're very exclusive. There's a Gretzky and there's a few other ones, and they had one. I think I was looking up. Percival, Lloyd Percival, and he has a card, and I was going to get that, and the guy has like 25 US on it. It's like, dude, it's at a show. If I found that, it'd be the $1 box. Like, but they kind of get you on those ones, I guess. But I found their cards to be a little excessive.
It can be. It can be 100%.
Like I think beyond, not a little bit. Like
no, I agree with it. I agree with that. I think some people have this idea that they want to try to be very clever. They sit there and say, like, because it's the only one on the platform, if people are too lazy to look elsewhere. I've seen both. I've seen one where eBay has a copy of this card at X price, and then on ComC they have the exact same card at 1/3 the price. And then you can kind of do a little comparison. And I've seen the alternative. ComC has it at $150, but it's on eBay for $30. And I'm like, okay then. And I'm like, okay. We're going to go over here. If you're willing to go through that extra step, then it behooves you to shop around in that case with a lot of that stuff. Yeah, so it's kind of tricky. A lot of the standard sites, though, I'll say, Bob, it's kind of tricky. Lloyd Percival is now $275 USD on ComC. Yes. Live the dream. Live the dream.
I don't even know who that is.
The Lloyd Percival.
I don't know who that is.
So, guys, any thoughts or comments on anything? So we can move on from the topic here now. Any other thoughts or comments on anything? Throw them in. We can do that. In the meantime, it is time for our next installment. Eric, what would you like to rant on now? Do you want to do the website? Because really, I hate the website. If you want to rant on the website, I'm in.
Shake your fist to the sky, Eric, and then go on. There you go.
This is Old Man Yells at Cloud. It is your moment. Right. This is what you were put on this earth to do. Let's go.
All I want to say to Beckett in regards to their website is, get off of my lawn.
That's it.
Yeah. I just absolutely cannot stand the
But
website.
you know what? Of all
at
of
all.
it, maybe they had the best strategy of doing exactly nothing, and then 2 years from now
Maybe.
they'll come up the winner.
Do nothing.
Let 'em happy, son.
Guys, if you all torch each other and we do literally nothing, we will win by, brace yourselves, default.
Attrition.
Maybe.
Yeah.
That's the best kind of victory.
Can we see the head, Carlos? Just to, like the.
Oh yeah, yes. I will bring up meme head. We will find it. I got
Like,
it.
I mean, how can you not trust that smile?
It is true. It is an accurate statement. I do agree with that.
Lord Percival was a writer. He did a lot of writing of sports things in Canada.
Nice.
A little bit in the U.S.
Okay.
And then he ran into some problems. I don't know so much. What I like to do is get the card to go with something that I have, obscure card, and it kind of helps put him together in perspective. Is that he is a famous guy without me typing it all out. You can just show a card, and the back of the card will show what he's done and his accomplishments. So it sometimes helps your plight when you're trying to maybe sell something.
Yeah, I picked these up recently too. I don't know if I showed you these.
All right, so you got your stuff. It's all you. Go for it.
So I got Johnny Busick's first edition book that he wrote back in the 70s. And I have Ted Green's book that he wrote after his, stick incident where he almost died.
Yeah.
And they're both from the 70s. I think they're both first editions. And
signed.
I will be hopefully seeing Johnny Busick soon.
Isn't Ted Green passed away?
Ted Green has passed away, and he rarely signed anyhow. I do have one autograph of his on a puck, and it's with all the pucks I have signed, his is probably the most valuable because he simply did not sign.
And I want you to think of it, folks. This here is the president of Beckett.
Yeah.
And I've mentioned it to you. Those of you who are regulars, you already know this. They chose this picture. I didn't go out of my way to find this picture. They chose this picture.
Carlos, I have no words.
Of the whole
you should not have words.
Photo shoot. That's the.
This is the individual who, in some ways, is in charge of this alleged company. And I say alleged because Lord knows if they're actually doing anything.
And we live in a Photoshop era.
Yeah.
I didn't need to Photoshop that. I didn't do one damn thing. All I did was crop in on his head. I did nothing to that photo that is untouched and unaltered by me in any way, shape, or form.
I'd take a centimeter off the teeth and just would calm it down a little bit.
If they want to pay extra and sponsor that segment, I'll be happy to. Otherwise, I did nothing to that photo. I took it straight from their social media. That was when he was going to go talk at the Mid Collective. That is what he chose to look like.
When you guys all know that, last March, blah, blah, blah with me, and I got back into this after,
you are correct, Bob.
After a hiatus of a couple of years. I went to what I knew, and I went to the Beckett website and wanted to, download their, hockey price guide and all. I had to.
Can we take a moment to appreciate that I did not take the obvious bait of I went to what I knew and then I didn't say nothing.
Schultzy.
Continue.
I was absolutely flabbergasted over how horrible of a website that is and how difficult it is to navigate it. So I stopped what I was doing. I signed up for some computer classes at MIT. Graduated with high honors, got my doctorate in computer science, went back to the website and still could not figure it out.
And then you woke up.
Which website was that and how much did
No,
you
he
pay
paid
for
at least
that
$50 on the
diploma?
website, Bobby. He paid at least $50 to get that degree.
It was it's just shameful. And I have yet to meet anybody that goes, "Oh no, it's great. It's easy to navigate. It's it's fine." Everyone feels the same way. Beckett must know this feedback, and yet they do nothing about it. We're Beckett. You have to bow to us. We don't bow to you, the customer. We're Beckett.
I do think so. Not that it's my role to defend Beckett because I really don't want to, but I will make a point that I think is valid in regards to this. Just so that, again, we balance between horrific mockery and occasionally giving some informational correct information. They designed a database that is proprietary. So the problem is, in order to really fix it, they actually have to go and redo it. Because if you guys actually ever go into the database, it's not like logically structured. So you can have 1998, 99, Pacific, but then you'll have Pacific Dynagon, but then there'll be like a Dynagon insert, and it'll be in this weird sequence where it's like, no, that's the Dynagon brand that is by Pacific, and that's the Dynagon insert that is in the Pacific brand. It's like, so why are they in this order? Because that's the way they structured this database. And it's like, oh dear heavenly God. My favorite thing is there's an autograph that they've never acknowledged on the checklist. It's a real card because they've had a whole bunch of them. I think they were given out at the trade show. And it was there's a Medano, and I think it's from one of the companies, but they did it only for the trade show. The trade show that was sponsored by Beckett. And it's not on the Beckett checklist. It was wonderful. It was wonderful. I enjoyed it.
Excuse me, don't mean to interrupt.
Go ahead.
I have our official excuse of the night.
Ooh, he sent it to you directly. I like this.
Well, I searched him out. He's responding.
And say, and I quote. Make sure to say, and I quote.
And I quote.
Thank you.
I am not home right now.
Wow.
And I quote.
This is irresponsibility. Because, and now, this is breaking news. Exposed. Real exposed. When one of you sees the Instagram post where I put the little countdown thing about Auber, if you push that button, it tells me that you pushed that button. And I can tell you that someone who may not have been home at this point may have pushed that button so he knows exactly what time the show started. Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Moving on.
Oh, thanks, Bobby. That's cool.
$1 Million Man to make his appearance. Give it time, Josh. Give it time. The $1 Million Man comes when he's ready. He comes when he's ready. Not a moment before. Got in a box of Cracker Jack. Yep. Becca's been quoted on their site and how to fix it. We tried nothing, man, and we're all out of ideas. I like that quote. That's from the Simpsons episode of Ned Flanders' family, their parents.
I just want to make another quick announcement.
Please.
I want to continue retelling the whole world how much I hate Bobby because he is a website tease and he won't take my money and just give me what I want.
But did he give you the 50 DPI picture? Because that would really have sold it.
He sent me some, and it's just like, dude, just.
You're getting more than most. How's that? And less than few.
I know. That's awesome. But yeah,
I sent him the other Gordie Howe skate sharpeners.
Gotcha.
Just
same.
Just take
thing.
my money.
One's in a box with Gordie Howe's picture, and the other one's in a bag, kind of.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah. So Rick, the problem isn't whether you find him or not. The problem is then he'd make a 4-minute video, talk about Sasha T and Babylon about something, talk about a Rolex and a Tesla, and then you'd have to watch part 2 to get some words out of Jeremy, and then he'd say nothing, and you have to watch part 3 to get a couple more words, and by the time you're done, it's like, so are we going to the pub? Yeah, buddy, let's go. 5-part series.
But I got number 3.
Useless, completely useless. Worthless to me.
Yeah, and again, I don't want to give them too much time, and I don't want to even waste my anger towards them because I have too many other things to be angry about.
I was going to say, we have other things that you can rant about if you want.
I just, there was a touch of racism in that post, and
not a touch. It was if you want to be generous, it was the lowest level stereotype, and then they stood behind it by pulling it.
And and the follow-up video where it's like, I'm not responsible for everything he does. I did cringe on it, but then again, you guys all have to toughen up, all you people living in your mother's basements. And it's like, if I could get on that golf course, I'd beat him with his golf clubs.
You can't talk tough. You can't talk. By the way, I'm actually being serious. You can't talk tough and then edit the video, and then silently edit the video. You're acknowledging that you didn't have the balls to stand behind it. Sorry.
They're just useless, and I don't even want to talk about them anymore because they're just not worth our time.
There you go. All right. Did he send you a Polaroid of a screenshot? Soon. Bobby, I have a thought. Let's workshop this because as you know, I am in addition to being a connoisseur of trolling, I'm the grand poobah of evil. So here's what I'm thinking. I think we could do a video walkthrough that we could give to Eric. But here's something fun story. If you take a video and put it onto YouTube, YouTube has to render it. That's what it does. But then you can download a video from YouTube. And then you can take that video and send it in. And every time it renders, it slowly degrades the video and audio. So if you run it through enough times, you could then send them a link to the YouTube, which is the video, but it's been run through the processor so many times, it might as well be a video of Jeremy giving an address on the plans for Beckett because we want to understand a damn thing that happened.
You don't know the difference, right?
Yes. Or that or the Zapruder film. It might be both. Who knows?
Oh,
Or
boy.
mistakenly one for the other.
It's the same difference. Same difference. It makes no difference.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, I think we should do that.
I think that's a great idea. I think it's awesome.
I do have the YouTube, so I'd have to run it through like 800 times. But yeah,
well, we could always work on this in teams. We could always work on this in teams.
Hire an intern.
Yeah, like we could do this. And Yannick, you can start using some of those editing skills. You can add in a voiceover, dubbing.
I need to practice.
You can call him an English muffin off the top, and then give him the video. And like, I see greatness. I see nothing but greatness.
Yeah, I think it could go somewhere. Or nowhere.
Oh, you guys are the worst.
The best of the worst. Don't worry.
Here we go here. So where can I sign up for this event, Eric? Will it be a pay-per-view? So when you fight the guy, I like it. The hobby heels are getting some heat. Like I was actually being serious when I said earlier, I appreciate some good trolling, but I need a little effort from you. I need a little cleverness in it. If you can give me some cleverness, I'm actually much happier with it. And it's like, okay, I like it. I appreciate it. But if you just go with the laziest example, like the laziest you can do, and it's like, oh, you guys are too soft. And it's like, okay, whatever. If that's all you got, then fine. Okay, move on. Back and to the left. There you go, Paul. There you go.
Right. Of course, we all know that's the Seinfeld reference about the Zapruder film and the Kennedy assassination. Seinfeld.
You might be able to solve it after you get a chance to see our video. I think it'll be fantastic.
That's when Hernandez used spit on Kramer.
Keith Hernandez
spit on Kramer, and
actually, did you guys watch Once Upon a Time in Queens about the '86 Mets?
No, I want to shut up.
It's his favorite sport.
I know.
No.
Anyway,
go on. Sorry. Could you be a little louder? Could you speak up a little bit, sir? Your microphone's not working properly. Could you try that again?
You know when they popped the champagne, Eric, and it wasn't the time yet?
Yeah,
The best part is I turned off the mute just so that you could sound like you had a stroke. That's what made it better.
The last
what I was gonna say
time
with this
I watched
is
baseball was
learned
'86.
I learned a new side and appreciate, I guess, Keith Hernandez a different way. I didn't know the whole story.
There you go.
Yeah,
hold on. We got some corrections here. Hold on. Hang on, guys. It's time for the airing of grievances. Facts. Hernandez didn't spit on Kramer. It was McDowell. Thank you. Appreciate the clarifications, folks. Keep talking, Yannick. There you go. Except it wasn't Kramer. It was Roger McDowell. Thank you, Bob. Was it Costner as Jim Garrison and JFK as he viewed the Zapruder films? There you go. We're getting all the references here. McDowell behind the bushes. A second spitter. Nice. Good job, guys. Good job. I appreciate it.
Very good.
I appreciate it. That's why I like this chat. I appreciate you, folks. I appreciate you. Mr. Lewis, we're just kind of hanging out at this stage. Do you want to come on for a little bit and say hello? Say hello to your adoring public? There is something I want to talk to you about, but if you want to come on and say hey for at least a little bit, you can take off after that. But the link's in the chat thing. It's pinned. Just hit it on and we can go from there. By the way, guys, like I said, tonight is very much the kind of chill having. You know, I can make fun of Eric all night. We can get him on another rant if you want, but we're just hanging out. Just chilling.
Always fun.
Yeah. I think tonight's just
talking about those '86 Mets. You're gonna get me going again.
Go.
Well, that's why I'm giving Bob a chance to come in and say a piece, and that there's still an opportunity for that. I'm not morally opposed.
Here's a topic with the week. How in baseball in the Hall of Fame, and let's just keep sports out of it. Just Hall of Fame per se. Any professional sport. So.
Okay.
NFL, NBA, MLB, NHL, whatever. How do you guys see it? Do you vote? Let's say you had a vote. Do you keep off the field, on the field, or as everything together to vote on who belongs? You know, like where do you draw the line? Like when the guy basically all his achievement, or on and off the field as well. And some of the league anyway, it's not really defined on what do you vote. Go ahead.
Okay. So I've got a thought on it, but I want to give it. So Eric, we already know you've got the morality clause, the cheating clause. Is there anything else you would put? Any other criteria? Let me start with that.
Lying.
I understand why the OJ thing is a tough thing, and whether he should or shouldn't be. But somebody like Pete Rose, he's the hit king. There's no reason that guy shouldn't be a Hall of Famer.
Although he did.
He violated the one rule they had, the one clear rule.
Clearly said,
he's the only guy who got caught doing it.
And he's been.
Which, by the way, stupidity is a crime punishable by you get nothing. Like I'm okay with that.
He never cheated. He's never threw a game. He never messed with his roster. He never did anything, and he never bet on the Reds to win or lose.
Well, we don't know that definitively. That's what he says. That's what he says.
I'm not arguing against you on that.
Says.
I get it.
That's what the Major League report.
So what you're saying, if he did something, he could have done a lot more something, or less.
We're also assuming you got all the bookies in there.
If the report said Pete Rose bet on the Reds either to win or to lose, he doesn't belong in the Hall of Fame. Okay. He wants to bet on the Dodgers Giants game on the other side of the country. He served his suspension as far as I'm concerned.
Okay.
So there's certain things that can be punished. Other things you simply can't allow, and cheating is one of them. But like the OJ thing, okay, there's a lot of horrible stuff there. But Curt Schilling, because he's a jerk, and he's a far right winger, and people don't like his politics, and because his business went belly up, and he took a loan from the state of Rhode Island and didn't pay it back. What does that have to do with this guy's playing career?
Okay.
He some people think he's a total douchebag, and maybe he is.
He is a douchebag,
but
separate from your point.
What does it have to do with the fact that he has three World Series? He broke an 86-year curse. He the bloody sock game. His playoff wins and losses and ERAs are freaking amazing.
Nothing like breaking a curse, I'll tell you.
Yeah, right. So,
that realm of reality is just thinning out.
No, but I mean, obviously that's just part of the fun of sports. But I mean,
it is.
He was a big part of that. Because you don't like him, it makes no sense to me.
Well, their records will still stand, but Hall of Fame is another issue. It's the person being inducted.
So there's a little twist I want to put on this, but I want to make sure everybody has their piece. I want to make sure everybody has their piece first. So Eric gave his piece. Is there anything else then there that you want to add? So the Hall of Fame, to your point, is a different piece. Anything else? Is there any criteria, like in that sense, that is it 100% what you did on the field? That's the number one real thing. Is there anything else that would concern you, or any of the, to Yannick's point, any of the Hall of Fames? Is it strictly like, this is what you did? If the stats are good, if you did the accomplishments, then that's the end of that. Whatever else happens, happens.
My other thought is, if you have to argue about somebody being Hall of Fame worthy, they're not worthy. Wayne Gretzky, Hall of Fame. We don't need to talk about it.
Borderline.
There you go.
Questionable. I don't count the 1980s. Please go on.
There you go. So you lost.
1980s weren't a thing.
It was a thing, but.
But like 800 of those points were like a guy in Edmonton. Yeah, he got an assist. He's in the stands drinking. It's post game. Yeah, give him an assist. It's a secondary assist, okay? It's a secondary.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can you see
it after the goal?
Can you see my evil eyes with my glasses on? I want to make sure you can see them.
I can only see evil eyes, but you're showing me nothing.
They're like piss holes in the snow. I don't know.
But if it, depending on whatever sport, if you have to have a discussion and make comparisons to this person's ERA or goals or 3-point percentage or touchdowns, rushing yards compared to this guy who's in, and if there's a conversation, you're not Hall of Fame worthy, and there's too many people in all the Hall of Fames that don't belong there.
I'm inclined to agree with you. I think that's a fair point. That's a fair point. Let me grab a couple of these comments here, and then we'll come back to a couple of these, but I want to touch on it here. Eric must have a rant about card supplies. Let's give him the time. And why he uses magnetics wrong. Facts. 86 Mets are the goats of teams. True. Is this the Hall of Morality? Not really. David Ortiz used steroids and he's in. Yeah, we did talk about that a little bit. The inconsistency with the David Ortiz and the other guys, I don't like that. The inconsistency, I don't like that. Rose did bet on the Reds to win, never to lose. Read his books. Yep. Buzzy still likes your backdrop, Bobby. Side note, jockey from Philadelphia being suspended for betting on horses he wasn't riding. Bit of a scandal. Didn't happen before. Interesting. Was taking HGH seeding. To a certain degree, it's just that Major League Baseball wasn't really able to test for it properly. That was the biggest issue with the whole HGH thing. They didn't know how to HGH is actually very difficult to test properly. A lot of the steroids and masking agents are actually easier to detect. Not impossible, but I'm just saying it's more difficult.
It's the same thing. Listen, my other hobby, is cycling, as you guys know, and I follow professional cycling on all fronts, and you had the EPO being used, professional cyclists, during the Lance Armstrong years, and for a period of time it wasn't, quote, illegal, and after it was illegal, there was no way to test for it.
Yeah,
they were all cheating. They were using it to enhance themselves.
Yeah. Now, baseball, by the way, also has one other issue. There was a long period of time where baseball actively chose not to test, and it was not illegal. You could have used anything you wanted within the rules. It was not illegal.
What Mario punishing was taken, that was over the counter top.
No, the creatine.
Yeah, but the thing though is that there was a long period of time where baseball didn't actually really test for it, and so at that point you could literally have done anything you wished. They weren't testing, so I cannot punish you because it wasn't against the rules. So it's like, it's inconsistent. It's the inconsistency, I think, that has hurt the Baseball Hall of Fame above all else, is that, look, you want to be, this should be your criteria, fine. But it wasn't your criteria before. You didn't care before. When the 98 home run chase came in and people were tuning into TVs to watch it, you didn't care that both Sosa and McGuire were these gigantic hulking behemoths hitting 500-foot bombs and everybody was watching. But now that you don't need them anymore, now it's like, well, then throw them aside.
I think I've heard that in the 1936 Olympics, they had the Germans were using drugs too.
The Germans?
Yeah, and they said they might have had steroids back then. We don't know.
Yep.
It's never really been fair. Everybody's done something. Now, did certain people get caught? Yes, but that didn't mean that 50% of the other people didn't use them either. I'm sure everybody tried to get away with whatever they could. Other people had moral stances where they wouldn't use it, and that's fine too.
I think there's only one. Now, I don't know this for sure. It's nothing but an opinion. I think there's only one player during the steroid era that is a true Hall of Famer that I don't believe used, and that's Ichiro.
I think. Well, I would tend to agree with that. Yes, I would tend to agree with that. Yes.
Everybody else that is Hall of Fame worthy in that era cheated. He is the only Hall of Famer that
everybody cheats is equal, is it not?
There you go. So this was actually a point that I was going to make, Bobby. One of the things that I find interesting, being a baseball first guy, is that I always find the discussion a little weird because it's like, baseball was built on cheating. The game from its, in the old days when they were using the metal cleats, guys would sharpen the metal cleats so that they could get a bit of an edge when they slid in. They would spike a guy. That was a thing, and it was intentional. The greenies in the 60s. Like, it's not like, pine tar, cork bats. Yeah. Gaylord Perry went to the Hall of Fame admitting afterwards, like, I used the spitball. Of course I did. What are you talking about? You stupid?
He didn't do this for a reason.
Yeah. The bottom line, though, the point here is that it's this weird thing where they'll get the holier than thou thing randomly when it's but they'll be like, are you aware of the history of this game? Like, it isn't one thing. This one's a good call out for 357. Frank Thomas was always a big dude from the get-go. He was actually a football player when he played in school. So, like, for Frank Thomas, now Frank Thomas never hit 50, 60 home runs, but he hit in the 40s, and he, like, the kind of power, like, for a guy that big, not
But
shocking.
We'll never know, though.
No, we
That's
will.
the thing.
We will not. But I'm saying, like, Frank Thomas was pretty consistently that size for his entire career, and even a couple of years post-playing career. Like, he stayed pretty consistent. It's not like he got way bigger and then suddenly got way smaller.
No,
Some
he's
of these
always
other
been
guys
a
suddenly
big guy.
became huge. Yeah. He's already a big dude, and he was a football player. So, again, we'll never know with 100% certainty, but it's like, and he declined as he got older, like most guys do. That's kind of what's supposed to happen. So it's like, yeah, well, we'll have to see. So,
And
Rick Hughes-
fellas,
Go ahead.
she'll like it too.
Wow. Joe Jackson belongs in the Hall. It's a Mills Museum. You can't write history without bonds. Bug Steelers in the Hall. That's another thing, very much so. Ben Johnson. Yep. Ken Griffey
yeah.
Jr. I don't think Ken Griffey
Absolutely
Jr.
not.
You got Ken Griffey Jr. What kind of steroids do you think Ken Griffey Jr. was using?
Every kind. You look at him. Look at him in Cincinnati.
Look at him in Cincinnati.
Ken Griffey Juicer, yeah.
Yeah.
Go find pictures of him in Cincinnati. He's freaking enormous. His head's huge. He was on the same stuff Barry Bonds was on at that point.
And then he shrunk himself back down when he went back to Seattle?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
Sammy Sosa's a white guy.
The last part is Sammy Sosa being a weirdo. That's a different thing. That's a different issue.
He's a white guy now.
Now, I did so one quick point I wanted to make. I wanted to get to the bottom of the comments, and thank you for the comments, folks. Appreciate it. One thing I was going to say, and I think I touched on this one. Yeah, in the 70s, the greenies. Yeah, we did mention those as well. Gary Griffith Jr. took vitamin cheeseburgers.
They said
Facts.
in the old days there was 2 cans of coffee.
Yeah, one with
regular
an X, and the other one.
and super.
Yep.
That was it.
Yep,
Coffee, you know.
Yep. But that's why I say, like, it's kind of ingrained in the culture. Now here's the thing that I wanted to kind of bring up. For me, it is a Hall of Fame. You do want to acknowledge players who you can't tell the story of the game without. I think that's reasonable. Now, here's my thought, and this is kind of under the Pete Rose category specifically. Joe Jackson to a certain degree as well, I think. These are players who, in terms of their accomplishments and capabilities, certainly would warrant induction under normal circumstances. They would be in. Joe Jackson is long dead. For me,
They couldn't prove Joe Jackson, right? They never really had any.
they were never able to.
They
It's
kind
one
of
of
grouped the Black Sox all together.
yeah. It's also like a he said she said kind of thing.
Yeah.
Like the proof has to be like, yeah, we gave him money. The only way you could do is
But
be
he
like,
played really well.
yeah, but he played really well. Exactly.
That's another thing. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So that's always
Took
been kind of the
money
hang.
and ran.
Yeah,
That's
that's kind of the hang up of the whole thing. But my thought process is, I think you acknowledge them, and I think they should be part of the Hall of Fame. Now, here's where I make a distinction. I think if you're a disputed Hall of Famer, I think that's its own thing. Not disputed in the sense that you didn't earn it on the field, but if you have your own hang-ups or your own issues, I don't need to give you the pomp and circumstance. I can still acknowledge you as being a great enough player to warrant induction into the Hall of Fame. Doesn't mean now Joe Jackson's long dead. He doesn't count. Pete Rose, though, is still alive. Doesn't mean I have to give you a chance to have a speech. I can still make a plaque. I can acknowledge you. I can be like, yep, you are in the Hall of Fame. You're over there on that wall. It's like, why is he on that wall? Because on the plaque it says, all-time hit king, blah, 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 got banned from baseball for being a fucking moron. Does it actually say that? Yes, that's what it says. But you are inducted in the Hall of Fame. Barry Bonds, you are in the Hall of Fame. All-time home run leader with help, but great player, all these things, MVPs, all this thing. It's like, why doesn't he get a thing? Because you cheated. And it is, to all of us, it's very obvious. But you don't get a speech. You don't get a pomp and circumstance. But we will acknowledge you.
But
You
they
go to
were-
Cooperstown, their plaque is there.
Yeah.
I wouldn't acknowledge him.
Can I add something to?
But
you
there's no
just said
proof
there,
you
Carl?
have, Eric. There's
I
no
have
proof.
common sense in my eyes.
It's gut data facts.
When
We're bringing back the gut data facts.
he gets better as he gets older. He gets bigger as he gets older. His head
Wait,
is the
wait.
size
If you
of a
if you had to
watermelon.
stop as he gets better as he gets older, we're talking about Bonds, right? Not Brady.
Yeah.
Well,
There's another guy that has a career arc that kind of follows the same thing. It's kind of weird.
No, actually,
his head didn't get bigger, but like the rest of it kind of follows. It's weird.
Well, wait a minute. He's kind of
go on.
He's maintained.
It's a TB12 method.
Yeah, which is interesting.
Clean living.
Hey,
mineral water.
We have a deal. I'm not going to defend him.
But he wasn't. It's not.
How many championships do the Canadians win?
I really don't care. You can make it negatives if you want. I don't give a crap.
2 with a 4 at the end. Yeah.
You can make it, Eric. I will make it negatives, but I will continue my Brady slander. So shut up for a minute.
That's fine.
So shut up for a minute. So the important thing is the Montreal Canadiens have won -7 Stanley Cups, and Tom Brady has the same career trajectory as Bonds. Can we all just agree? Yes, we can.
Can I add something to finish what you just said?
Only it involves more slander.
Yes and no, but it's just like on the Hall of Fame thing. Overall, what it kind of frustrates me this week is almost like basically they're saying there's part of history that is not existing no more. And that, like, I mean, overall, it's a freaking museum.
Yeah, no, but that's
Yannick,
that's the reason.
Story.
That's the reason why I think you can't ignore them. I think you can't ignore them. That's not appropriate. That's not appropriate. We do acknowledge.
I've been to Cooperstown, and a Hall of Fame hockey and whatever, and I'm sure anyone who's been to one, they're pretty much all similar, right? So you walk towards history all the way until you finally get to the end where it's like, the Hall of Fame, right?
Yeah.
And I agree, like you said, Carlos, maybe like just do a hall within the hall, like the elite, the Jackie Robinson, the Hank Aaron, the Bobby Orr, the Gordie Howe,
I think you can have the story of the guys who are in conventionally. I think you can have that story. And I think you can still tell the story and say that on the field, these guys performed at a level that would have gotten them here. The reason they were not celebrated the same way as these other guys is because there was some weird hang up. There was something. We can acknowledge it because it's part of their story too. But on the field, were they qualified? Yes. On the field, they were qualified.
Baseball, in a way, they kind of just like categorize their hall in a way, because like if you look at if you watch the announcement on Tuesday, the president of Hall of Fame himself goes on like community and example, and like basically they sell character, right? So of course,
a lot more people
like you're saying like, hey, we're selling the player who he is.
I was gonna say that's a little late in that one. Cap Hansen was a well-noted racist.
I know,
well-noted, like a historically noted.
That's what kind of like ironic with the whole damn thing, because when I heard him saying it again, I'm like, well, there you go. So again, it's the good old like, what are you supposed to vote, the performance or overall the person, right? So that's why overall it's a freaking museum.
Yeah,
and it should just be a way that you're 48 like Eric, but you act like you're 75, so you take your grandkids there and you tell them
only 75.
That's the guy I hate.
I was gonna say like 175. Like
175
could you
then.
Yeah, could you get it right?
Cap Anson in a time of that.
Sorry,
say that again.
Wasn't Cap Anson in that time period when it was commonplace?
It was, but Cap Anson is notorious because he was the most famous player of his day. And there were actually black players around during that time period. People think Jackie Robinson was the first. He was in the current iteration. But there were black players who were actually very good at that time period. And Cap Anson was one of the guys who said, yeah, get him out. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so he was one of the proponents of putting the rules in. Everybody just kind of rolled
levels of racism. I get it. Okay.
Yeah,
there were actually black players up to about the 1890s. And
yeah, exactly. Exactly. Correct.
And then when what's the judge name there? I can't remember. Like he pretty much made sure that there was no black player until
the name escapes me, but I know what you're talking about.
Landis, Kennesaw or something.
Well, Kennesaw Landis came later. He came during the Black Sox scandal. He was the first commissioner.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, he was later.
I mixed my stories a little bit, but anyway,
no worries. Yeah, but the thing is, the Cap Ansons were like leading. They were basically actively campaigning to be like, get him out. So it's like, and then they were out until 1947. So it's like, so it took a while. So basically, if we're being accurate, Jackie Robinson rebroke the baseball color line because the old guys unfortunately got forgotten. It's like, no, they played in that era's major leagues because they were real. Like they actually played. So to me, they count.
So do you think it's possible to get Joe Jackson in the Hall of Fame at this point?
I
would think so, because I think we have enough research and common understanding. Because back then, there was a lot of brainwashing going on with a lot of different things in the media and society and what have you. So
I still think
he's hitting. This guy's hitting and he's taking money. Like it makes sense.
I still think that you can, if you just accept that there is flaws in the individuals in the Hall of Fame and make a distinction. Say that on-field play, yes, because the reality is we're not going to relitigate it. We're already too far removed from the Black Sox scandal era. We cannot figure out for sure definitively one way or the other. But his on-field performance was worthy. So I think we can acknowledge him at this stage. Like, it's not like he'll be alive to enjoy it. So it's like his punishment has been given.
Well, legacy,
Yeah, I get it. But the point is we can still acknowledge him. We can say, you can put on the plaque, was barred from baseball for the Black Sox. Don't ignore it. Put it on there. Just be 100% clear. Pete Rose, all-time hit king, was banned from baseball for betting on baseball.
Well, that we know for sure.
But that's what But my point is, I'm saying
Jackson,
both those.
Before he died, right up till he died, he denied.
He denied it. Yeah, no, I'm with you. But my point is that I'm going to put these guys on this wall. I'm going to put them on their own wall. These guys, playing wise, Hall of Famers. There were some hang-ups, some issues. Here they are. They're right on the plaque. We're not going to ignore them. They're right there. Here's the issue. Just accept it, and they're there.
Drugs is tough, though. That's a tough call for me.
Carlos.
Go ahead.
Canessa Mountain Landis, Commissioner of Baseball from 1920 to 1944. And Jackie Robinson showed up in 1945.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. He was the first commissioner of baseball, and he was the only one given like unquestioned power. He could do whatever he wanted during that because they needed something to restore the confidence. So they said, we will give you complete power over to do whatever you feel is appropriate. So we'll have to see. We'll see what happens with that. So real quick, I'll read a couple of these caught up here. Baseball's the hottest Hall of Fame to get entry to. Check the stats. Not easy. Members, Harold Baines. We always have to point at Harold Baines. But I get your point. I get your point, Baz. Did McGriff cheat? I don't think so. I think McGriff's biggest sin was that he played in an era where there were a lot of power-hitting first basemen. And if he did cheat, he didn't cheat enough. And if he didn't cheat, bad era to be involved as a first baseman in. Because he didn't hit enough home runs. The problem with Fred McGriff is that he hit 493 home runs at the time when you have Sosa, McGuire, and these guys hitting tons of home runs. If they hadn't pushed the boundary to the point that there were all these 500 and 600 home run guys all of a sudden, out of nowhere, 493 looks pretty good. 493 is actually that's Hall of Fame worthy under normal circumstances. But you kind of perverted the view of the home run.
Yeah, I have no idea if the crime dog cheated or not, but it's guilty by association, that whole era, unfortunately.
That's correct.
And it did back up to what I said earlier about cycling and that in the Tour de France issues, they calculated that they'd have to go down somewhere between 60 and 80 spots to find a clean rider.
Yep.
It's just it's baseball's fault, Carlos. You said it earlier when TV broadcasts of the Wonder Years were getting interrupted to watch McGuire and Sosa at bat. Baseball was making so much money and was at the highest point it's ever been in history. They didn't care. They knew exactly what was going on. And as soon as the fans said, okay, this is getting ridiculous, and attendance started to go down and they started losing money, then they found the moral high ground. Mm-hmm. And I don't have a lot of respect for Major League Baseball.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing. A lot of their biggest issues they did on their own. They did to themselves. That's why I don't give them a pass. But I'm pointing out, I think it goes back to the simple one word, inconsistency. Look, I don't care what you do. Just be consistent. If you're going to do it one way, then do it that way all the time. If you're not going to do it that way, if you're going to accept it, then accept it all the time. You can't change your mind mid-flight.
But they are consistently inconsistent, though.
That is the only consistency
true.
They have. That is accurate.
So. And about the hall, at any hall, but we'll speak in baseball in particular, it is a museum, and you will go through that museum and you will see Pete Rose's baseball bat for his
Yeah.
hit, and you'll see,
a few memorabilia.
All that stuff. It's when you get into the actual hall where they have the plaques is where they are missing.
Do you know what I think? Do you know what I think, Eric? Do you know what we need? Do you know what we need right now?
A rant?
Well, we'll get to that in a second. But
Okay.
we need an expert on Hall of Fames. We need the Harold Baines of the YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Good evening,
There
Bob.
he is.
How are you?
Hello. I'm good. I'm good.
As an expert on mediocrity and Hall of Fames.
That's me. That's why I'm here.
You are the subject matter expert. That is what I need. Bob, this is why I needed you. You are the subject matter. As far as I'm concerned, you're the foremost authority on this.
I appreciate that. I caught that in your video even. That was slick for sure.
I have no idea what you're talking about. I didn't refer to anyone in particular.
It was a
right.
quick flash. And
Yeah. It was an editing faux pas.
I'm going to fire my guy. I wasn't alluding to anyone in particular. There wasn't supposed to be anything on the screen alluding to anyone.
I appreciate that.
he went back and edited it. He didn't stand behind it.
Yeah. I edited to put it in. It's like, no, put it in. Put it in.
Damn, I gotta get that.
It's too subtle. They won't get it. Put it in.
He'll miss it if he blinks.
That's right. Yeah.
How's everybody doing?
It's going good. It's going good. How are you?
buddy?
Good, man. Yeah, hanging in there. What's up, Yannick, Eric, Bobby?
Hey, Bob.
See you, man.
I've been listening in while I sort cards.
Oh, sounds good. Sounds good. Appreciate it.
Yep.
Do you want to
Stuff you're
weigh in?
working on.
I think we've talked about it with the Hall of Fame thing that we just had, the vote, like the actual Hall of Fame, not the other questionable Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
They got David Ortiz in. That was the big controversy is that he got in first ballot because the media likes him. There is a little bit of questionableness about it, but fine, whatever. But then you got Bonds and Clemens, who are like off the charts ridiculous. It's really hard for me to say, like, look, Bonds was the best damn hitter I watched hit. Like when he was at his peak and his apex, I don't care what he was doing. He was you couldn't stop the guy. The only thing you could do was pitch around him and intentionally walk him and be like, go to first base, please.
Well, remember, a lot of it's political too. So.
Well, Bonds is truly despised by those writers. Like he made no friends, and that hurt him. And even then, he was within 9%.
But should it? Yeah, exactly.
Even within, like, we actively hate you, and you're still within 9%.
You're still winning.
You're still close. You're like,
That's why it took Jim Rice so long to get into the Hall of Fame, because the writers hated him.
yeah. Whereas David Ortiz, like, literally they adore this man.
Yes.
And it's like, I get it, but at the same time, it's like, I don't know, guys. That's not. It's like a double slap, accepting Ortiz on the first try, and then these guys were in the 10th attempt, and it's like, okay, sure.
Yeah, I think for fans, so I think they should be in. I mean, they're arguably two of the greatest players at their position for their era. I mean, you hear the argument, both of them were probably Hall of Famers before any allegations, those types of arguments. I hear, Bud Selig is in the Hall of Fame, and he was the overlord of all this. It's Bobby touched on the political thing. Of course, it is that. They didn't win favor with the writers. Actually, Pittsburgh has his name's Ron Cook. He's like the old curmudgeon guy that's been doing it for so
he's basically their Eric.
Yeah, right. And he has no problems turning in blank ballots and all that. He'll never vote for Bonds. And then I think it hurts for those guys that are I think they were just gonna the writers were just gonna make them wait as long as they possibly could, and this was the year that they another slap in the face, I think. So what's they explored what's next for them. It's the veterans. That's
Veterans
like
comedy, and that's not gonna
right.
happen.
They gotta get 12 votes, and it's not just players on there. It's front office people, writer. I think there's still a few writers in that group as well. But
yeah,
man, the hypocrisy of it is so blatant. It's I mean, to the point where so everybody remembers 1998,
Yep.
and I mean, it was not. It was like my mom was coming home from work and like wondering if either of those, like Sammy or Mark, played tonight. Maybe
Yeah.
they'll hit a home run. You know,
Yeah.
it was crazy. So
They did baseball a big service at that time
Everybody
period.
did. Even
Yeah, like it
people
was
that
because
watch
they
baseball
got
were
everybody's
watching.
attention. Good, bad, and different. You know, now you're complaining retroactively how we got there, but at that moment in time, they had everybody's attention, and it was fixated on that, and they would cut out to their at bats, and it was a whole thing.
I mean, they walked Bonds with the bases loaded. You know, it's
Yeah.
like so. Yeah, I don't. It doesn't. I'm not a. You know, I just stick to the fake Hall of Fame usually, but
Allegedly.
my right, my I don't live and die by that, because really when I started getting back into cards and then started to kind of poke around on YouTube a little bit, and you find these channels and these guys that are like their whole collections are Hall of Fame oriented, and you know they have spreadsheets and this, and they send out links of, you know, all the, you know, people's, they track people's progression through the years, and like, oh, he's up to 32%, so like maybe in a few more, you know, I've never been that guy. All those people seem to think that they should be in, so
Right.
people that are into it feel this is a, you know, an injustice, but what are you gonna do? I mean,
Sure.
I don't really know.
Yep. Let me touch on. I got a question for you, Bob, but let me touch on a couple of these comments here, and I'll come back to you in a second here. I've actually looked. So 661 Fish had the question of why isn't Steve Garvey isn't in. I remember looking at him a while ago. I don't remember what I concluded. I'd have to go look at it again. I have no issue with it, but I have to go look at it again.
I watched Steve Garvey. He was a great player.
It's
like I
one
did
of the,
watch my share of baseball
Yeah.
in that time period when Steve Garvey and all those guys were in.
I think there's some guys that kind of got lost in the shuffle. It's not like they weren't. It's not like they didn't play well, but it's like we didn't think of them because Steve Garvey was a guy who was consistently there, consistently good.
But he was kind of a sucky kind of guy.
Listen to
I think
this.
in the
You're hurting his Hall of Fame candidacy as we speak.
Sorry,
Just listen to this. Steve
he was a
Garvey is an
whiner, a
MVP,
complainer.
10-time All-Star, 1981 World Series, 4 Gold Gloves, 2 NLCS MVP, and 2 All-Star MVP.
Okay, how does he compare to Dale Murphy?
38.1 WAR, and
How does he compare to
not
Dale
in the Hall.
Murphy? How does he compare to Dale Murphy? Dale Murphy had 2 MVPs.
But then they not like Garvey. Like I mean,
It could be the political thing again. Yeah.
Yeah, he was. I don't think he was like. I think they called him like he was a whiner or a complainer or something like that off the field, something like that.
That is a testament. So I'll get to the question. I want to read a couple more, but I'll get to the question that I asked. But this is just a general question for everybody. Just 1 second, Bob. Just 1 second. Think of Cecil Fielder. I love Cecil Fielder, but he's not getting into any Hall of Fame. He was good at one thing, but and pretty good at it, but not for long enough. So Rick here just making the point about Drew Jackson. Nope, totally fair. Thank you. Bob Lewis Hall of Fame from Rick. There you go.
What's up, Rick?
Hall of Fame phoners are hypocrites. I agree, Bob. I always found it ironic that President Bush, he owned the Texas Rangers, which had a lot of users. Yeah, that's true. That was the time period for it. Yep. Do you think Veteran Committee ends up putting them in? It would be, I would like to see it, but it'd be tough. I don't think it should have ever come to that, though. One thing I'll say, though, I really don't think McGuire's a Hall of Famer. He was a great home run hitter, but I don't think he was ever a great hitter. Not in my opinion. I think he was an okay hitter, and he was constantly injured. Then he started doing steroids. Then he was able to stay healthy long enough to hit him, because he hit 49 home runs in his rookie year. It's not like he couldn't hit home runs. He could always hit home runs. He got even bigger and was able to hit even more home runs. But if he doesn't have 580 home runs, he wasn't a great hitter. He had a couple of really good seasons towards the latter portion once he started beefing himself up.
He's got that. He hit that at 500 home run mark is like big for people. You know,
Yeah.
Like,
And I think that's the key. That's what helped. Because let's put it this way: if McGuire's a Hall of Famer just on 500 home runs, what about Palmeiro at 500 home runs and 3,000 hits? Like that's actually harder to do.
Yep.
Even Bonds doesn't have 3,000 hits. He's got all these other accolades, but he did not get 3,000 hits. Palmeiro had 500 home runs and 3,000 hits.
But he's dirty too.
I understand. We're talking about all guys who are in this category. I'm just comparing them to each other right now. That's all I'm doing.
Well, you got A-Rod coming down the pipe in a couple of years, right?
Yep.
So that's going to be another
Yeah, well, he was on the ballot this time, and I think he's got 9 more years, so he's going to slowly work his way up.
A big difference between Garvey and Murphy is their postseason numbers.
No, I agree. I was just asking to do the comparison.
Yeah, I'm just comparing right now. I'm looking.
What's his WAR? You know how much I love WAR.
WAR, whatever. It's just like it's still a measure right now. Like, I mean, it's a number. And
so what's Dale Murphy's? What's Dale Murphy's though? What's Dale Murphy's? Just for comparison.
Dale Murphy, it's higher. It's almost 14 higher. He's at 46.
Disgrace. Dale Murphy of the Hall of Fame.
So, what's it good for?
Exactly.
Absolutely nothing.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, so here's my question. What I was going to say is this. Right now, I don't like the writers getting the vote either way. I think a lot of these problems are just because the writers, it's like they bring in whatever biases they bring in and then they just roll with it. And sending in an empty ballot is telling me you don't even want to attempt the process.
That's
like,
bad.
Yeah, like at that point, I want to take the vote away from you. Just go away and don't come back. What's the point? Don't waste my time.
Like somebody that didn't vote for Derek Jeter, like there's a guy out there that did.
Well, he's a Yankee. I can live with that. I'd send negative votes for Derek Jeter. I'd send negative votes for Derek Jeter. But the point is, this.
I'll send him a gift basket.
It was there.
I think if you actively choose as a protest thing not to vote for a guy who you're like, oh yeah, I would vote for him, but I don't like him for XYZ, so I won't vote for him this year. Maybe I'll vote for him next year. I think that's stupid. I think that's really dumb. And at that point, you should not have a vote. That's silly. That's silly to me. You should just figure out what the merit is, make a decision, and go with it. Just go with it. But one thing the Football Hall of Fame does that I think is that I actually kind of like is traditionally they actually will take a list, pare it down to whatever they consider their finalists to be, and then they'll actually put the voters in a room where they can actually argue the case of some of the Hall of Famers in that finalist list and be like, this is why I think they should be in the Hall of Fame, blah, blah, blah. It gives your statistical argument, your playing argument.
Only.
Yeah, NFL. But the key is they're all voting in the room. You must stand here and look at me and tell me that you're saying yes or no. You still want to say no? Fine. Make your case. Why? Give me something.
I go back to, if you have to make a case for someone, they don't deserve to be in the Hall of Fame.
But there are guys who will actively make a case against somebody just because they don't like them.
Right.
Which is not a great case. It's not like, oh yeah, that's why I say the Baseball Hall of Fame, until Mariano Rivera got 100%, which I think is hilarious and farcical. Like, it's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Hank Aaron wasn't 100%. Babe Ruth wasn't 100%. It's like, who's 100%? The closer. Really? That's the guy? How dare you?
So does any again, not being the historian of it all, why or has it always been the writers, or why is that the case? Why are they the ones that get to like provide the votes to say yay or nay?
So in the 1930s, they actually you got to remember in the olden days of sports media, the writers would make or break guys. We couldn't see Babe Ruth on TV, so we'd hear about the Sultan of Swat, Ruthian feats of power. So they'd have to describe them in the newspapers. These were the people that were giving you the narrative of the game at the time. And then eventually you get radio, and then eventually you get TV. But like from the early days, the one of the biggest problems that you ran into was the inaugural class of the Hall of Fame was in the 30s. I don't remember exactly what year. I think it was the late 30s. But by that point, Ty Cobb was long retired. Walter Johnson was long retired. Christy Mathewson was long retired. So we kind of had to go retroactive and go, yeah, Ty Cobb for sure. Yeah, Christy Mathewson for sure. Yeah, Babe Ruth for sure. But none of those guys got 100%. But then afterwards, that became the justification. It's like, well, if it didn't give Ruth 100%, there were guys who were counting ballots, like silently counting ballots. They're like, well, I don't want this guy to get 100% if Ruth couldn't get 100%, so I will intentionally not vote for them. Which, going back to Eric's point, that has nothing to do with their performance. That's you doing this weird message that you're sending supposedly, like, oh, I'm not going to make sure nobody gets 100% if Ruth can't get 100%. And guys would actively do that. It's like, that's stupid. That's dumb. Like, what is that? Hank Aaron couldn't get 100%.
Like the percentage that gets you in wouldn't matter. You're in, like, you know, like.
No, I get you, but like there are guys where it's like you don't have a good argument against. There were certain guys where it's like, what is your argument? Why is Hank Aaron not a Hall of Famer to you? Some people decided to say no to Hank Aaron. He's the all-time home run king. He has 3,700 hits. The stat from earlier tonight is true. If you took away all his home runs, he's still a 3,000 hit guy. By the way, he was the all-time home run king. By the way, he was great for 20 plus years consistently. He was great up until his last couple of years. And he continued rolling forward and forward and forward. And he kept playing. And he was playing at a time of Mickey Mantle. He was playing at the time of Willie Mays. And he was still one of the best. The award for best hitter in baseball is the Hank Aaron Award. Why is this difficult? Why is this difficult? This is not complex. I don't know. That, like I said, for me, that was always like, this is an automatic hang up for me.
I want to. Eric had made a point about, you know, if you have to make a case for them, they shouldn't be in. I don't know if I fully agree with that because, I mean, some people are obvious, you know, first ballots. I don't think Big Papi is one of them, but there's people that is just obvious they're going to get in, but who's making a case for, like, okay, so like in the NFL Hall of Fame, you know, we've been talking about Hines Ward because he's a local guy. He it's almost like you need somebody that has like an inside track on that guy's career more so than maybe a national guy or something that can shed some light on things that might just not be as obvious to, you know, the masses. Mm-hmm. So I'm not completely against making the case for somebody like you're gonna sway them. But maybe there is some things that, you know, you take into consideration the team that they played on, the style of game that they had, and then their stats. And, you know, because Hines, he caught a lot of balls when we were primarily a running team behind Jerome Bettis, you know. So they're in like blocking downfield, like people don't, you know, that doesn't necessarily make you Hall of Fame, but just the way he played the game, they can add that little flavor to the, you know, the stats that everybody can see. So, you know, talk about a player's attitude or just what kind of player they were, you know, how other people maybe viewed them in the league or stuff like that. I don't know. Just wanted to get that out there.
So Bob, here's an example. Here's probably the most famous modern example of how ridiculous Hall of Fames are. Bert Bylevin. The guy went hit the entire 10 years.
It was 15 at the time.
Okay, 15 of eligibility that the writers didn't put him in. Then he had to go to the Veterans Committee, and on the very last year of eligibility in the Veterans Committee, they finally went, what the hell? We don't have a strong class this year. We need to put somebody in. Let's put Bert in. Yeah, that's ridiculous. The guy went all those years, and the first section said no. He gets all the way to the very last day in the second section, and they were just like, what the hell?
The governor called. You're good.
Blyleven got better in his retirement. He kept getting better and better, and his stats, like, oh man, you know, those stats are really. Last year they were all right. This
10
year,
years ago,
I'm kind of feeling them. I'm kind of feeling those stats now. I'm kind of liking them.
Yeah, 10 years ago they sucked. 20 years ago they sucked. Now they're okay. You're a Hall of Famer. Complete ridiculousness. The Hall of Fame should have just a handful of people in them in each sport, and to get in there is a huge, huge deal.
You're like comparing a person against, like, you know, the current crop of, like, who else is in that, you know. I see that point for sure.
Well, I think in football it becomes problematic because almost all the quarterbacks prior to about 20 years ago statistically suck. Not because they were bad, but because we're in a more offensive era. The rules are designed. Matthew Stafford will be one of the all-time leading passing yard guys down the road. Does that mean he's bad? No, it does not mean he's bad, but it means the current era allows for it. Thank you,
There
thank you,
it is.
Yannick. That's a visual representation of 357s. Yeah, yeah. Well, let me quickly read a couple of these, and we'll touch.
Is
on
that
it.
autographed?
It's your favorite, Eric, the O-Pee-Chee Edge.
Oh, look at you! Look at you, the Opeachy. I love it. Floating head
in the middle.
Love the floating head is bonus.
Great.
That card is why he got in the Hall of Fame.
Listen, O-Pee-Chee's awesome.
It's a
Just don't
floating
tell me
head.
it's a 10.
Yep.
It's not a 10.
All right, let's address this.
11.
Bob, as resident expert on Hall of Fames, I need your input on this. I like this question. I feel you're the expert for this situation. All right, so John, Sports Cards and Collectibles. He asks, how do La Buis, and he spelled it correctly, so that's important, and Stove get in the YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame, and I get 3 votes last year and 0 this year? Something is wrong.
You're not that likable, John. I don't know what to tell you.
Wow, Bob, this is not even what I was hoping for, but it's even better than I could have had. All right, I retract my impeachment of Bob Lewis on the grounds of what he just did.
Yeah,
He chose violence today, and I like it.
Yeah, I don't know, John. I really do think it's a boys' club, man. It's like
It's a popularity. Look, it's a popularity contest, guys. Like it always was. I made fun of it, and I alluded to it in my video. It is a popularity contest. What I'm finding very amusing, though, is that I've noticed that some more people have been like, the previous year I had a couple of votes. This year it's like I don't know what the count is, but like I've been listening and I've caught my name in a bunch of videos. It's like, look, I have no idea what that top 5 is going to look like.
I mean, you have people voting for Jab's family, you know.
You do,
And,
yeah,
like,
for sure.
so this whole idea,
friends and friends and friends. It's just like the Hall of Fame anywhere else.
yeah,
Like we have one here in Canada. We have the Paul Henderson. Should he be in the Hall of Fame or not? He scored the winning goal in '72. It's always been the debate. So we come down to a debate. There's nothing wrong with his career or anything else. You know, he didn't do anything bad or anything. He scored the winning goal that beat the Russians in 1972, and you know, the biggest thing for Canadians. You know, sort of like your '80, Team USA kind of thing.
Yeah. It's an iconic goal. It's an iconic goal. Yep.
It's the most iconic goal, I guess,
John wants
in
my pass,
Canadian history.
Yeah.
So
I just
do you
said
get
John
a pass?
wants my a patch. Yeah, you get a patch, man.
A patch. Ooh.
A patch, a little
With the Hall of
YouTube
Fame?
insignia. It's a
Yeah,
little
it's got a YouTube
saw
logo in
that.
the middle of it. Yeah.
You get freebies everywhere.
But
Oh,
Bobby,
yeah.
you know,
You get GOAT status.
Micah Ruzioni should not be a Hall of Famer
Not at all.
because
Nope.
he scored the biggest goal in hockey history. But
It was-
Team USA, if they decided to put Team USA into the Hall of Fame, I could hear that discussion. But just because Ruzioni happened to be the one that scored the biggest goal, he should not be a Hall of Famer.
See, there's a little bit difference there. I'm not taking anything away from the 1980, but I am. They scored the winning goal of the game before, so they luckily beat the other team. They think it was a laydown. Well, everybody thought everything was a laydown. You know, where Henderson, Game 7, last game, last goal, overtime, boom,
Right.
scores the winning goal.
Right.
That's a real winning thing. Not, oh, well, then we played somebody else that was nobody. Just saying.
There you go.
So that you can't compare Mark Ruzioni to Henderson in no way.
But you know, they could have put somebody just in front of the net and the puck hit off their knee and go into the net. I mean, does that make them a Hall of Famer because it hit them in the kneecap and went past Trichyak?
Now I have a question. I didn't ever watch the call for the Miracle on Ice thing. Did they actually say his name correctly? So in the Paul Henderson one, they like scream Henderson. In the other one, they say that guy.
No,
That one.
No,
The one with the helmet.
No,
He scored a goal.
No, they said it correctly.
Okay, I'm just asking. I'm asking you a question. That's all I'm doing.
Yeah,
I'm asking a
they
question.
said it correctly.
I've heard I've heard the most digs against the Basketball Hall of Fame. Like they let in everybody. Like
They do, yeah. Well, Yannick's in the Basketball Hall of Fame. He watched the game once.
I think
that's
Bobby Burrell's in
international.
next year because he had a Wilt Chamberlain card.
Yeah.
I have a Shaq jersey. I think I should be due for
Oh, I don't know about that.
Yeah, you might have to lobby on this. Look, after Yannick and Bobby get in, I said Antetokounmpo correctly once, so like I'm in.
Right.
Eric doesn't even know how to spell basketball. He's in.
Man,
After we're all in,
Hall
we
of
can
Fame-
lobby for you.
The Hall of Fame is 2 hours that way.
Should Hall of
Are you
It's in
sure
my-
though?
it's in
Did
my
we already
state.
establish you're on a rolling truck in Manila right now? Are you sure the Hall of Fame is over there?
do you think that the Hall of Fame inductees or people who are still alive in the Hall of Fame should have a vote or
I think that'd be great. Hall of Famers should have a vote.
Yeah, well, there should be a section of them that vote.
I feel like they should have a say of some kind. Like, in theory, if they're great players, they should have some insight into a great player or something.
I'm a great player. That guy, come on.
Look, I'm still okay with it. Listen, earlier this very evening, I was in favor of when Bob Lewis decided to go full heel. I appreciate it. Like, look, if you want to do it, lobby against the guy. I like it.
Yeah.
Make your case then. Give me something. Give me something to work with.
But that gets a little bit more honesty in there. At least you got people who have
thousands of views. Like, politic for yourself, man. Just put it out there. If like 1/10 of your viewers, you'd be in.
Well, Bob is making the correct point, and this is something like I refrained. Bob, you saw that video. I actually resisted saying what I really wanted to say at the beginning of the video because there were a couple of things I could have said. My bottom line is that it is a popularity contest, but if Jab's family, sports card investor, well, I don't think sports card investor has been around for 3 years. I think based on that, he would probably be out. But if he did have 3 years and he wanted to do it, and Packers Card 87, if those three guys just said, hey guys, vote for me, all of you who have a YouTube channel over a year, they would crush everybody. Mm-hmm. There'd be 3 of your slots right there. Done. Because it's not that difficult. It's if you wanted to go that approach and you could campaign for yourself and just do it. But it's whatever fits, it's whatever works, it's whatever makes sense to you. The only reason I even made a vote was because a couple of the guys that is like I support were getting a couple of votes. It's like, okay, well, I'll help lift you up as well. Because otherwise I could choose to just not participate. It's not that I voted against you, it's that I didn't bother to make a video.
So you're almost the zero ballot guy.
I don't want to participate in it, but enough people like decided to include me that I go, okay, the appropriate thing to do.
The reluctancy was evident.
Yeah, like I think I made that abundantly clear.
Agree. That's
you balanced it well.
Yeah. I got to get my shots in, my man. I got to get my shots in. Plus, I did introduce the list of Carlos.
That's right.
There you go.
Yeah. So at least I was able to get something out of it. Like, give me something that I can sink my teeth into. American 77, along with the Jays. All right. Bob Lewis's genuine article. There you go. Buzzy, it loves you.
Oh, man.
John's campaigning right now. He's getting friends and influencing people. Yep. Here we go. If you don't have a good nickname, you don't deserve to be in the Hall of Fame. There you go. That's another criteria. We could do that.
I like that.
That's solid. Mm-hmm. All right. So here we go. John, I appreciate this. And Bob, I expect your heel turn to continue, and I will judge you as a proper heel. I will judge you on this. So here's my point, Bob, and I'll say it in a very upset manner. Here's my point, Bob. Numbers on my channel, 6K subs, 1.3 million views, 1,000 vids. Manos pulled out my channel, I'm not showcasing my collection. And that equals 0 votes? Bob Lewis, what do you have to say for yourself?
Hello.
So,
by the way, we like you, John, but I appreciate Bob Lewis's heel turn so much. Like, I do appreciate it. Feel free to come by and hang out.
I could go heel again.
Please do.
Know. Yeah. Well, so... John, I've watched some of your videos, and I feel like they're all pretty much the same. And not saying that like I do anything differently, but like there's an audience for those. Obviously, you just you just gave all your stats. If you probably didn't have to look those up. I'm pretty sure you're familiar with I think you pay attention to the analytics and stuff, and that's okay. But I don't know if there's enough that separates.
Bob, don't hold back. Don't hold back. Not here. Not now.
Yeah.
We had Eric ranting like 5 times. You can have one.
It's people enjoy rip it open and pet, but those aren't the people that like you're not bonding with those folks. I think that like how I got in was I watched.
We're still figuring that out.
Videos.
Bob, just say you don't know. Nobody knows.
No, man, it's a popularity thing, and
it is.
I was a nice guy. Sent a lot of care packages to people.
Are you sure? Are you sure you didn't just stare?
That's bribing.
So I have a theory, Bob. Can I convey my personal theory? This is my personal theory. I think your community participation plays a role in it. Like I'm not downplaying it. I'm including it. But I do think that there is something to be said for a man who will look at the screen and just hold awkwardly staring into his audience, and afterwards they're like, I don't want to vote against this man because one day he may find out where I live.
It's funny when I would hear my name like in somebody's list that year or whatever. It's like it usually had a caveat at the beginning, like not everybody's gonna like this guy. He's sort of offbeat, but they remember it for some reason. You know what I mean? And actually, I could credit a lot of my whatever to those back pages. Every time, like he would say my name for like 6 months straight in all his videos. Not all, but like if he saw a pirate card, he would call that person, that card Bob Lewis, and he would do it the same way. And it was like I was programming everybody, to remember who Bob Lewis was.
How are you handling the fame, Bob?
The air is sweeter.
I can imagine, yeah.
Nectar of the gods.
Get freebies. Pepino Man said so.
Women flock to me.
Yeah.
I can only imagine.
Is Pepino Man a Hall of Famer?
He is a Hall of Famer.
We can see what it's done for him. Like he's moved up in life. He's moved up in life. It's been crazy.
The power of the badge are true, Bob. Right?
It's all true.
Right.
True. Yeah.
It's a champagne falls from the heavens and velvet ropes part. And that's definitely a movie reference, and I'll make sure you all get it later. But question for you. Actually, not question. Bob, I think you'll appreciate this because we talked about it during, I think it was the Christmas Eve episode, I believe, when you were on Christmas Eve.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So in that Spain, do you want me to tell you what my original idea was for the Hall of Fame ballot? I actually had a different idea. I alluded to it, and I was actually serious. I had a more ambitious idea. It wasn't going to be too crazy, but I wanted to have a little fun with it. And originally I was like, I guess I could, if I'm going to do it, I'll do something a little extra. My original idea was that I was going to do the Hall of Fame ballot, but I was going to start off, and since obviously I've already done the ballot, there's no spoilers. Obviously we're not going to do it now. But the idea was I was going to start off, I was going to do it in StreamYard, like this. But then I was actually going to start off with, all right, so not everyone's going to like this guy. And then I would vote for you. And then what would happen is I'd go for about 30 seconds, and then I get you on board with this, and I get you to give me a call. And again, I'm on StreamYard. Keep in mind this idea. So you have to understand this. And then I would bring you on the screen, and we'd be on a video call, which is stupid because you're calling me. And then I'd be like, Bob, we're on a video call. And then, I'd set everything up. But the idea would be that then I'd be like, and he'd be like, I'm already in the Hall of Fame. They go,
What?
But like votes? But like decree? Like, what are you talking about? He goes, this is a Harold Baines thing, isn't it? And then I would try to get, and then I'd try to vote for Crypto Griff. And then you'd tell me he's already in, but it's Wester Griff. And I'm like, what's a Wester Griff? And then eventually I get to the real votes.
Yeah, you had something there for sure.
That was the first version. And then I realized I don't give a crap. So I was like, screw it.
Well, Bob, your video last year on the opening of the Hall of Fame or whatever it was, you used the phone call thing, right?
The phone call thing, I think wasn't that the Hobby Palooza?
Hobby Palooza, that's what.
Yeah, that was with Stove. Yeah.
Yeah, last year for my Hall of Fame votes, I did long play records, and I connected a record to my nominations. The year before that, I picked out 10 celebrity photos of like them from high school or whatever, and then connected those to YouTubers and like said, how like high school yearbooks have like the most likely to whatever, the most likely to succeed. I kind of did that route. I have it all sorted out. I just haven't made the video for this year yet, but
are you going to get it in on time? You have to before the end of the month. There's not that much time left.
Yes. January 31st. I have been in touch with the commish.
That's like Monday.
Yeah, it is like Monday. Yeah.
I mean, it's like Friday right now, so.
I understand. I'm just asking.
Bob was in high school, probably the guy doing his freaking homework in the bus on the way to the classroom, like
Yeah,
I could see
I
that.
did all right in high school. I went to high school in West Virginia, though. That's like a C average everywhere else. So
He
I was
was
going to say,
most-
C average is an A.
He was most likely to succeed sometime.
Eventually.
Right.
What do you
Question
mean
mark.
homeworks? It's Friday night. I got all weekend Friday
yeah.
night,
Well,
11
the,
o'clock.
the funny thing about this is I was the guy who always did the work at the last possible minute, but I could get away with it. It was just fine.
Yeah, I did.
The
that
only
too.
reason I did this one earlier is like, okay, look, I just want to get this done. I figured let's do this. When I decided to go less ambitious, it was easier. When I just used the list of Carlos, well, then we're done. Fine, great. That was a hell of a lot easier. I'll just record it with the one camera and we'll be done with it. I like the idea of doing the skit that I was describing to you, but I was like, oh, okay, that's a lot of moving parts. I got to reach out to you, and then we got to coordinate, make sure we get it right, so you
Right.
know exactly what I'm going for, so that we can all play into it, and then we go with it. And like I said, we get Crypto Griff in there. Like it could have been some fun with the first part.
Yeah, granted, I give it that the Hall of Fame. It doesn't matter if it's hockey, football, baseball, or even YouTube.
Yeah.
You know, I think it has to be structured a certain way, and it's not easy. It's complicated, but I'm sure there is a system that would probably work a little bit more better. Like that guy John saying, how many heads, how many all this other stuff.
Mm.
But Bob, you gave a reason for it. Yeah, okay, if you're doing breaks, well, whatever, right? But still, that's a lot of hits. That's a lot of views.
I think so. Here's one thing I'll say, and I know John has a follow-up comment. I'll read it. Okay, hang tight, John. Hang tight. It's okay. I'll get to your comment here. I wanted to make sure I walked Bob through my vision of what, because we talked about what could have been. Well, now you know what could have been. That was my original idea.
Yeah.
But I was going to say is that engagement in and of itself doesn't really matter, though. If we're measuring by strictly engagement, sports card investor blows a lot of people out of the water.
Yeah.
Because more views, more clicks, more likes on the videos, all that 9 yards. If that's all it is, that's it. Packer Card 87 has never involved himself in the community aspect of it at all, but tons of views. I watch some of his videos sometimes. People send him shit for free all the time. So it's like, yeah, okay. That's how, but that's, and there's nothing wrong with that. That's okay. That's how his community has decided to do it, but he's not involved in any other communities. That's just
It's
how
a
that
Yeah,
is.
clique.
that
It
was
is.
like the big gripe the first year everybody did this, and like everybody's calling out Mike like this is rigged. Da da da. How can Packers cards not be in there? Like, look, he would be in there if people voted for him. Like, all he had to do was make one video and say that.
Vote for me.
But, right. There's a silly little contest going on by like some of these peons in the community, that make card videos, and
Yep.
so I don't know. It is a silly thing, but I do like the rule changes. If Jake, like he says, wants to kind of continue this, that's cool. 5-5, what it is. But
Yeah.
the where was I going with that? Shit.
And this is why he's in the Hall of
While you're thinking about that, let me read a couple of these.
Yeah.
And actually, I got a good story about you that I confirmed with Jake. Exposed. Get ready for it. It's coming. So Frank here says, I became eligible next year, so I'll be throwing my hat in the ring. No, that's fair enough. You can throw your hat in the ring. No worries. Yep, there you go, Bob. I'll leave that. John, your viewers just view. Don't make vids. I'll leave it alone. That's Bink's opinion. I'm leaving it. I have no issues with John, although I like when Bob goes heel. I do enjoy it. I appreciate it. Both Bob Jackson and Bob Lewis. So yeah, Bob said it all. It's a good boys club. I'm just in it because I'm stroking the guys that need to be stroked. You got to stroke the guys that need to be stroked. Enough said. That's why you're going to do your own YouTube Hall of Fame. Go for it, buddy.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what it was.
Yeah, those back pages makes etching noises. That's true. Yeah, he does have that. Bob gets free packets of cheese and red pepper flakes at the pizza shop when he buys a pizza. He wishes
That's
he
not
could have.
bad.
Yeah, that'd be some sweet perks. I like Bob Jackson's suggestion here. Should have used the tin can with string. Yes. You know what? Not next year because now it's too soon and y'all know, but maybe in the future. I like that. I like the suggestion. Bob.
It'll take that long for the message to get there.
Yeah. Bob did third period homework and second period. That's right. So Jeff here, good evening. With all this Hall of Fame talk, if there was a Canadian sports card Hall of Fame and Carlos had a vote, is there anyone that immediately comes to mind other than Bobby Burrell? Well, Bobby Burrell. Okay, so no, but I got a question. So the whole idea here was it's a YouTube thing because it's a content creator Hall of Fame. It's just a content creator. Now, if you're talking sports card in Canada, like personalities, contributors, writers, anything sports card related, if that what you're referring to, Jeff, or are you referring to just in general? I'm just asking for clarification on what you have in mind. I'm
And
assuming
where
you mean in
fans
general,
they
but I'm just
rank.
curious. So getting in the YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame should be based on how many troll messages you need to delete. That's a reasonable metric. That's not a bad
I like
one.
that.
It does indicate engagement. It does indicate engagement. So here's what I was going to say. So
And
actually,
disengagement.
yeah, and disengagement. Yep. What I was going to say was that so Jake did a video with Triple Crown 24. So he did with JT. Eric, are you like playing with something on the desk?
For the last 10 minutes, yeah.
Yeah.
You can hear that, huh?
I totally can. Yeah.
Oh yeah, the garbage pail moving. Yeah, everything. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Oh,
All right. I'm gonna pretend you're saying something about baseball. I'm just
Carry
gonna
on,
mute you
Eric.
for a minute. So anyway, what I was gonna say was, so yeah,
Mute him.
so I was watching the video, and early on, he mentions that he's part of OBC. Now I'll explain what that is. I'll assume. Does anybody know what that is? I'll assume no. No.
Jake is?
I
Yeah,
know
Jake is.
OBD.
Jake is.
No,
Okay. Okay, so real quick. So
Old
OBC is Old Baseball Cards. It's an online group that is under oldbaseball.com. So that's the website. They've actually been around since 1991. They're a vintage trading cards collecting group of folks that collect vintage baseball, football, hockey, everything. Anything vintage, okay? So they've been around since 91. They were actually started, I believe, on CompuServe initially, if you want to go way back, and then AOL message boards, if you go way early days. Okay, so that goes back a long ways. So he's actually a member of this group since about 2016. So he mentioned it and referenced it. So I messaged him. I had done the vote already and done all that already, but I heard that from him, and I messaged him on Instagram. And I said, "So you're part of OBC?" He goes, "Oh yeah, you." It's like I didn't think I'd ever hear OBC mentioned in a YouTube video. That's kind of interesting. He goes, "Oh yeah, you heard of OBC?" And I was like, "Yeah, I heard of it." I sent him a screenshot. They got the member directory. There is a retired OBC section because I got out of the group years ago. I joined it in 1996. He was 5.
Wow.
So I just laughed my head off. I was like, "Yes, I've heard of it." I just sent him the little clip with the bit on there. It's like, yeah, I joined it when you were 5. 20 years before he joined it. So yes, I am familiar with it. I just got a kick out of it.
Literally, like, you're building a vintage set. I'm building a vintage set. I have some cards that you might need. You have some cards. Like it just seems like some of like the pure type of like hobby behaviors.
Oh, it is. So the just because, that whole just because thing that Dave and Steve and all that talk about, those packages.
Yeah,
That group was built on that since 91.
that's pretty cool.
Yeah, they've been doing it literally for over 30 years. Because
Get out because it didn't serve a purpose for you anymore, or
what it really came down to is that I couldn't actively participate at a level that I was comfortable with. Here's the truth. If I had stayed in the group where it was, a lot of my 70s sets were built almost entirely on folks just sending cards. They saw the checklist saying, "Hey, I think you need these. I think you need these. I think you need these." Like entire sets were built on that. And it was one of those things where you want to reciprocate. You want to be like, "Hey, it's not just a one-way exchange here." But after a while, it's like, actually, it's kind of difficult to get your hands on a lot of stuff on this end that anybody would need. So it's like, okay, look, while it's fun having Christmas every day, all the time for years, at a certain point, it's like, well, I can't really participate actively. I was getting busy. I had other things going on. And the other thing was I kind of just want to keep collecting my sets at my pace, not feel like I'm obligated to keep track and keep doing this. They were doing it out of the goodness of their hearts, so there was no issue there. But it was like, I cannot participate at a level that I feel is appropriate for being here.
It becomes uncomfortably obligatory. Oh my God.
I know what you're saying. Yeah. It becomes like an obligation. It becomes uncomfortable.
Yeah. And then you're not really into it. It's almost like you feel like you have to do it. And you want to do it. And if you have to do something, you never want to do it. Like listen to your parents, right? No, of course. So you kind of want to do it. And I think it's a random act of kindness is great, opposed to constant acts of kindness by.
Yeah. So it was one of those things, like it was almost too much to that point. It was like, I'm like, okay. So at first you had the option to go inactive, which I did for quite a while. And I kept renewing that inactive because I said, well, and then after a while I was like, I'm probably not going to get back into this because because they would have email mailing lists that would go hundreds of messages deep every week. So it's like, you can't even keep track. You can't even keep up. I'm like, okay, this is like a full-time job just to keep up with what's going on. There was too much. I had other stuff going on. So I walked away. I still had a good relationship with a lot of those folks, but it's one of those things. I only kept in touch once in a while. Some of them would actually come to the expos. So I'd meet up with them when they're in the expo. We'd hang out, chat for a bit, occasionally grab a bite to eat. But like I said, I was around. I was around with the OGs, so to speak, with a lot of that because they were only about 4 or 5 years in when I got there. And the group was only like 20, 30, 40 people at that time. So like it was relatively, and eventually ballooned past 100, 150 people. So I was there, and the mailing lists they eventually created those. There was one for the modern cards, the UV cards, so to speak. Well, I created the original server for that. I think they're still using it all these years later. So
worse than Beckett. Come on.
I know, right? But my fingerprints are still on that. Some of that stuff is still there. That's why I say from time to time I can go back and look through some of that stuff. It's like, yeah, I can see where I was involved way back years ago.
Yes, Yannick.
Yes, Yannick. Go for it.
Carlos, thanks for having me.
Of course.
Gotta go, guys.
No worries,
Bobby,
buddy. Thank you.
Eric.
Okay, Yannick.
Microphone sounds good, Yannick. Microphone sounding good.
Thanks for the help with that. Everyone in the chat there. See you guys next week. Have a good one.
Sounds good. Take it easy.
See you later, buddy.
Thanks.
Ciao.
Ciao.
Yannick's being a good student, so he's got even though it's not a school night, he was working on school stuff all day, and he's getting into it.
Discipline. That's good.
Yeah.
Well, I think he's looking forward to it too. So
Yeah, I think, and from what he was explaining, what he's going to be taking, I think it actually there's a lot of people that could use that work, so I think it'll be good. I'll leave it to him to share when the time is right if he wants to. But yeah, all I was going to say is I just thought it was very funny because Jake reminded me. I was like, oh yeah, it's been years since I thought of the OBC thing. Then I went by the site. It's like, oh yeah, this guy's still there. This guy's still there, because some of those guys are there from the early '90s. I was like, oh, you're still here. Look at that.
Do you think? I mean, is it? Okay, just back to your point of like you don't have the inventory or stock of just so a lot of those guys probably have they obviously do, and what are they going to do to them? And they they're kind or genuine people, and they want to help others, so like I mean that I you mentioned like it feels like an obligation. Did that come from any outside, like from people within the group at all? Like, hey, Carlos, I know that.
Nope.
So yeah, it's just a self thing.
It was,
but
I just knew that. I wasn't there keeping score. That wasn't my intention or my goal at any point. But I knew the scales had tipped so far in one direction that there was no way they were ever going to stay. They were just going to get more shifted in one direction. That was the only way. So it's like, okay, so what am I doing here? I've contributed what I can. Like I said, I created that server because it served a need at the time. They needed a place to do it, so I contributed in that way. I contributed here and there where I could. And I would send some stuff out, but it was one of those things. It's what's available. It's what I have around me and what I can do. So, and I never had any issue with that, and that was always a good thing.
What?
But
no one needs Medano cards? Come on.
Well, I was collecting Medano for myself, but that's a vintage group. It's working on that. My 56 set got its start there. My 55 Bowman set got its start there. I finished it off. I did the bulk of the load on the second half, but it got its start there. I took my time. It took years, but I finished those sets. But I decided I was going to do it. Yeah, but I decided I was going to do it on my terms. So I was like, okay, I'll do it on my terms and my timeline and my pace where I'm comfortable. I could have finished it years earlier if I had been just keep the taps open. But like I said,
it's not the kill; it's the thrill of the chase, right?
Yeah. So it worked out. So I'm very proud of the sets that I built. They were built the way that they needed to be built. They're good. And all the new ones since have all been me. I've chipped away at them in my time. But yeah, once I saw that, I got a kick out of it. It was very amusing to me. That Jake was a member of that group. And yes, so I said, so maybe I'll have to bring him on at some point, and we'll have a vintage card night.
Are they? I'm assuming they're on like they have a Facebook page now and stuff like that, or is it still old school in those ways of how they? A
lot of it is very old school. Let me show you the website, and you'll kind of see. And by the way, this is way better than the version I remember. The original version when I was there, they used a program called Microsoft Front Page. You have to go way back. Yeah,
I don't even remember that.
Yeah, just take my word for it. That's a throwback right there. All right, so here's the current version of the page, which, by the way, has not changed fundamentally since like 2003, if we're being honest. There are elements of it. So you got all this going on. So since 1991, which is true. And one thing I'll say, kind of to your point, Bob, from earlier, one of the collectors the one who originally made this website was a gentleman named Jim Montgomery. He passed away years and years and years ago. He actually had a company that he ran, and then he closed the company, sold it off, and he built what probably would have been a multi-million-dollar collection back in the mid-90s. Like a vintage stuff. He had Cap Ansons, and they were nice condition Cap Ansons. And they were pre-war, he had the complete Thompson Bowman run, bunch of food issues, bunch of pre-war stuff, full sets of things. A wealth of knowledge. But in that era, the only way you're going to learn anything is you got to ask questions and have a chat with them, because when he passes away, the collection gets dispersed, whatever happens to those cards, and whatever knowledge he had, it's only the people that talk to him. So it's like you had to be around at that time. So this right here is what I was referring to earlier, the director. Like I said, it's very high tech. Can you guys tell? Super high tech. Yeah. My God.
Looks like my
super
high school's
Was this the first website?
No, this is a couple iterations down. This is fancier than the earlier one.
No. I'm not asking if it's their first website. I'm asking you, is this the first website?
It's at least in the top 2 or 3, yeah.
Okay.
So anyway, Andrew retired. That's me, Mario. There, I joined in 96. I like that they keep the numbers on the dates on there. So August 1st, 1996 is when I joined that. I was 13. That's the reason why I joined that group most of Jake's life ago, and I'm not yet 40. But I could refer back to that and be like, actually, I remember that group in the mid 90s, 20 years before you got there.
That's pretty cool.
I know I started a vintage hockey group back in 99, 2000.
Any original members still there?
No, it went down, and then my friend started one right after that because I couldn't maintain it, and then that went down, and then we had the Vintage Hockey Forum, which Jim ran, and for many years, and then that went down how many years ago, and then I just went to Facebook after that.
Yep. And Facebook, honestly, is an easier venue. I do applaud them for maintaining the site, because that's actually a lot of work after a while, because that site's been around basically since the group has been around since 91. But the website's been around, I want to say 94. Like, it was still pretty early days internet.
But so it must have morphed into it went through the changes of
it did, but it was very slow. Like, that's why I say, like, it's not that far removed from the Microsoft front page days. They did get away from it eventually and obviously updated some stuff. Like, it has a link to Facebook, so it's like it acknowledges the existence of Facebook. So it did get updated eventually, which is good. But yeah, I thought it was kind of interesting. It used to have good resources because it would have links to articles and stuff. Because a lot of the members wrote articles for SCD and things like that. Vintage Group, obviously, they would do their scholarship. So it was a hub for a lot of interesting stuff.
Great articles in SCD.
Yeah.
Always good.
Yeah, some of them did a very good job of that stuff, which is good. There's still a handful of OGs around, but not as many as back in the day.
Obviously.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Articles written by OBC members, and they've got links to still some of them, which is pretty good. That's nice. I like that. Cool. Very good. But yep. So we'll see. Maybe down the road I'll bring Jake on for that because it'd be kind of fun. Like I said, we get pigeonholed sometimes, and I don't mind it because obviously being Canadian centric. But it's like, guys, I cut my teeth on vintage baseball. That's where I cut my teeth at that time, and I was collecting back then. And you had to do a lot of research and understand it, and I didn't have as many resources. Internet-wise, there's so many resources now that weren't available at that time. I had to do the big book, the Bible book. It was stupid heavy, that stupid thing. It's ridiculous. So let's see here. So kind of to answer Jeff's question from earlier, he's just saying Canadian. I guess he just means in general. So yeah, no, for sure. We got our hobby historian with all the books. You know, that would make sense. From a sports card, just general sports card category. This is actually kind of an interesting question for you, Bobby. So this isn't content necessarily, but obviously content could play a role in this. So Canadian sports card something sports card related. Could be content, could be facilitating or contributing to something in some way. What would fall under that sports card Hall of Fame on the Canadian side of things, in your opinion? Maybe all-time great dealers who contributed something to scholarship or anything, really.
Yeah, that's kind of tough. There's Boy, you could hit it from different angles. It really,
You could. Yep. It's very open-ended.
yeah. The historian part of it, that's just me doing whatever I do. I didn't plan on being in it. I just am it, so that's fine. I don't know if you could really put people in that group who's been around long. Just for Canadian?
Yep. Just focusing on the Canadian side of things. So Jefferson Burdick is out.
Yeah, he's gone. No. Yeah, and the sports card, I would get back into old dealers.
Okay, sure.
Like a couple of those guys are sort of somewhat of my mentors. The
Okay.
the guys who were older guys when I got in, and they told me all the old stories, which really was good. It fortified me with that back information that I didn't get from the 70s and what have you, or even when their parents owned a variety store, they were in the 50s, and the guys told me stories, and I got lots of great interesting stories. Different things that we discovered over the years. So yeah, I would, the writers from back then, not too many. I think you'd have to go back and do dealers. There's a lot of dealers. Many have passed.
Go ahead, Bob.
Are there new, has everything, what are the chances of something that nobody's really ever, something new being discovered in that realm? Now you might know something exists, but you've never seen it. But I just wonder, what are the chances of something coming to your attention and just be like, I don't know a thing about it, and it's obviously a genuine.
But rarely is the case now. But for the last, at least I'd say 15 years. Once a year you'd find something really cool, but for the most part I got a lot of things covered. There's a lot of things that don't mean anything, but I think you're talking a little bit more something specific or significant, right?
Something that's going to catch, right, somebody that I collect.
Well, the Studley cards, I found the Studley card, I documented those, I got PSA to grade them. There's been a lot of things, and most of them I've discovered because I don't think people realize what they have until they talk to enough people and say, hey, and if I haven't seen it, it's like, wow, that's got to be rare. So I brought a lot of things to the marketplace in that sense. There's still some more things that I'm going to release in the Eric won't get to see it, but I mean, when I release the website. Is there a holy grail
in your world, so to speak?
My world or the hockey card
in
world?
the knick-knacky, packaging. Is there a holy grail of something that
there's
guys like you just...
There's so many. You have to understand anything in an unopened package, like Eric has that the Cordy Howe. Like I said, the sharpener is worth nothing, but in the package, it got $75. I don't think it's worth that, but people will pay 150 and some people pay 50. That's eBay, right? You get the flux. So yes, there is certain holy grails. There's cereal boxes from the 70s. Just can't find. You just don't see them. Like Canada, you have to look at 1/10 your population, even going back into the 70s, and finding that stuff is very difficult at any time. And another part of this is actually opportunity. I actually come across, I was just texting a guy today about something. He bought something from me, and I said, oh yeah, what do you do? Collect? What do you collect? Oh, so I sent him pictures of my room and stuff like that. And he goes, oh, that's amazing collection. And he started sending me pictures of his room. Like, it was great, but he had some really, really rare stuff. I go, wow, I haven't seen that in forever. Or I know they exist, but I didn't know that version. I haven't seen the St. Louis version. I haven't seen this version. And some really rare stuff. So there's so many people. And I think I discover more than new things. I discovered that there's huge collectors out there that, and cards too, that I've never heard of. And I've been doing this 25 years. And you think you saw everybody? No, in the last year, probably 4 or 5 guys and they have amazing collections that kill you. Just go, wow. And they're just kind of quiet guys. It's just, and some are even in groups that I'm in, and they just post every once in a while. They don't comment that much, and they got this massive collection of some like holy grail stuff. So it is interesting. So I think finding out about people that I haven't heard of that have great collections, I think that's kind of the coolest thing.
Yeah, that's interesting.
There you go. And then there's, of course, the holiest of holy grails, a original picture of Wayne Gretzky delivering a body check. Any physicality from Gretzky, basically.
It doesn't,
No, it's only been discussed in mythology. I don't think it actually exists. They're rumors.
It was Semenko. They had
It might have been in practice. It might have been in practice. I think it's a fake. I think it's somebody just staged it.
But we're always finding new stuff. Always finding
just my theory. I think it was fake. I don't think it was real.
Most of the Holy Grail stuff is the stuff you never knew existed. I think one of the greatest things. I'll share this with you guys. This is really bad. Oh no, Eric's here. Oh, no,
I was gonna say don't give him anything good. Okay, let me read a couple of comments here. Does hockey have a chrome version of Young Guns? Not that I'm aware of, but they do have an acetate version of some of them for certain years. They do have an acetate version. So good evening. Absolutely. One for the task. Jumping over from Dakota's Live. Sounds good. Working on the 2021 taxes. Best of luck to you. I like 357's question, and Ball does answer, but I like the question because this is not the first American to ask me this question. Do you file taxes annually in Canada like we do here? And I love this question because the other guy literally asked this question, and the thing is, he was serious. And I was like, okay, so real quick, the United States is a British colony. Why did you revolt against the British? No taxation without representation. So the British have taxes. Canada, British, is like literally taxes. We are taxes. So, but it's like, no, we skip taxes. Here's nothing. Dudes, really? We need to go back to history class is what we need to do right now. But I'm not picking on you 357. You're actually the second person within like a week to ask me this question from the United States. I'm like, did you think we skirted taxes? Income tax, sales tax, liquor markup tax, which shouldn't even be a thing, but apparently it's real. I've been charged it, so apparently it's real. Allegedly. Yeah, we're not saving. Go ahead.
I can't see the comments anymore. Did you hide them, or is that
it's on the screen? It's on the screen, Bob. It's the exact same as before. Are our pictures bigger? Did anything change?
No, the pictures are raised up, but I just see like.
So it's cutting off at the bottom. You're not seeing it.
I think one has private chat and the other one says comments. You could have clicked one.
Well, so when you're looking at comments, Bob, are you looking at it on the side or are you looking at it on the screenshot?
I don't, because on my phone all I see is what you pull up on the screen, I'm not seeing. I was before. It's not a big deal. I just didn't know if I screwed something up. But
no, right now I haven't changed a thing on this end. The messages are still going on the screen. I'll read them anyway. I'll read them out loud. So we're now to save a few years and have your friends come and discuss your finances. That's right. Global Sports Card Investor. Hello. So John here says, what about Red Rooster panels? Are they worth picking up? So that's an opinion piece for you, Bobby. What do you want to add to that?
Most of them aren't. I think it's the first year with Young Gretzky. That one's really worth a lot. After those, there's so many out there. Red Rooster was a restaurant, and they issued panels of cards of the Edmonton Oilers. So it was very
in Calgary too, right? Am I wrong? I thought it was the Calgary Flames also.
Oh, there probably is. It's just
I think they have Mike
it's so very it's very it's very there's no rookie card if it's regional. So sorry about that, Eric.
What about like figurines, like before starting lineups? Like they were all like real breakable stuff, or like Geez, my dog is flipping out.
Okay, that's what that is. Gotcha.
Hey, wake up.
Okay, so I got some fairly odd collections. Ran and Stippy cards. There you go. Dakota asking the important questions. I need to know. So hold on here. This is important. So Dakota, good evening. I need to know, Mike Trout or Kirk Cousins? There are so many ways I could take this in joke, but I don't know who Mike Trout is, so I'm going to picture Cousins.
Safe guess.
I am familiar with the greatest center fielder named Jim Edmonds. I'm familiar with the greatest fish last name guy, Tim Salmon. Who is this Mike Trout you speak of? Steve Trout?
No, Mike.
Mike?
I never heard
Mike seems like a common name. It sounds like a typo to me. I don't feel like that's a real name. Bob, help me out. Is this a thing? Who the hell's Mike Trout?
I see him. He's number one on the hot list in the Beckett every month. That's all.
You still get the Beckett?
Oh,
it's amazing.
For the articles.
For the articles? It has to be for the articles. It ain't for the pricing.
It's my dad thing. He's like, it's so cheap when you get it through the mail. They're $10, so he's like, it's almost wrong not to get it. I don't know. It is that mentality. I think, it's like you go to a show and you ask a guy and he grabs his Beckett to look up something, with the ensuing eye roll.
See, the thing is, I'd be okay if some dealers here wanted to use Beckett. I'd actually be all right with that.
Sure.
Because I've explained for certain cards in the 90s, it's like, you do realize that this price is, I will buy at this price all day long. I'll give you full Beckett on these, as many as you can give me, as many as I can carry out of here.
Did Dave give you a screenshot of what that Brodeur StarQuest Gold went for? He was looking at one.
Who was?
Dave.
Oh, I'm sure he was looking at one. No, I didn't catch it.
It was, it was listed as a buy it now best offer.
Yeah.
$1 short of $2,000, right?
Okay. Yeah.
It ended up selling for $1,750, but best offer accepted. That's
all right.
But he wasn't close to that, and he's just sort of shaking his head.
Well, that one is the opposite of what I kind of talked about earlier tonight. It's like, no, unfortunately, those ones are actually really tough to come by.
Yeah.
You're going to have to bid the days of catching somebody by surprise if they don't know what that is, like, it's gotten tougher.
Do you watch the baseball collector, investor, dealer guy ever?
Not necessarily in that order, yes.
Yeah. Did you see his recent high rollers, that shoeless Joe Jackson that sold for a little over $40,000? But
I didn't catch the last one, no. But shoeless Joe Jackson car, $40,000, eh? Okay.
$40,000 in an SGC3. There's SGC's only graded 2 of them, that being one of them. The other one was a 3.5. I don't know what the card was. I can't remember. But the last one, it went for like $500,000 at auction.
Really?
And
it's not in the Hall of Fame.
Right.
Tragic.
Way to circle that back to the Hall of Fame, Bobby.
It was well done by Bobby. That's why you're in this Canadian Sports Card Hall of Fame. Right. And once we get some patches, we'll get them sent over.
Yeah. I just know sometimes you're up on, like, interest, things that stick out in an auction, like anomalies type of things. And
I got to check it out. I'm curious. I'm actually curious which one, because there's a couple different ones I could think of.
It was a red bordered one.
Crackerjack?
Extremely rare for what he said.
I think
it wasn't the. I've seen that Crackerjack.
It's a small, like a tobacco.
So then it'd be the caramel card then, probably one of the caramel cards.
More than likely.
He doesn't have many, right? I mean,
like that. That's why I say, like, you can narrow it down pretty quickly. I'll have to check it out. You got me curious. You definitely have piqued my attention.
But getting back to you, Bob, about before McFarlane's or what vintage items, we all had the bobbleheads. Those are kind of your figures. Yeah. But then we have stuff like this, where you have this is a goalie. Oh, wow. It's a planter, actually. So what happened in the 60s and the 70s, they would import them from Japan and Taiwan. And, kids would get them. If they're sick in the hospital, you'd get a plant and, give it to a little boy. And then after he's finished with it, you can put envelopes in it or what have you in it.
Is that an identifiable player, or is it just a no-name?
Well, it's kind of a Jacques Plante mask if you really want to get into it. That is.
Oh, yeah. Look at that.
That's a Plante mask for sure.
Oh, yeah.
So it's a generic player. It's made in Taiwan. This one is made in Taiwan. But there's earlier ones that were made in Japan. So they imported, and they did baseball, football, and everything else like that. So you have stuffed dolls and that were or even bears that were plush, that were sold in souvenir stands. Then you had these mascots, some really cool looking things from 1962 Allied Toys. Like these things, they go for some huge bucks. Like this is about $225, something like that. It's hard for something from the early 70s to survive. And it's ceramic too, right?
Very breakable, yep.
Yeah, very breakable. And this one is a really nice one, so it really looks good.
Great color on it.
Sounds good. I appreciate Bob here getting the other proper fish name players. I never see that guy that Dakota was talking about. I can't see him on here. Kevin Bass, AJ Pollock, Sid Bream, solid. Catfish Hunter and Mudcat Karen. Love it, Bob. Thank you for that.
No catfish.
So Global Sports Card Investor here. Do Legends think that once PSA catches up and bring back the cheaper prices, that it'll create some kind of a bounce back in the NBA market? Now, here's what's interesting about this. I think a lot of folks keep thinking down the same line of thinking. And the only pushback I would give, I don't think the catching up is not necessarily the issue. What might become a problem is that, okay, so let's say they catch up. Snap your fingers. Now they're open for business. You can even get the cheap grading, whatever you consider that to be. Whatever you consider that reasonable level.
$10.
So, okay. For the sake of argument, why not? Whatever. Let's just go with it. And let's say they have the capacity to handle it. It doesn't change the fact that now certain cards are available in huge abundance in those holders. So it's like when you put it in the holder, certain cards, it works because you have a condition sensitivity. If that's the case, there's where your premium comes from. If the card was rare anyway, then it doesn't really matter. The holder doesn't hurt, but it doesn't help. It's fine. It doesn't make a difference. But if it's a card that's super common raw, super common graded, super common and high grade, it's not going to do a damn thing for you. The premier cards are still going to do fine. You get a LeBron RPA and you put it up for auction and, he's playing well at that moment or he's getting close to the scoring record, he's going to be fine. It's not going to be an issue. You put a common card, right now a Zion isn't playing. You grab one of his Prism base cards, PSA 10, that isn't going to do a damn thing for you. It doesn't matter if you can send 1,000 more. Like, it's not going to help. That's in no way going to help. It's only going to increase the pop report. Does that make sense?
Okay, I'm getting into basketball.
You should. Yeah. You have to, after the Will Chamberlain foray, it gets only up and forward from here.
There we go.
Look at you. Look at you.
Wow.
75 Topps box.
Nice.
That's
It works.
Love the graphics. Yeah, I like basketball boxes.
So real
Looks
quick, you
like
want to
it's
throw
supposed to be Dave Cowens. That's who that looks like it's supposed to be.
on the graphic?
Yeah, looks like
There you
Dave Cowens.
There you go.
Are you sure?
Nah,
now.
nah.
Yeah,
maybe.
I feel like it would be generic players if they were smart. They wouldn't want to make it look just like somebody.
But
Yeah, it is generics for the most part.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is smart. You don't want somebody to be like, wait a minute, that's me.
See, I don't like real photos on a box. I like the artwork. I would
Sure.
take artwork box over a photograph box.
Sure. Now,
Creativity.
question for you, Bob, on this. Do you see? Because my thought process is just quantity. I really don't see if something's going to bounce back in the NBA market. It's just going to be in certain items anyway. It's not going to be across the board, no matter what. It's going to certain ones that people are more interested in will be fine. If it's a little tougher to come by, it will be fine. If it is condition sensitive and it's a good condition copy, it will be fine. Yeah. But everything else, it'll be available on tables. There'll be stacks of it. That's kind of the direction I think we're going to go with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have to agree. Now, I mean, depending upon how the players do, Zion comes back and he ends up, makes an all-star game, or,
Sure.
They'll increase, but you're not gonna be able to, sell all your Zions and.
Yeah.
I mean, I've got a couple at PSA right now, and that was a year ago. I sent them in, and
what spot is it in now?
Still the 4th slot, man.
All right. Do you want me to get Brad on the line? He can get his buddy Nat on the phone. And we can pull some strings for you.
Yeah,
we'll pull some strings for you.
Then there's Q1, quality 1 check, quality 2, and then so those last couple kind of, in my experience, have gone semi-fast.
All right.
I don't know. I got that'll be it for a while until that price point. Now I have cards that I would be comfortable submitting more at like the $25-$30 range.
Okay.
But I just think that they're going to have to do better in the long run for like their registry guys.
I agree. So I'll say kind of an update on what we talked about last week. I did send a package of cards to Brad. So I've been tracking them over, and I think they should be arriving on Monday. They're already over there. They're already, I think they're hanging out at the Alexander Keats factory over the weekend. They'll hang out, have a couple beers.
Sure.
Yeah, have some beers, and then waltz into Brad's office on Monday, which is fine. It's all good. Have some fun. Go hang out. Enjoy. And then I'll follow up with Brad. What I want to see, part of the reason why I want to see, number one, the cards that I picked were ones that I was comfortable at that price point, which is the number one thing. You must make sure that whatever you're sending in, you are comfortable at that price point.
You're at the $50 price point now.
It's
right?
at the $50, yeah.
Yeah.
The cards that I sent in are fine at that level.
Perfect.
Because in all honesty, even if they had a lower price point, the odds are they would upcharge me to the 50 anyway. So like you have to pick and choose. I will reveal exactly what it is. I took photos of everything. I will actually do a video where I will show exactly what I sent. And what I want to do is then I'll do with a follow-up once we're in progress. I'll reach out to Brad and go, all right, just let me know when you send it out. I'll start the clock, so to speak. Let's see how we do on this one, because I'm curious, and it'll be a good to keep track of. And then I'll follow up in the video of the results and when it comes back and all that good stuff.
I saw an interesting video. Do you know Jeff Bowman 1951? Have you ever heard of his
Yes, yeah. He likes to do a lot of thumbnails, and he likes to do the faces on the thumbnails where he looks
Dude,
depressed or whatever.
okay, side note, if like his videos are like straight from the school of how to make videos, YouTube's how to make videos, you know.
Yep.
So, and I mean, you know, the little intro at the beginning, then the channel introduction, and you know, the enthusiasm. He's got the little pop after he says his name that just like, you know, it's all these little like but he did something kind of interesting. He was doing Calm C. He wanted to find out the gem rate of Calm C, like how, like, so if it doesn't have a qualifier as a near mint or excellent, or whatever.
Oh, is this the one where he sent a big stack of cards that he bought from Calm C for grading?
30 2016 Mike Trout, whoever that guy
Who is that guy? What are you talking about? Who's that?
Just a general base card from the update set or something, like the All-Star card.
Are you sure? I think this guy was like a fourth line defenseman. Like a fourth pairing defenseman for the Bruins in the 70s or something. Eric, can you confirm? I think he rode the pine a bit. I don't think he lasted that long.
This Trout guy?
Yeah, I think he's just like, maybe he was the water boy. Who knows?
Yeah, I don't know. I just listened to Vegas Dave. He tells me to buy Mike Trout all the time.
Ooh, that could be problematic.
That guy's still around?
Allegedly. But I know the video you're talking about, Bob. I know exactly the one you're referring to. And actually, we got an answer on that Joe Jackson, so that's cool. By the way, AFL season does start in a couple of months. I am going to get the streaming package. I want to watch me some Aussie rules. I'm in. Let's do it. All right, so here, Will. So I wanted to get your comment here. So you guys Hall of Fame talked out. For the most part, yes. If there's something particularly you want to touch on, go for it. I'll get to the comment. Yeah, exactly. I'm assuming he means the regular Hall of Fame, the one that Shoeless Joe Jackson's not in. So speaking of Shoeless Joe here, so Rock Latex here is saying Joe Jackson, 1910 Old Mill. Okay, I know that one. So is that like orange borders or red borders? Is that what you're referring to? Okay. The 1910 Old Mill, I think, is the minor league issue. Yeah, it's the Southern Association. I think that's the minor league issue. That's a cool card, though. That's a rare card. The Old Mill ones were very rare.
That's why he was sort of blown away with the you know, the difference in the two prices. And I don't think that the 3.5 it wasn't all that long ago, you know.
I'll say this, like, I'm a little rusty on some of my pre-war, but as soon as you say Old Mill T210, those are rare. Like those are super tough to come by. And with the borders and everything, those things can chip to hell. Like condition is very tough to get a good condition on that. That's crazy.
STC he said only has graded 2, a 3 and a 3.5. So 3.5 sold some time ago for 500 grand or close to it, and this one sold for just over 40 grand.
Okay. All right.
Somebody got a steal.
All right, I got you. A couple bucks more than I got either way, but definitely a tough card. Definitely a tough card to come by.
Well, here I'll show you some tough cards. Here we go. If you want me to show you my screen.
All right, so do your share screen. I'll read a couple of these real quick, and then we'll do it. Sure. Thoughts on LeBron versus Curry? Curry is super popular. People like him, but LeBron still has that all-time scoring ahead of him. And Curry could still win. He could still win a couple more championships, which would be good for him. He's already the best shooter ever. So he's got that going for him. Like I said, people do like him, so that's not a bad thing. I don't think you go wrong. I think both guys are good. And I know there's some responses. Do you want to add anything, Bob or Eric?
Yeah, I was just going to say that I think LeBron can't play forever. I think his career is coming to an end. Yep. I think he's polarizing. I don't think people like him.
Yep.
I don't think a lot of people have forgiven him from that whole moving to Miami decision day thing, garbage. And, you know, Curry is, you know, I mean, he's so good. He has more time in the league left than LeBron does. And people like him. And, you know, that goes a long way. I don't know if you guys have noticed that, you know, collecting is all fan based. Yeah. And if you're a fan of a player, you usually like them as a person. Usually also you like what they're about and how they handle themselves. And if someone else you don't like because of the way they handle themselves, you don't collect them. And I think you're going to see LeBron's numbers drop over the next couple of years, and Curry's continue to go up.
It could be. Like, I think it's, I'll be honest, I do think, what's funny is when the guys retire, so Buzzy here is talking about the likability, to your point, Eric. So it plays into exactly what you were just saying. I agree that people like Steph and don't like LeBron. But you know what's funny about this? And people forget it. When Kobe retired outside of LA, nobody gave a crap about Kobe. But then he died, and he was starting to do some other stuff, which was very interesting, and he was starting to be successful in other areas, and he was focusing on his family and business and career and all that. He was now out of the sport. Everything he had done on the court was done. It was finished. And then he got a lot more appreciation as people started to kind of appreciate some of the things he had done. What happens when some of these guys walk away, the second part of this is what makes it interesting. He goes, Jordan is an elegant man. Jordan was an asshole. He's not elegant in any way, shape, or form. He's a great businessman. He's a ruthless competitor. He's probably the greatest to play, no doubt. Amazing athlete, but he's an asshole.
But his public persona was elegant.
Until he started talking. Like even in his induction, he just started like taking shots at people. It's like, you do realize they're celebrating you, right? They're literally sitting here applauding you a second ago. It's like, you don't have to take shots at them while they're there applauding you. He can't help himself. So MJ is not Michael Jordan is not a nice man. He has never been a nice man.
Do you think he did himself any favors with that documentary?
No.
I mean, I think he came off looking like an ass.
Yeah. But some people like that. My point was, so kind of to Buzzy's point, is that it's fascinating what time does for you. Because when you can walk away and people can just focus on your legacy. Let me give you a simple scenario. All the issues that people have with LeBron. If LeBron goes away, builds some more schools in Cleveland and in Akron, focuses on philanthropic stuff, focuses on business, just does his own thing, you don't really see him all the time anymore. After a while, and he becomes the all-time points leader and finishes with whatever. After a while, some people are just going to look at his stat line and go and look at what he did accomplish and whatever. Oh, but he's also done this well in this business. He's doing this, that, and the other thing, blah, blah, blah. People forget stuff over time. Like I said, Michael Jordan's an asshole, but you know what? He's a shoe brand. He's a clothing brand. He's a mogul. And by the way, he's a terrible evaluator of talent for the team that he owns. Michael Jordan apparently can't build a good basketball team if he's not playing on it. So he sucks at that too. But he's an amazing businessman. He knows how to make money. So it's not because Michael Jordan's a wonderful man. It's because he's successful. He is great at what he does, and other things, not so much. And he's not a very good golfer either. He loses a lot of money in golf. So we're not all perfect, alas.
No.
Yeah, he's got his flaws like everybody else.
It was funny though that after the documentary, his cards went to the roof, and everything with his name on it went through the roof. And I already said this a couple minutes ago. I just think the documentary made him look bad. Like you said, he opened his mouth.
Yeah,
and it's like this isn't a nice guy.
Yeah.
But instead, I just think people totally overlooked what he was saying and watched all the highlight videos, and all his cards and products just went through the roof.
Like insanely through the roof too.
Yeah.
Base cards were selling for $30, unbelievable. Like
I
90s
think,
base cards, yeah.
I think that's the funniest part for me is that in certain ways, by the way, you could have done that documentary, and in a certain way, it would have been better if Jordan had not said a damn word. And just let everybody else talk about how great he is. Literally let everybody else be like, he's the best. He's the this. He's that. He's the. Literally just have everybody else talk you up.
Absolutely.
And just sit there and just be like, I'm not saying one word. I could only possibly ruin this. There's nothing that I could say that would make this better. Just let them praise me.
That's
right.
it.
That's all you got to do. That's all you got to do. Just say nothing. It's cool, man. It's cool. So real quick here, Hall of Fame overrated of modern media. Look at Pete Rose, 2,000 times more immortal than Harold Baines. Harold freaking Baines. Bob. Still shocked they took Ortiz first ballot snub bunts. The age is a big strike for me. No, that's fair, Will. I get you. Let's see here. Can't stand mid. Not sure what that one's referring to. Oh, okay. He's talking about this here. Got you. The men's final. Got you. Okay. Yep. You guys do your thing. Cool. Drug test, the whole thing was an FU to Bonds. Yes, that's right. Yeah, and this right here is kind of the thing. I'll be honest, though. I think if LeBron goes away, just focuses on his own business post-career, And let's say his son goes in the league and plays well and does whatever. Again, these are hypotheticals. No guarantees on any of this. But if that happens and then his son goes on and does his own thing and whatever, and LeBron just focuses on business and philanthropic things, people will forget because he won't be in front of you anymore. He'll be out of sight, out of mind. And by the way, what happens if LeBron leaves? And yeah, people are still watching the games, but they're not talking about it as much. And they're like, hey, you remember when LeBron was around and we were talking about LeBron all the time? You remember when they did this show and Skip Bayless kept making fun of LeBron? Man, I miss those days. We don't really talk about those guys anymore. It's funny.
Let's see what his rookie cards are worth.
It's going to be funny when people are like, the thing is, you need a villain. Even if LeBron is your villain, well, great. Then he's a villain. Boo this man. That's okay. That's fine. We need villains anyway. There is a place for all those folks. There you go. Yep. Let's see here. Yep, you guys do your thing. Let me just skip through a little bit here. Despise LeBron the athlete. I watch basketball cheer against him, and that's okay. LeBron the philanthropist, he's all right. There you go. He actually lost his mind in the Empire. Okay. Yep. Toronto and I forgave Vince Carter. A good example, too. Vince Carter did not leave on good terms in Toronto. But now he's appreciated. Isn't it weird how that happens? Sometimes you can write another act to your story. If you get another, like I said, Kobe was not the super beloved guy when he retired. In Los Angeles, they loved him. Laker fans loved him. Everybody else, certain people liked him, but it's like, not like that. Then passes away, and he's got his whole legacy and all that. He is way more beloved after he died than when he was alive.
The crash, absolutely horrific. I don't wish that on anybody. That's just absolutely horrible. But the fact that his some of his behaviors are just forgotten about because of this horrible situation is ridiculous to me.
Yeah, but that's why that was the point. Narratives change.
Yeah,
narratives change.
Do you think that young lady's narrative has changed? I don't think so.
No, but that's the thing. Like everybody else that was there, they have their own story to tell, but not everybody's that interested in that story. They're interested in the Kobe story. That's it.
No, but I'm talking about Kobe and some of his behaviors.
Oh, yeah. No, it doesn't get whitewashed away.
It has. It's been completely forgotten about. All they care about is how wonderful he is. I heard, his year anniversary just happened today or yesterday. They have a statue at the crash site. Now, there's a statue of Kobe and his daughter, which, listen, I have nothing bad to say about any of that. That's horrible, 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 horrible. But there's other people on that helicopter. They all seem to be forgotten about all the time. And this guy was not a good person. He played basketball extremely well. He wasn't a good person, but that's all been forgotten about. His cards went through the roof. And, Gail King this morning on, CBS is talking about, just what a wonderful guy he was and how sad he was. And she's still not over his death and all. It's like, were you saying all this when he was in court?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's a tough topic to discuss because people are so passionate about him. And if you bring up reality and facts, people get very upset.
Yeah. No, but that's the thing is, so thank you for bringing that up. Bob agrees with you. Once I kind of understood what you were talking about, it made more sense to me. But yeah, that's what happens is that once that situation changes, then everybody will run with that narrative. It all gets glossed over. It all gets swept under the rug because now you cannot speak ill of the dead. So now we've changed it. And it's like, well, you still did stuff. There's still some, there's some hangups there, but now you decided to put them away. And Will here using the big words. I've seen the word before. I had to go look it up. Writing of the lives of the saints. It's a fair.
What?
Yep. Well played, Will. Well played. I like it. Yeah, but I agree. I agree with this. And that's how history is written? Yes, I agree. But that's what happens. It gets redone. And I can see you, Bob. Just let me know and I'll bring you back on. But that's kind of the way this stuff plays out, is that unfortunately, and maybe, Bob, you can add a little context to this. Eric was just making the point, which is an accurate one.
I was listening. It just cut out when my So
yeah. Did you have a thought? Did you have a thought though? Because that's true. Right up until that point, Kobe was doing his thing. He had some stuff. A lot of this had been swept under the rug. But then as soon as he passed away, it's like it never happened. We only focus on Kobe's greatness and this and all that, and like forget the other stuff.
There are people that remember for sure, and there are people that liked him before that, and they don't like him still, and they're saying all the same things. Kind of a more closer to home deal. Ben Roethlisberger just retired.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and, that's a good example. Actually, that's a good one.
All the praise, all that, but we know his history. He had some allegations and this and that. And there's people here today. I work with several women that just hate him. But he's adored by so many more, and it's tough to like, well, don't forget about that, because I mean, we live in a country that if you say you're sorry and you mean it or whatever, like people forgive. People have wronged me and I have forgiven them, and I don't hold it against them still. But those are some serious, I might have just like, broke their table or something. I didn't. Those are some serious allegations that people, to their core, they just can't be okay with it. And
some things cannot be forgiven. They shouldn't be forgiven, and people should be held accountable forever on certain things in life.
I don't quite agree with that. I believe in forgiveness is a powerful
thing. So, and I respect you, Bob. Yeah. I think sex crimes is something that should never be forgiven.
They won't be forgotten, that's for sure. And it's just a different approach in life, man. And that's totally fine. I totally get where you're from. I'm not saying it would be easy, I'm a father, you know what I mean? I try to put myself in those positions sometimes and just to test my my beliefs, but I don't ever want to be put in that position. But dang, I better live up to what I believe if I am put in that position. Anyways, it's gonna be a forever debatable thing. Yeah, but the one thing you touched on that really does the other people in the helicopter thing, like you just don't that kind of rubs me the wrong way.
Yeah,
and that's not of any fault of Kobe Bryant or his legacy at all. That's the media. That's how it's like. That's the narrative that's told, and that's the narrative that is forgotten. So
I did see. I'll quickly add one thing. I did see a post that somebody did that did like an artist rendering. It was like a commemorative, like artistic rendering, and it stood out a little bit. And some people made note of this when they saw it, because the artist, whoever it was, they had Kobe and they had his daughter there, but all the way around the whole thing had everybody else that was on the helicopter. So they drew them all it was like a montage of everybody. And a lot of people appreciated that they did make note to include all the other people in there as well, which is a rarity at this point. Sometimes it's kind of forgotten. It's like, yeah, there were other people there too. So this person made sure to include all of them in it, which is the minority, but it's a good thing.
Sure. Very good. I don't know, there's it's a crazy world, man, and what gets elevated to certain things, I don't know. I don't particularly have any part of me invested to that extent, and on any other like celebrity or athlete. I never like who's your hockey guy? Like I don't have that with anybody. Marcel.
Well, hockey guy, I feel, is a bit underplaying it. Pseudo stalking victim, allegedly. The restraining order is still in effect. We've been very clear on this issue.
Okay. If he doesn't catch me, it doesn't count, right?
I'm going to pretend he didn't say that, but at the same time, if the time is right, I will replay it out of context. Please continue with your tales and stories.
Yeah.
And by the way, Global Sports Card Investor respects you, Bobby. I don't know if he means Bobby or if he means Bob. But either way, they can both take it. Why not? He respects both of you. He respects both of you.
I'll bite off of that one, Bobby.
There you go. There you go. Yeah, common people's death don't sell. That's true, and it is a crazy world indeed. Yes, I do agree. No, it is a heavy subject, and it is. So Eric used his ranting powers for good. There you go. It's not just picking on Beckett the whole time, but no, it's. I think it's a fair point. It is a fair point, and
someone mentioned Tyson, and I feel the same way. It's like I don't understand how that. I don't know.
The people are very forgiving, Eric. The people are very forgiving.
And it's just an opinion. And I've talked on this show before that I've worked professionally with victims in the past, so I'm prejudiced, and I won't go into any of that because this just isn't the time or place. But I have no forgiveness when it comes to sex crimes.
There you go. I think it's fair.
I'd rather just put you on a spaceship and send you away.
One of those expensive spaceships? Because
I don't care. Cheap, so it crashes. I don't care.
So you need the cheap Amazon version.
The boat, Bezos.
Yeah, I don't care.
There you go.
All right, I can share my screen now. Here.
All right, you got it. If you got it, go for it. Yeah.
Yep. All right.
So when I see it, I'll share it.
Out.
All right.
1 second.
Yep.
Okay. So this is Hyde Robertson.
So I see the directory. You want me to show the directory first before you click on it?
No, that's fine. Okay. You can see that. That's perfectly fine. So here's a set of cards in 1920s, 26, 27. Hyde Robertson. These are chocolate bars.
I'll come back in a second.
Oh, yeah. So these cards were issued in chocolate bars. Now, I've never seen this before, Bob, until a couple of years ago, and it was sitting at some dealer's table. I looked at it, but he didn't have it put together, so it looked like a random group of what the heck. So a friend of mine ended up purchasing it because he started putting it together. I went, oh, wow, and they were from chocolate bars. So they were inserted. Each piece was inserted in every. So here you have King Clancy here.
Oh, wow.
You have this is Ottawa. So they won the championship. Who else? Frank Niver, Alex Smith, Heck Kilray down at the bottom. So you have some pretty big Hall of Famers there too. So here's a set that you would never think, and this is why I love the and the stamp on the back. Actually, this was sort of the premium. If you had a stamp on the back, then you could redeem the whole set. I think this was the short print. So it's such a cool thing. So they have skates advertising. They have pictures of the players. But we've never ever seen any other cards like this. But if you come across this card or one of these cards, you kind of go, what is that? And they're all numbered 24, 26, 27, 28, right up to 32. And they were obviously.
Is there one missing there at the top, or is that?
It has to be, because if you look at 7, then it goes 8, 9, 10. So it had to be those are missing there. A weird, interesting. Yeah, exactly. But we're in the 20s here, and that's why I love chocolate bar cards so much.
Wait, this is from the 20s?
1927.
Oh my goodness! Wow.
So if we're talking rare
stuff like this in baseball in like the 70s and stuff, obviously,
the chocolate bar is 5 cents here.
No, there you go.
And it was the Senator bar, so the Ottawa Senators chocolate bar, House of Parliament. Your choice of the CCM skating outfits they call skates. That's all they meant. So that is probably as rare as you can get in something that I hadn't seen before, and I was so excited. This is where I really get off on this kind of stuff. It's just seeing the stuff I've never known before and putting it together. So anyways,
that's so cool, man. Thanks for sharing that.
Yep. So that's when it comes to rarity, and that's when I kind of lose my breath and what have you. So
yeah, that's awesome.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of other rare things. So this is all 20s stuff.
Now, who owns this? Somebody that you met along the way, or?
No, he's a person that I've known for probably about 18, 19 years almost. Yeah, he was a big collector, and I'm glad he got it. And even if I bought it, I would have sold it to him anyways. Very much of a Canadian historian for sports and non-sports. So I'm really glad that he got it because it goes to the right home at that point.
Well, I hope you guys just looking for that last piece somehow, keeping your eyes out.
Like I never seen one before. Will I ever see another one again? I really don't think so. So Carlos, this is my oddball section here. So I'm just scrolling through it while Carlos is refilling his drink. And so there you go. You got Conn Smythe right there.
Okay, so hold on. I stopped sharing your screen a minute ago. So let me come back.
Bugger. Oh, you don't have to. It doesn't matter. I can go through.
Yeah, you were actually so you were actually in the directory, and then you switched out. So now you're on screen. Go ahead.
Oh yeah. Okay. I was just flipping through and just showing stuff. There's Cecil Brown. See, this is actually an interesting card. It's Honey Boy, the 1927 Honey Boy. You know that baseball set, do you not, guys?
I'm not familiar with it. I'm not a big pre-war guy, but
So you're saying, sorry, was it the same year for baseball?
Yes, it's actually all baseball. 1927 Honey Boy. They're very desirable. And the Cecil Brown was a very big hockey player, but he also played baseball like most of the other stars back then. So a guy put this on site and he goes, "Oh, I'm looking for this card and this card. I need it to my hockey collection." I said, that's a baseball card. He goes, "No." I said, "Yeah." And there's I forget who else is in there. One-Eye Frank McGee, I think, and somebody else. And I go, "No, those are baseball cards." And you can see, and this was a premium mail away too. So this one goes for tons of money.
What did it say on the back?
A lot of that mail.
I don't know. I don't think I have a scan of the back. No,
Gotcha.
Unfortunately. I have a file for this anyways. Gotcha. I just don't know where it is.
Why does it say canceled? I don't understand.
Because look at the hole.
Yeah.
Well, that means canceled? I don't get it.
You'd send it in. It was a premium. Anytime there's a cancel stamp, yes. Bob's right. It's redemptions.
Okay.
There's an old 1927 Toronto versus Ottawa program. You can flip through all this stuff. Old tobacco tin. There's Charlie Conacher right there. That's a picture of him. So these are all the fun things. This is 20s stuff. So, old playing cards from 1922. Same year. Lots of different things. Look at those old cigarettes.
What kind of, you said non-sports
Sweet
stuff.
Caprals.
What kind of non-sports stuff is there? Like, I mean.
Oh my God. What do you mean?
Well, I mean, like.
It's bigger than baseball, football, hockey, all put together.
Or
non-sports is everything that isn't sports.
Yeah.
I was putting stuff on eBay today at the shop for Phil, and it was 1927 tobacco cards it was to show you how to do work around your house. And there was another one about gardening. And then, there was another one with flags of the world. And they're all tobacco cards from the 20s and 30s.
Yeah, Flags of the World was also Nielsen's chocolate bars. They did a Canadian set there. And, finding those old... So here's all your...
The old Canadian wrestling card? Like, how, Carlos, like in the States, they had the different regions that before WWE... Did Canada have its own sort of... clubs?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I'm looking. Yeah,
that's pretty cool.
Nice looking program. I give him credit.
So one quick thing about Bob's question about the non-sport. What I'll do, Bob, at some point, and I'll probably do maybe a thing, and it'll be kind of fun to show a couple of folks with. One of the things when I was in OBC, one of the guys had a lot of collection of non-sport stuff, and actually sent me a huge stack of it. I found the box the other day. It's all non-sports stuff. So I may just do a video where I literally rummage through and I go, all right, you guys want to see some tobacco bird cards today? There's a bunch of stuff. I haven't looked at it in years, but there's a bunch of different stuff. And I think it'd be kind of fun just to go through it and be like, all right, it's a bunch of random stuff, but it's here and I got it. Real quick, I do want to make a comment because I did see Global Sports Card Investor statement here. It was kind of pertaining to a conversation from earlier. If you don't get caught or charged, it never happened. His daughter was in a situation with his mother's partner that couldn't be proven forgiven, but never forgotten. And I agree with Will. That is terrible.
Sorry to hear that.
Parker's wrestling here. That wrapper.
Oh wow.
It's the only one known.
That's is that from the 53?
Well, 54 or 55.
Is it 54,
I have
55?
it in both,
Okay.
but there's an orange one, and see, this is orange and purple, and the other one is blue and red.
It was like bazooka.
Parkas did that. They sometimes did two different wrappers in one year. So if you get into the 54, where's the 54 wrestling here? I did a comparison, so I checked all the backs that they all had the same, because they have ad backs, and then they also have. So I did every card and went through them all and made sure that there was a premium back for. So every card in this set, unlike hockey, which doesn't, out of the full set, I think there's only 20. Every card has the ad back, so you can send away, but it also has a regular back where it has their description. So you have there's Eric, there's
That's
Yannick.
Yannick. Yeah, that's hysterical.
Oh, that's hilarious. Yes.
That's before he calls Eric an English muffin.
Yeah.
And then Eric is like, "You will take your abuse and like it."
Yeah. Oh man, I just love that video, man. Love that.
Well, he could star in that for sure.
So what Lock Latex was kind of saying, he's Stu Hart. One thing I was going to say, though, kind of to your question, Bob, I don't know if there is or isn't, and I'd be curious if there was. If there had been like a card issue of Stampede Wrestling, that'd be interesting, because that would be like early Bret Hart or Owen Hart and a variety of other people that went through Stampede. That would be a very interesting issue if such a thing was.
That would be awesome.
Yeah, that'd be huge.
Carnera, he was a boxing champion.
Yeah, he was the boxer too. Yeah. That name rings a bell. Yeah,
he's pretty big there, and that guy's reaching up to get him.
Yeah, I think Primo was also one of the early boxing champions in that era for that specific thing, because I think he was one of the champions for a brief spell, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep. Yeah, this is our box. This is some cool looking stuff. But that's what we have for. There's not much. I don't think Canadian wise, there's nothing else. I don't know other than photos.
I just don't think a lot of the federations. So kind of to Bob's point, I just put it out there because I say it would be interesting. I think if at this point such a set came out Stampede, I'm sure somebody would have found it and promoted it by now.
Right.
Because that would be like your Bret Hart rookie card. It'd be huge. It'd be a huge piece for sure if such a thing existed.
That's me.
Yukon Eric. That's actually, I remember that.
There you go. That's me.
He wrestled into the 70s.
There you go.
So, anyways, you can go. Oh, there's the tall guy. Yeah, Mighty Schultz.
The Mighty Schultz. Yes.
Anyways, that's Parker's, and that's. You can get the Hopalong Cassidy saddle watch. That's kind of cool. This is non-sports. I got a whole section on it. So I have all the Parkers documented from 1951 right till they finish up in 63.
There you go.
And that's all documented. So every issue I went through and I made sure that I had baseball. There's your baseball, boys.
52 Parkers.
Yeah.
Nice.
Different color wrappers. See, you got green, blue. I think there's black too. Oh, who's that? I know Tommy Lasorda. There he is. Tommy Lasorda. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the Montreal Royals.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yannick would have liked to see that card.
Yeah. I'll have to refer him back to the last part and say, hey, Yannick, you might want to check out the last little bit. There's some good stuff there for you.
It's a weird kind of set because half of it's instructional and the other half are stars, for the Montreal. But I think Lasorda is probably the only player in that set.
No, was that a major league team?
No.
No. But it was a minor major league, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Guaranteed.
Yeah, there was also that. It was definitely a minor team, but it was one of those things. Like you had that weird era because you'd have some players who kind of basically became lifers in the minors, but they would still make a living at that point, especially earlier as well, because you had some of those leagues that were kind of borderline. It's kind of the way that Don Cherry, when he was a player, he spent years in the American Hockey League, which isn't the NHL, but you could make a living playing in the American Hockey League.
Sure,
you were able to stay on the roster, like. It's still professional. You're still getting paid like a professional, but it's not the NHL.
That's what Don Cherry played in.
Yep.
How did Don Cherry become Don Cherry?
We don't know.
No one knows, Bob. I think it's not.
I'll answer that question.
It's not dissimilar to the way you became a Hall of Famer, Bob, by decree.
So here's an interesting. Indianapolis Speedway Winners is a card set, but. They on the back of the last card, number 50, put the winners of the hockey zip contest. You know those little cards that you could send in? they put the winners on the back of the non-sports, the last card in the set. Go figure. So, and they have their names here and everything, Whitby and what have you. Very unusual kind of fun stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Putting hockey winning in a sports card. Look at the sports cards here back. Oh my gosh. Woo.
Yeah, if that rolls over, you're dead.
Oh yeah, a lot of dead guys there. That's for sure. Look at that. Well, that's got big wheels. I don't think it'll tip that easy. Anyways, that's just the non-sports side of it. So that's all Parker's. I got the other Canadian non-sports. It's just.
I'm not paying you for non-sports. I'm paying you for hockey. Get busy.
Yeah. Okay. Good enough. All right.
I look forward to the nonstop procession of 50 DPI photos, just one after another, just doled out in pieces. It's like, this is what your money bought. Enjoy.
I'm gonna see Eric like this with a.
Yeah,
It's that.
It's like, could you digitally enhance this? You mean that pixel?
Exactly.
The one pixel? What do you want me to do with that exactly? I could see it. I could envision it. I could see it. Sounds good.
It's 11 o'clock in Western Canada. Is it time for excuse of the night?
Well, we had named that he said he wasn't home earlier. He did message when Bobby showed one of the things there. He said he had a comment. So right now he's kind of hiding dormantly.
Yeah.
And I hope you hit the like button. I hope you better have hit the like button. At least if you're not gonna participate, you better have done it.
He's
just saying.
Apples or Scrabble or something like that.
I'm just come up with a really good one and post it at least.
I just feel the lack of creativity from Name has been very disappointing. I really feel like he's got to step up his game.
I have tons of excuses for.
Bob has more excuses than one could know.
Yeah.
Maybe you should roll. Maybe you should roll what I said earlier, and just be like, because my theory, and that also played into that video idea I had. I was going to explain that I actually don't think Bob Lewis has multiple videos. I actually think it's one video, and no matter when you tune in, time and space stops. It's like a vortex.
Maybe.
It's like, that's how he did it.
You'll never know.
See, my hockey history is only, with the non-sports, it's probably the second thing that I love the most. So I think I have probably one of the top 4 or 5 guys out there in Canadian non-sports for sure.
There you go.
There's a couple other guys, but I know other stuff that they don't know, and they don't get into wrappers and boxes and premiums. So big difference. Where the other guys are just card guys and numbers, and they don't care about the other stuff. Mm-hmm. Interesting.
Yep. So let me pose a question here. We'll start winding her down because I think that's good. What I'm going to suggest is this. Let me ask you a question. So, Bob, here's a question for you.
Yeah.
All right. Who you got Sunday?
I've thought about this.
Only takes a second.
That makes it even better.
Yeah. I think it's going to be Rams Chiefs, but I'm
Rams Chiefs.
I'm rooting for the Bengals. I like Joe Burrow. So I'm rooting for the Bengals.
All right, sounds good.
Aaron Donald is a Pittsburgh guy on the Rams.
Okay.
And it's Stafford. I like Stafford. I like who he is as a man, and I just all those years in Detroit, never really making too much of a fuss about it. He's not the diva quarterback, So I wouldn't mind seeing him, get a shot at it. So there are lots of different storylines, but I don't think they're gonna. What I want to, I don't think the NFL wants Cincinnati versus the 49ers.
What?
I don't think they want.
Come on, Cincinnati 49ers? By the way, I'm just posing. I know Will's there and CT Collectibles is there, so good evening, CT Collectibles. I posed the same question in chat. Who you got for Sunday? I'm curious. I've just wanted to get some thoughts on there. Like I said, we'll wind her down, but I want to just get some ideas. We'll see what happens. I got to figure out. Those of you who know, what's that? Sorry?
I know one thing that.
You know a thing? Go on.
I know one thing that we are
not
going to get as exciting as games as we got last week.
Impossible.
Last week was madness. It was madness. There was a lot on there. Yeah, it's one of those things. I don't know, man. But I'll say this. I agree with you that I think there's some good narratives because Joe Burrow, if he could find a way, that'd be very interesting because he's a young guy early on in his career, getting to the Super Bowl from Cincinnati because the Bengals don't have a great winning tradition. That'd be huge for him. Huge if he could find a way. Kansas City getting back there again, another shot at the Super Bowl. Maybe they win, maybe they don't, but that's still really impressive. It's been a really big run for them. That's a big piece. And Mahomes is a young guy too, so it's like one of those things. That's a big deal. Matthew Stafford's an interesting one because you've got that redemption arc. Oh, it wasn't me. I'm playing in Detroit. So it's like I did the best I could, but now I've got a good team and now we're getting somewhere.
Yep. Cooper Kupp, the Triple Crown winner this year. I mean, there's so much talent.
That team scares me. I really feel like it should be the Rams. I feel like I've still got to go with chalk because it worries me. When I watched that game with Cincinnati, Burrow got sacked 9 times. That line wasn't stopping anybody. I'll go chalk. I'll go LA and the Chiefs. That's what I'll go with. Eric, what do you think?
I've been a 49ers fan since I was a kid.
All right.
If you guys know your NFL history, the Patriots were not very good in the 80s, except for the one Super Bowl run against the Bears and into the 90s. And so, you had on the West Coast, you had Montana and Rice and Clark and the whole gang over there. So I've been a 49ers fan since I can remember. And now you got Jimmy G over there, the former Patriot.
Okay.
So I'm rooting.
So are you figuring that's good? So you figure Jimmy G takes you to another shot? You get another crack at it?
He's been to one Super Bowl as a starter.
So is it is it a rematch? So does he get a rematch against the Chiefs?
I would love to see it.
All right. But is that what you're going with? San Francisco and Kansas City on the other side?
Yeah, that's what I'm guessing. I would love to see the Bengals.
Okay.
I'd go straight 80s because you have to remember the Bengals in the 80s were really good. Yeah. Sam Weiss was the coach. You had Boomer playing as quarterback. You had the Icky Shuffle.
I never thought of it like that.
So for me, as an old person, seeing the 49ers and Cincinnati play brings me back to my childhood. So that's what I'm really shooting for.
Me too, and I want the Bengals to win.
There you go. Yeah, I feel like if that was the matchup, the tables kind of turn. It's like Jimmy G, you're not Joe Montana, just so we're clear. Joe Burrow. I think Boomer was really good in his era, but I feel like that would be very interesting. I would like that matchup. That would be a little bit interesting. I do like that. So you said you like Bengals, Bobby, but is that who you would predict? Is that who you're feeling?
Oh, 100%, yeah.
Okay. So you're going Bengals on one side. Who you got on the other side then?
A tough call because I really don't know those teams so well too. So
okay.
Who's quarterbacking on 2 quarterbacks then?
So you got Jimmy G for San Francisco, and you got Matthew Stafford playing for the Rams now.
Yeah, Stafford would be all right, I guess.
All right, so Rams then and Bengals is what you would like to see.
Yeah.
Okay. No, that's fair. I just wanted to get some thoughts and some picks. We'll come back after next week after those games are done, and then we'll figure out what we're feeling Super Bowl wise.
We'll pay. Oh yeah.
Yeah. That's what I say. Like, we're not going to pick the Super Bowl yet. I want to get past this round. Let's see what happens. I'm just hoping for good games. Once my team is eliminated and the evil Darth Lord Tom Brady is gone, then honestly I'm good with whatever. I lose nothing. I can enjoy myself, and hopefully they're good games, and I'll get a kick out of it either way. And honestly, every Super Bowl combination, I'm happy. It's like, give me a good game, and I'm good. Give me a good game, and I'm good.
That's all you really want.
Any scuttle coming out of Green Bay about what's the future look like?
Well, that team is screwed. They're dead for the cap. It's one of those things like so I'll do a video at some point where I share it. But I'm a Packer fan, but I'm also someone who enjoys the drama that these quarterbacks create with it. I don't mind it. What I'll do next week, I'm gonna wear my trolley best, my Brett Favre New York Jets jersey.
Oh, good God.
Because I have one of those.
You're the guy who bought that.
I love it. I got it on discount bid. It was $19.99. It was glorious.
You paid too much.
Oh, it was good. It was so good. And so I've got 3 McFarlanes. They're kind of covered up right now. I'll show them later. But I've got 2 Brett Favre McFarlanes up here. One is him with the Jets, and one is him with the Vikings. Because I love trolliness in all its forms.
He was good with the Vikings.
With the Vikings, he was good. With the Vikings, he was good. With the Jets, not so much.
He was getting MVP votes up until
He was.
The very end.
Yeah, but he did Brett Favre things at the most inappropriate moment in the NFC Championship.
Yes, he did.
Both these
Gunslinger.
quarterbacks were Hall of Fame quarterbacks. Green Bay has had 30 years of Hall of Fame quarterbacks, but both guys have certain fatal flaws. Brett Favre, cannon of an arm, competitor, tough because he took beatings, but there are moments where he is just tremendously stupid and would throw it to the other team and just insist upon it, or throw into quadruple coverage and think it was a good idea. It worked once. When his father passed away, he threw into quadruple coverage and it worked. That's the only time it ever worked.
Yeah,
the rest of the time, terrible idea. And he had this knack for doing it in the NFC Championship. Aaron Rodgers, probably the most talented quarterback I've ever had the chance to watch, but he's got his moments where it's like, my God, why? Why would you do this thing at the worst possible moment? In a different way, but he would still like, this is not what you should be doing right now. You need to focus on what you're supposed to be doing. Focus!
I heard a stat for Burrow that he had the highest completion percentage, like 70.6, and he had also the highest per attempt, so it was like 8.9 or something, you know. So it was like those two stats together, and then some next gen stat of, I don't know how they measure this, but like the windows that Burrow throws into are smaller than, like they have to be like pinpoint accurate in order for the, I think it's who's the analytics side of football nowadays? Pro Football Focus. I think it's one of their stats. And I don't know, man. I like. Did you see his rose-colored glasses at the press conference? Like the most vanilla, plain like guy, and he comes out, I think, just to like troll people that says he has no personality with like flashy sunglasses on. Or just little things like that about him. I like the character there. So I'm going to be rooting for Joe Burrow, even though he is a Bengal in the Steelers division.
All right. So
man,
it sounds good.
But Allen, Mahomes, Burrow, Herbert, like all these, the AFC's looking pretty stacked. I think it's been flipped for most of the years that I remember. I feel like the NFC was where all the talent was.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Just getting caught up with the comments here.
Do you like the after the Josh Allen and KC game? They were saying that's going to be a potential of like Manning and Brady, like how they just went back and forth. And
I think that'd be good for the league. Having a rivalry like that is good.
Yeah.
We want to see some of these quarterbacks succeed. We know most of them won't, but we'd love to see a couple of quarterbacks who can be. That's why I use that. That's why I use that analogy with the players. Sometimes they're really good players, but they have a fatal flaw of some kind. There is no quarterback that is without flaw. All of them have something. The good news is, can you build a team that emphasizes what they're good at and puts them in a position where they don't have to do the thing that maybe they don't do well, whatever that is.
Right.
And that's the team's job. The thing that Mahomes has had all these years is that Andy Reid is very smart. He's bad at clock management, like one of them, and that's hurt him. That's hurt Andy Reid a lot of times. In this current iteration with Mahomes and with Andy Reid was able to focus on building a great offense, which he's good at. Clock management he's terrible at. Andy Reid would probably have a couple of Super Bowls and maybe had even more success with the Eagles if he had hired a guy whose only job was to do clock management. That's your job. I'll deal with the offense. This is all I need to focus on. But coaches have the same problem. Some of them have blind spots. Some of them cannot figure out and get out of their own way. You're not good at this. Don't do it.
Tomlin's on that list too, man. I mean, it's a regular conversation on local radio of like the national perception of Tomlin and then like what it is locally.
Would you want a different coach though, knowing what horrible things can befall you?
So I'm not.
You want Mike McCarthy? I hear the Cowboys want to get rid of him.
I like Tomlin as a head coach, but I think he likes being the guy, you know.
Yeah.
And I just feel like he would better serve the team if he put, all great coaches. You hear this idea of like their coaching tree. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
nobody's coming up under Tomlin and going somewhere else. Like he doesn't want anybody like sort of overshadowing him a little bit.
Okay.
So that's how it's spun here. Anyways, I've gotten to go to some events and hear Tomlin speak. He is that guy that just like he can he's a wordsmith, if you will, and he can grab an audience and he can hold attention and he's a motivator and all, but I don't X's and O's. I don't think you talk about clock management. I mean, there was a period of time where he had lost like 18 straight coaches challenges. You know what I mean? So it's just certain things that I think you hit the point. Everybody has their flaws, right?
Yeah. That was always the.
But no, I wouldn't want to trade him.
Yeah, but that was always the thing. When I laugh sometimes, I'll watch it just because it amuses me. You'll have the Skip Baylesses of the world because their job is to complain and be contrarian and try to do all that stuff.
Cannot stand him.
You know, he's and his annoying shtick is part of the shtick. Like it's intentional. It's like how aggravating can I be?
Oh my God!
His whole thing to try to
Stephen A. They're going in the
ways.
spaceship and they're going.
They're going to spaceship too. Okay.
Oh.
We'll start booking seats on the spaceship. What I was going to say is, so when he tries to, prop up, good old TB12, legit 12, part of that is to downplay Belichick. Well, the thing, and then what's the knock on Belichick always? The knock on Belichick is like, well, when he's in Cleveland, he didn't do anything. It's like, no one does anything in Cleveland. No one. Jesus Christ might get to like 9-7 and lose anyway. Like there's nothing you can do. But that team was not built for that. And the thing is, if you go back and actually look at what they did in Cleveland, they actually did all right, considering because Belichick needs a specific type of quarterback that he can work with at a certain level. The thing with those two is that Tom Brady was actually the perfect guy to do what Belichick needed at that time. He was young. He came in as a rookie. They worked together from the beginning. He installed the system, set up the system. Brady memorized it, committed it to memory, and agreed to do it. And they had a 20-year relationship that worked for that. A different quarterback does not work for that specific scenario unless they're willing to be molded that way. Same thing the other way. Tom Brady is fine now because now he can kind of operate as his own coach. He can go to Tampa Bay and kind of call a shot. That's fine. But they also have lots of talent. So that helps. He's not going to Jacksonville and making them good. Like that ain't happening. But he can't go to every team and make it work either. So it's like, if he goes to certain teams, it's not going to work. It's going to be very poor. No success. Belichick doesn't have the right quarterback and the right combination of things that work for him. He's not going to have success. Does that not make him a great coach? He's still a great coach, but he has blind spots just like everybody else. Andy Reid is a great offensive mind, but he's got weaknesses. He needs the right guy to help him. Mahomes is really good for what he does, but that Kansas City team is not unbeatable. Plenty of teams have beat him this season, and other teams gave him a run and gave him a little bit of damage.
I mean, he was in a slump for a few games.
Yeah.
I mean,
that team is hardly unbeatable. There isn't anybody left in the tournament that is unbeatable. I can see all combinations to get us to the Super Bowl. All the combinations. So real quick here, this one. I don't get the clock management. Have 3 or 4 nerds upstairs who can bark the clocks. That's what I mean. Like, you could literally hire somebody. The Bill Simmons made the joke forever ago, and I do agree with him on this. I don't agree with everything, but I do agree with him on this. You could literally get a kid who just played Madden, and they probably can clock manage better than Andy Reid can. It's inexcusable. Like it's like all you need to do is call timeout now. Please preserve the clock. Now would be the time. Call it. Yeah. So the run of Green Bay had a QB for the last 30 years and only 2 Super Bowls. Seems like a waste. Yeah, and I agree with that. Like, some of it is Favre's fault. Some of it is Rodgers' fault. Some of it is the team they composed. Because there were a couple of years there where I thought they played more than well enough, but there were fatal flaws in that team that were exposed at the wrong time. And they could have won if they had just not done the stupid thing they did. This last one was bad. Rodgers didn't do well. But special teams was atrocious. It was like the worst possible special teams performance at the worst possible time. It's like, why are we doing this right now? Why are you guys struggling with the simplest things? I don't even know what to say at that point. Tom did keep AB somewhat under control. Yes, somewhat. Yeah, 2 Hall of Famers, you would expect more. I agree with that. Yep. Yeah, they learn to be annoying because it sells. That's right. That's correct. They're not going to Belichick with the stupid cutoff sweatshirts. Well, that is a problem. Come on, we love cheating. And so did Brady. Correct. Yep. Okay, here we go. We talked about this the other week. The worst are the funny faces that make on thumbnails. That is true. Nice. Yep. Sounds good. Beautiful. Cool. All right, so I think that's good. Thank you, Bob, for joining in as always and contributing.
Yeah.
Thank you, Eric, for your epic rants. We have no doubt I will find some time on the schedule. We'll have more. I'm sure we can find something. I think we can find something else that Beckett. I will get the man of the very serious. We need to take this man seriously face to do something horrific that you can then rant on.
We didn't even talk about their Beckett vintage grading slabs. We only went to
let's say. Hold on. Let's say. Oh, save it. This is good. This is good.
BCCCs.
Love it. No, this is fantastic. I approve of everything that is happening here. This is a programming node. Maybe we'll find some time to talk some vintage. Like I said, I'd be open to bringing a couple of folks on that like to collect a little vintage. I'd like to do that. I'd like to do that for a little change of pace and have a little theme. I was kicking that idea around the other day, and I was thinking, it'd be kind of fun.
This is my last show and tell for the night. I picked up some more 6970 O-Pee-Chee stamps.
Oh, Mahalich, there you go.
There's Mahalich.
Bellavo, yeah.
There we go.
Yvonne Cornway, yep. Nice.
So that was my pickup for today.
Keith McCreary, I think he's a short print.
Oh, then awesome.
There you go. Bonus. Sounds good.
Goes from $1 to $2.
That's what I was playing when you guys
crazy.
were like. When you guys were asking me like what noise I didn't know you could hear me. I was like shuffling these in my hands. Like,
Yeah.
Could you at least do it with like poker chips and learn the tricks and do that? When I used to play poker, I was pretty good at that. Learn to shuffle the chips a little bit.
Yeah, I was just sitting here shuffling them, and I didn't know you guys could hear it. And I didn't know
Eric is literally every day shuffling.
every day I'm shuffling.
Look at this guy.
Supplement.
There you go. Bobby got it. Anyway, so thanks, guys. Of course, Bobby. Thank you, Eric. Thank you, Bob. Lewis. And of course, thank you to the chat, including the folks that came over from Dakota. So hopefully you had a good time with that one. I'll check out the replay as well. So thanks you guys for chatting. I'll bring the football talk a little bit earlier next week, just so that we can get, once we know what's going on, and then we can make our Super Bowl picks and stuff. So that'll be fun. We'll definitely chat about that. And we'll see. We'll see what the content gods have in store for us. I look forward to it. There'll be plenty of opportunities. I have no doubt there'll be plenty of opportunities. So again, thank you to those folks. Thank you to Will. Thank you to CT, Bob, and a lot of the other folks and the regulars who all chimed in as well. And thank you to Yannick, who will catch the end on the replay. Yannick, you got to watch it. Montreal Royals. We got some Montreal Royals in there.
And
make sure we get
he
that.
saw his wrestling card.
We did. Yes. We got to see a Yannick cameo and wrestling card for him. Love it. Guys, thank you again. If on your way out, if you could hit the like button, if you didn't already, it would be appreciated. And that'll be my last reminder for tonight. Enjoy your weekend. We will catch you in the next one.